Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Rough Rhinos 6. Sokka's feet ached badly when they finally stopped at the gates of the city of Jailing. Due to their need to hide the train tank far from possible lurkers, they had been forced to leave the machine in the mountain range that stood several miles away from the city. The merciless midday sun was strong enough to decrease the energies of the entire royal procession as they marched towards the city. But that wasn't the only reason why the group was so disheartened. Nobody had taken well the news about their fallen companion. Sokka still didn't know who Bao was for certain, but he knew it wasn't the captain, since he had been the one to sign the letter Azula had received. His wounds after his fight against the hallowed rock hadn't been as severe as he had thought. His neck had hurt for a while, but after tilting it forward just in the right angle there had been another crack and he had felt much better. The wound on his jaw made it difficult for him to chew, which had been a relief for the rest of the group. Sokka's rabid appetite was so fearsome that some had thought he would even end up eating the mongoose dragons if he was too hungry. But since he couldn't eat as much food anymore, their provisions and their mounts would be safe for a while. The distance between Omashu and Jailing was much shorter than the one between Udeo and Omashu, yet the road they took was much rougher this time around. They were forced to cross forests and deserts, and eventually they reached the mountains behind which stood Jailing. They hardly found any villages or towns to delay their journey, but traveling through a mountain range in a train tank was no easy feat. It took them the span of 2 weeks to arrive, at last, to their destination. A soldier clad in the Fire Nation's uniform was guarding the wall that kept the city secluded from the rest of the world. The stone wall hadn't always been there, but the earthbenders who had defended the city from the Fire Nation's army had created it in an attempt to hold their ground against their foes. Yet it had only served its purpose for a short time, for the Fire Nation had conquered Jailing just as it had taken over the rest of the Earth Kingdom. The wall had remained because the Fire Nation conquerors thought they were useful protection for the city from any possible attacks from Earth Kingdom resistance. Princess Azula. The soldier jumped when the palanquin reached the city walls. We had been expecting you. Welcome to Jailing. Azula didn't utter a word. She glared at the soldier from within her palanquin and waited quietly until the gates were opened, allowing passage for the royal procession. Sokka gazed about Jailing in mild relief. He didn't know why this city hadn't been transformed in the way Omashu had, but he was pleased to see the heritage of the Earth Kingdom seemed almost intact. There were many soldiers in the city, and the civilians kept glaring at the royal procession as they went about their business, just as it had been in Omashu, but the atmosphere wasn't so disturbing here. This city wasn't as crowded as Udeo, but it had a much calmer environment to it, even with the menacing soldiers around. Sokka was quite intrigued by what the city had to offer, but he didn't have time to get a good glimpse of the marketplace, since he had to keep up with Azula's palanquin. Soon enough they had made it past the more crowded areas of the city and they reached a territory comprised by large estates, owned by the wealthiest citizens of Jailing. Sokka looked left and right as they walked up a long road, curious as to who lived in those domains, but it was impossible to tell if Earth Kingdom or Fire Nation people were residing there. One of the estates caught Sokka's eye. A white wall surrounded it, and on top of the front gates of the terrain was a large banner with a flying boar drawn on it. Sokka raised an eyebrow at the unusual creature, but he didn't have a chance to ask the royal guards or anyone else about what the flying boar meant. Sokka was starting to suspect they had only come to Jailing to leave the city by the other end when the last estate appeared in front of them. It was, by far, the largest of them all, and its gates were flanked by Fire Nation soldiers. "Welcome to Jailing, Princess Azula!" exclaimed the men, opening the doors when the palanquin arrived. Sokka was quite impressed by the magnificence of the gardens within this estate. Birds chirped, fish swam in ponds and butterflies fluttered by them with their uneven flying patterns. Everything seemed still and calm. Sokka guessed this was the home of the city's appointed governor, just like the ones they had met in Omashu and Udeo. The estate was beautiful, but it was just as unsettling for Sokka as the Fire Nation royal palace was. It was too opulent for him to feel comfortable in it. A man in his 30s stood in front of the estate's main building. His brown hair was of the lightest shade Sokka had ever seen in a man before. His eyes were onyx, and his outfit was so fancy he seemed ridiculous to the gladiator. but the smirk on his face was enough for Sokka to stop staring at his clothes and start glaring at him defensively. Why would anyone smirk at the sight of Azula's procession? It has been far too long, has it not? Said the man, with a shriller voice than Sokka had expected from him. The palanquin bearers set down the vehicle and Azula climbed off after the curtains were opened. The man's smirk grew when he saw the princess's figure, and the more that smile widened, the more uncomfortable Sokka became. Indeed, it has been a very long time, Governor Quan, said Azula, icily. Quan's smile displeased Azula even more than it did Sokka. She had met the man several times before, and on each occasion he became more inappropriate. This time was no different. Azula's fists tightened when she realized he had looked her over without any shame whatsoever, basking in her womanly figure. You have grown into quite a beautiful lady, have you not? Said Quan, still beaming. Have I? Azula growled, folding her arms across her chest and forcing Quan to look up at her enraged eyes. Sokka didn't miss the way the man was eyeing the princess. His distaste towards him increased rapidly. He knew he had no right to defend Azula, that she could stand up for herself easily, but he was very tempted to toss his boomerang at the man's head and be done with his disgusting behavior towards her. I'm most pleased to receive you here, in Jailing, said Quan, his smile losing its lecherous edge for a moment. As you must have seen while you crossed the city, everything is perfectly calm here. The biggest happening we've had in months is your visit. I rather believe it's the biggest happening this city has ever seen, Azula retorted, still as cold as ever. Why, of course, said Quan, chuckling and shaking his head. How is your lord father doing these days? I had heard he was setting up an arranged marriage for you. That deal was called off, said Azula, and she didn't miss the way the man's eyes glinted at her declaration. How did you know about it? Ah, word is that Admiral Chan is no longer an admiral and noblemen were quite curious as to how that happened, said Quan. Some of my acquaintances began delving into the matter. They didn't discover anything definitive, but they heard rumors about an arranged marriage, to Chan's son, was it? Yes, Azula frowned. Why didn't it go through, if I'm allowed to ask? Quan said, raising an eyebrow. I wasn't interested, Azula retorted. Naturally, said Quan, chuckling and shaking his head. The princess wants, the princess gets, isn't it? It should be that way, at the very least, Azula stated. In any case, I'm pleased you weren't forced to marry such an incompetent fool, said Quan, smiling. He would have never been up to your standards, I'm sure. Of course he wasn't, Azula growled. Else I wouldn't have refused him as I did. A man who lives by his father's fame would never be able to sway me. Quan froze at Azula's statement. The fierce glare with which she was presenting him was letting him know she wasn't just talking about Chan's son. The man before her was no different from the one she had been supposed to marry several months ago. Quan was obviously uncomfortable by what she had implied, but he kept smiling regardless. Of course, he said, nodding. Very well, then, shall we come inside? My slaves will put your palanquin at good store, no need to concern yourself about that. Good, said Azula. I assume you have accommodations for my entire procession. Why, of course I do, said Quan. Why would you ask? Mayor Morishita at Udeo had my men sleeping at an inn because he hadn't arranged anything for them, Azula explained. Oh, Morishita, that man is just incorrigible, Quan sighed, shaking his head. One would expect him to be better at management after all the time he's been in office, yet he's as clueless as a toddler in a lecture at Ba Sing Se University. His management regarding my procession was his sole fault. He has handled Udeo properly, Azula declared. Yet I have handled Jailing and I can give your men a proper welcome while he cannot, said Quan. Regrettable, isn't it? It speaks ill of his devotion to the Fire Nation's royal family. Azula had been anything but pleased by Morishita's mistake, yet she had grown to respect the man much more than she could ever respect Quan. Jailing's governor embodied everything she hated about her father's nobleman. Nevertheless, you needn't worry. I'm a far more reliable host than Morishita could ever be, said Quan, smiling. Come inside and you'll see, princess. Azula didn't smile back as she climbed the steps that led towards Quan's mansion, followed by her royal guards and her gladiator. "Wait, wait, wait. What's this?" asked Quan. Angela and her men froze as they glanced back at the governor to discover whatever had displeased him. Quan was glaring at Sokka with utter disgust, as if he were a pest of some sort. Angela frowned and walked down the steps again, glaring at Quan. "He's my gladiator. Aren't you aware of the reason why I came to jailing?" "So that was true? You're sponsoring a gladiator?" asked the man, raising a derisive eyebrow towards Angela. "I was sure that was only an excuse for you to travel through the Fire Nation colonies in your father's stead." "It might be, for all you know," Angela growled. "But that man is my gladiator, whether the idea appeals to you or not." "Well, I do find it quite uncharacteristic for the princess of the Fire Nation to get entangled with something as lowly as the Gladiator League," said Quan, making Angela's stomach sink at his claim. "And let alone with a slave such as this one. What's your problem?" Sokka mumbled, glaring fiercely at Quan. He hadn't intended to intervene, since he felt it wasn't his place to speak, but the man was attacking him directly now. He had every right to stand up for himself. "Oh, so the petty slave speaks. My apologies, princess. It seems you have tried to bring a man out of scum by teaching him how to talk, yet I'm afraid it has been no use. Slaves will always be slaves, and slaves are scum, as we all know," said Quan. Sokka clenched his fists and his teeth grinded together even though his jaw still hurt him a little. His rage seemed to please Quan, but it shocked Angela instead, and not in a good way. Was Sokka going to try to kill the governor? Personally, she wouldn't mind if he did it, yet it would mean a one-way ticket to prison for Sokka for his crime. "Yet that scum is my scum, Quan," Angela stated, making Sokka's fury settle down for a moment as it was replaced by utter surprise. "Anything you say against him, you're saying against me?" "Ah, please, princess," said Quan, shaking his head in disbelief. "Do not lower yourself to the likes of this pathetic soul. It's only a slave, and he's probably not even a good one. I'm certain you could use a much stronger fighter. This one looks bland and useless." "Want to see how bland and useless I am?" Sokka asked, raising his right hand towards his blade, his fury returning to him at full force at Quan's latest words. He released Space Sword from his sheath swiftly and pointed it right between Quan's eyes, making the man gasp and fall on his butt, terrified. "Sokka, don't!" Angela shouted, making him freeze. "Stop it!" Sokka looked up at her, wondering if she really wanted to protect such a revolting man. He had disrespected her in the most sickening way, and now he was insulting him, too. Why wasn't she angry about it? No, she was. He could see it, but she wanted to avoid trouble. The man was governor of a city, and if her gladiator dared slay the man during her visits to the Fire Nation colonies, she would be in for a mess beyond anything she wanted to put up with. Sokka frowned, but he dropped his arm and put his sword back in its scabbard, reluctantly. Quan struggled to get back on his feet, his strange clothes making the feat far more difficult than it should have been. He glared at Sokka rabidly, and the gladiator had no qualms in returning the killer stare. "You miserable savage! Brute! How dared you threaten my safety as you did?" he exclaimed with bulging eyes. "Quan!" Angela started, trying to appease the man's anger somehow, but she was completely ignored. The governor seemed to have lost his temper and he was giving them quite a display of madness. "I should have you killed. You useless, pathetic, mindless thug," Quan continued. "There is no place in my house for the likes of you." Sokka didn't move at the man's declaration. He continued glaring at him defiantly as the man's chest heaved. It was probably the first time someone had threatened his life. "Quan, there's no need," Angela began, but the man interrupted her. "I would have expected your slaves to know how to respect people of superior birth, princess," he exclaimed. "Yeah, we do," said Sokka, with a malicious smirk. "But we also know who's worthy of respect and who isn't." "Sokka!" Angela gasped, looking at him in horror. Sure, his words were completely spot on, and in other circumstances she would have just laughed in Quan's face at Sokka's words, but they were at the man's house. It was his territory. They were at a complete disadvantage. Is that so? Quan growled. Then perhaps you need to learn what your place in the world is, you brute. I should lock you up in a dumpster, but I'll be merciful, you will be staying in the barn with the animals for slaughter, because that's the place where brutes like yourself belong. Angela's frown deepened. What Quan was suggesting was similar to what she had done to Sokka recently, by locking him up with the mongoose dragons throughout their trip on the train tank, and that displeased her. She had done it mostly for amusement back then, this man was doing it out of fear and spite. Angela knew Sokka wouldn't complain about spending time amongst animals, but she couldn't stand the fact that Quan was calling the shots over a man that belonged to her. I do not appreciate you making a decision regarding my slave, Quan, Angela grunted. There are better ways to deal with this man than. I will have none of this vermin threatening me as he just did. Quan declared. He will be staying in the stables or he won't be staying anywhere at all. This is my home, and he'd best learn to behave properly if he doesn't wish for today to be his last day. With this Quan turned back towards the house and walked into it, his head held high. Angela and her royal guards stood on the steps before the main door, looking at Sokka with concern. Sokka! Angela muttered, taking one step down towards him, but he interrupted her before she could come any closer and before she could say anything else. Yeah, I suppose I had that one coming, Sokka said. He had an unusual look of satisfaction on his face, it seemed he was proud of what he'd done. No need to worry. I'll be fine in the stables. Just have to find them, but I'll be okay. Try to keep the psycho at bay. What? Angela muttered, but the gladiator turned around, his hands in his pockets as he began wandering about the estate, looking for the barn Quan had talked about. Angela frowned as he walked away. Even though threatening Quan had been a bad move, the man had deserved it. And Sokka was her slave, she was the one who should have decided how to punish the gladiator, not Quan. She entered the house, followed closely by her men, and stormed through the halls, purposefully walking straight towards Quan as soon as she found him. Quan, she called out, her eyes ablaze with anger. Quan had been delivering orders to his butler, or who seemed to be his butler. He dismissed the man with a wave of his hand, and the butler bowed down towards him before leaving his master to his conversation with Angela. Yes, princess? Is there anything you need? He asked, his previous hysteria completely gone now. I do not appreciate your behavior towards my gladiator, Angela declared. What he did was completely out of line, but if there's anyone who was offended by his behavior, it was me. I'm the one who should decide which punishment befits him, not you. I'm afraid that's not the case, said Quan, sighing dramatically. You are Princess Angela, you obviously understand that, in my house, you are but a guest. I am hosting you, and I will not tolerate that man's disrespectful attitude towards me. But you should be pleased to know I won't hold you responsible for his actions, princess. You are not to blame for that savage's behavior. As a matter of fact, I am, Angela said. He is my gladiator. I picked him out myself. Whatever he does, I'm the one to deal with the consequences. It's what comes with being a sponsor. Well, I didn't know you really wanted to play sponsor that badly, said Quan, chuckling and shaking his head. Princess, there's no need to take this so seriously. You are completely above all these responsibilities you suddenly want to take upon yourself. As the Fire Lord's daughter, you shouldn't care for that useless thug's fate. He deserves what he got. Forget about him and go freshen up in your room, all right. Angela's fists tightened as she began regretting having stopped Sokka from killing the man. I will not be ordered around, Quan, she stated. Indeed, I am the princess. My authority is well above yours, in this matter or any other. If you dare make one more decision regarding any of my men, I will make sure to convey to my father that jailing requires a new governor, one who knows what his rightful place in the world is. Quan's eyes widened in surprise as Angela stomped away, still followed by her escort of guards. The man turned to look at her as she turned on a corner and vanished from sight. She had just commanded far more authority than he could ever even dream of, and his stomach boiled in rage at the thought. A woman with such power, telling him what to do, it seemed her pathetic fighter wasn't the only one who needed to learn a lesson. He frowned before taking off in the opposite direction Angela had, in search for his butler. This wouldn't stand as long as he had a say upon the matter. "What are your orders, master?" the man asked immediately once Quan found him and dragged him to his personal study. "Go to Gladiator Rumble," he commanded him. "Find out who the princess's opponent is and get in touch with his sponsor." "Yes, master," said the man. "Once you do that," said Quan, walking to his desk and bringing a bag of gold out of one of the drawers. He placed the bag on the man's hands before smirking cruelly. "Tell him I want his gladiator to kill hers." "Yes, master." Angela's room was quite large and orderly, and it had some additional details, such as rose petals spread over her bed, which she didn't appreciate in the slightest. She was placing her clothes in the closet when she heard a knock on her door. She grimaced after opening it and discovering Quan at the other side of the door. The man was smiling, but she could sense a hint of malice in the gesture. "I hope you found the room to your liking," he said. "The flowers were unnecessary," Angela replied, folding her arms across her chest again to avoid having the man staring at her inappropriately once more. "Ah, I believed you would appreciate that. You must have longed for a feminine touch, after spending such a long time amongst senseless men." "My men are not senseless, else I wouldn't have chosen them to guard me," Angela grunted. "And I needed no such gestures from you. They make me uncomfortable." "Is that so?" asked Quan, apparently surprised. "I was certain you were treated in this way back in the palace." "I would be treated this way, if I asked for it," Angela retorted. "State your business, Quan. Why did you come here?" "Oh, no need to be so cold," said Quan, chuckling. "I realize my actions back when you arrived must have displeased you, but I had no choice. This is my home, and I won't tolerate hosting a man who does not deserve to be hosted. But believe me, I hold no grudges on the matter. I believe it best that we move on to our next occasion." "Next occasion?" Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. Quan snapped his fingers and two small girls showed up beside him, carrying a long green dress that matched Quan's own distasteful garments. Angela grimaced at the sight. "I believe it would be fitting for the princess to wear this dress at dinner," said Quan, beaming. "And I believe the princess won't wish to wear that dress," Angela replied, frowning. "I appreciate the sentiment, Quan, but it's completely unnecessary." "Ah, princess, what kind of host would I be if I didn't offer you a gift of this kind?" asked Quan. "I'm certain it would look wonderful on you." "Most anything would look wonderful on me," Angela stated, proudly. "Yet it doesn't mean I'll wear everything I'm offered. Just as you are free to present me with this dress, I'm perfectly free to refuse it." Quan grimaced in irritation. He shrugged and shook his head before gesturing the servants to enter the room even though Angela had refused to humor him. "Well, at the very least I hope you'll have no qualms about keeping it," said Quan. "I had this dress made just for you. It would be a waste if you didn't accept it." Angela frowned as the slaves placed the outfit inside her closet before taking their leave again. Quan smiled at Angela before performing a bow so conceited that it seemed insulting. "I shall expect you for dinner in a half hour, princess," he declared before walking down the hallway with his head held high. Was this a battle of wills? It seemed like it was. And it didn't surprise Angela in the slightest that things had turned like this. It was the story of her life, dealing with men who believed they knew better than her, who thought themselves superior to her only because she was a woman. They dared order her around, diminish her authority as if she were nobody of importance, impose their wishes over hers. She hated it. She hated Quan. She hated all the men who looked down on her as he did. The bitterness she felt towards the man turned dinner far more unpleasant than she thought it could be. The food was just as bad as it had been in Udeo, an utter failure to imitate Fire Nation cuisine. But seeing Quan at the other end of the table, smirking at her as he spoke about the crops that had provided the meal they were enjoying, she had to hold back the urge to light his glass of wine on fire when he claimed his table befitting gods. Even though she despised him, she couldn't let her hatred get the better of her. She couldn't dishonor herself by wrecking the simple rules of hospitality. She was supposed to be his guest, and even though she despised her host, she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't shame her father by attacking one of his governors. But she also couldn't bear sitting at the table for much longer. She excused herself subtly, thanking Quan for the meal curtly while wishing she didn't have to stay in jailing for one more day. She left the dining room as quickly as she could before guessing Quan would likely drop by her room later to pester her further, since that was the only thing he knew how to do. He could chase her through the entire estate if he wanted to, but there was, likely, one place he wouldn't go to, no matter what. Angela thought about the matter for a little longer before making up her resolve and heading to the kitchens before turning towards her actual destination. Sokka found himself missing his lizards after spending just a few hours with the hybrid pigs in the stables. The animals would snort at all times, their sounds a mixture of pig and cow, chicken, rooster, or sheep, and the noise was starting to drive him insane. They would settle down every now and then, but as soon as one got startled by something as measly as a bug in the ground, they all would begin snorting uncontrollably. He thought to stay over with the ostrich horses instead, but he regretted his decision almost immediately. The animals released their bodily waste every 10 minutes, and with the waste came a very unpleasant smell as well. You really end up longing to be in a train tank with all this stench and noise. Sokka muttered, sighing as he dropped on a stack of hay that stood a little far from the animals. And it's all because of that asshole. Jailing's governor had definitely given him a very bad impression. The man was not to be trusted, he had no doubts about it. Just the thought of Angela being around the jerk, even while being guarded by her men, made his stomach jolt in fury. The way he had leered at her, the insinuations he had sent her way. "Seems like you found the stables after all," said a familiar voice, making his eyes widen and making him to forget his previous train of thought. Angela's footsteps had been so silent he hadn't sensed her arrival at all. He gazed at the princess in surprise, never having expected her to come see him. "Why you escaped the weirdo?" Sokka asked, surprised. "It wasn't an easy feat, but I did," Angela muttered. "Don't take my visit personal, but this is the one place I'm sure he won't come look for me. Has he been bothering you much?" "He looked like trouble from the minute I saw him," Sokka grunted, frowning. "So do you," Angela said, making Sokka blush a little at her reply. "He tried, but he failed to do anything other than irritate me. I'll never let a man like him get the better of me." "Good to know," said Sokka, nodding. He's not a good guy at all." "Why is he governor?" "He looks like a pathetic nobleman who can't even wipe his own butt." "He is a pathetic nobleman, and I don't know about the butt wiping, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case," she replied. "He's the youngest of a large score of useless noblemen who are at my father's beck and call. His father is currently the mayor of Fire Fountain City. From what I know, Quan wasn't too pleased to be sent off to the Fire Nation colonies, but the position of governor allows him to become wealthier through taxes and the sort, so he doesn't complain about it anymore." "Sounds like a corrupt politician," Sokka muttered. "He probably is," Angela admitted. "I'll suggest my father to investigate his finances when we return to the mainland. A man like him doesn't deserve the right to rule, even if only over a small city like Jailing." "Good idea," said Sokka. "Maybe that'll teach him a thing or two about messing with you, huh?" "It should," said Angela, nodding. You actually did ask for it, getting sent here for threatening Quan." "I'd rather get tossed here after asking for it than get tossed here for no reason at all," said Sokka, shrugging. "He was going to send me here anyways. At least I gave him a good fright." "If you look at it that way, I guess so," Angela whispered. "But you still shouldn't have done what you did. I could have sorted out this matter somehow." "No need," said Sokka, shaking his head. "If you had forced him to keep me around, the man would have been 10 times as unpleasant as he already is. Which is something nobody would have wanted to see," she admitted. "I just didn't see it coming," said Sokka, shrugging. "I'd gotten used to it, to being a member of the royal procession, the Gladiator. I'd forgotten the way noblemen usually treat slaves like me. He's one of the most conservative and elitist men in the circles of the Fire Nation nobility. He has his own slaves, but he treats them with contempt and derision. To him, everyone and everything is below him. Including me." "You?" Sokka asked, looking at Angela with a confused stare. "What? How could you be below him? How could he think you'd be below him?" "Most men think that way," Angela muttered between gritted teeth. "Most noblemen, to be precise." Sokka kept staring at her in shock, the troubled expression on her face making him feel at a loss for words for once. He wanted to grab that Quan and smack some sense into him, to force him to respect Azula properly. In any case, I guess you have been getting along with your new acquaintances, said Azula, looking at the farm animals that were locked in their respective areas. I like the lizards better, Sokka sighed. These ones are too damn noisy, and their stench is horrible. They're farm animals. It's a given they'll be smelly and loud, said Azula. Just on cue, one of the woolly pigs began snorting, apparently because one of the moose had crashed against it, and all the animals started squealing loudly, like an orchestra playing nothing but dissonances. Azula grimaced at the sound and Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Told you. He had to shout to make sure the princess would hear him over the noise. How about you go elsewhere? Azula called out. This is downright unbearable. Nah, I can put up with it. Sokka yelled back, just as the animals' sounds began decreasing. See? Their uproar didn't last so long this time. How will you manage to sleep if any of these pigs decides to snort in the middle of the night? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. That would be unsettling, said Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. Do pigs snore? For all I know, they might, replied Azula. Spirits, save me, said Sokka, shaking his head. But I won't go anywhere else. If one of the jerk's slaves spots me, they'll tell on me right away, and I think I've caused you enough trouble as it is. Did he annoy you much because of what I did? He tried, but I put him in his rightful place, said Azula. You're my slave. I'm the one who should make the decisions that concern you, not him. I agree, said Sokka, nodding. In any case, I guess you didn't come to take me to a better room in the mansion, did you? No. I already told you I came here because it was the only place I knew he wouldn't come find me, said Azula, rubbing her forehead. As much as I might wish to burn you to a crisp most the time, I'd rather have your company than his. And that's not a compliment. No, of course it's not, said Sokka, although he couldn't hold back a small smile at the thought that there were people in the world that Azula despised more than him. I guessed you weren't fed at all, were you? Azula asked. A slave came by a few hours ago and gave me a shred of bread. That's the best I've had so far, said Sokka, shrugging. To his surprise, Azula tossed a small box towards him. Sokka's eyes spread wide when he opened it, finding dumplings, roast chicken and vegetables in it. I know you usually eat 3 times what I just gave you, started Azula. This is great, he said, his eyes filling with tears as he tried out one of the dumplings. Thank you. Don't think I did it out of the kindness of my heart, Azula growled. You have a battle in 3 days, and you've been fighting badly enough as it is. I don't even want to imagine how you'd fare if you're half-starved when you enter the ring. I'll send a few guards with food for you when I get the chance. You got this from the jerk's kitchen? Sokka asked. Won't he be upset if he finds out? He has no right to be. As much as you're a slave, it's a display of utter shamefulness that he would pretend to feed you with less than a loaf of bread. I would confront him about it, but I'm sick of arguing with a man who talks non-stop without saying anything at all. He wouldn't feed you properly no matter how I order him to, so it's best for me to take the matter into my own hands. Well, you're right about that, Sokka admitted, nodding. Thanks. I'll do my best on my fight. I'll try my hardest to win. You'd better, said Azula. Your record will suffer badly if this losing streak continues. I know, said Sokka, nodding. And a 20-loss streak would kick me out of the ranking, right? It would, said Azula, frowning. And if that happens, you can forget about our deal. Yeah, I guessed as much, said Sokka, hunching over as he ate. Try to sleep, if you can, said Azula. Just as you need food, you need rest. Right, said Sokka, nodding. I'll take my leave, then. I might drop by again if I need to escape from Quan, said Azula, sighing. I'll be right here if that happens, Sokka replied, smiling weakly at Azula. The princess nodded before turning around, but the voice of her gladiator stopped her on her tracks. Thanks, Azula, he whispered. Angela's hand balled into a fist at his words. She glanced at him from over her shoulder to find him devouring his small meal hungrily. She hated to realize that, despite their rocky history together, he was the one man who didn't see her simply as a trophy. To him, she was an actual human being. She wasn't just the Fire Lord's daughter, she wasn't a one-way ticket to an easy life in the highest circles of the Fire Nation. Sokka didn't care for such things. He was brutally honest, and he had hurt her like no man ever had, but even so, he wasn't like Quan or the men who would only look at her and care for her beauty or the rank and wealth they would obtain if they were to marry her. Sokka was so much more than that. She stormed away, forcing herself to remember what Sokka had said and done in the past to fuel her anger towards him again. She couldn't allow herself any more slip-ups when it came down to that water tribe savage. Angela found herself doing the most unusual things to get away from Quan. During her previous visits to Udeo and Omashu she had hardly ever wandered the cities, but if touring the town would spare her from enduring Quan's presence, then so be it. She would spend most the day outside with her entire procession, and she made sure to bring Sokka as well. She wasn't going to take any chances by leaving him with Quan and his mindless servants. Quan seemed to know Angela was avoiding him, but he didn't stop the princess, to her surprise. He would simply ask her where she was bound, and he would bid her a good journey once she had explained her plans for the day. But his behavior changed on the day of Sokka's combat. "Oh, his fight is today?" Quan asked, apparently curious. "Would you mind if I tag along?" Angela frowned as she eyed the governor warily. "I was under the impression you didn't understand why anyone would be involved with something as lowly as the gladiator business," she muttered, glaring at him. "Oh, I was quite harsh on my claims simply to give you a good impression," said Quan, prompting Angela to raise an eyebrow. "A good impression, really?" she said, skeptical. "But I am quite interested in the qualities of your fighter," the man said, ignoring Angela's disbelief. "I want to know why you chose such a man to represent you in battle." "I doubt you'll find out the answer even if you witness this combat," said Angela, sighing before heading to the front door. "Come along if you really believe you can handle watching a gladiator battle, Quan." "Of course, princess," said Quan, smirking cruelly once Angela's back was turned. Sokka was most displeased to see the governor tagging along this time around. He could tell Angela hadn't wanted to bring him either, the man had invited himself to watch the show. Gladiator Rumble, Jailing's arena, used to be a ring in which earthbenders battled against each other before the city was conquered by the Fire Nation. Sokka grimaced when he realized this arena would be just like the one in Omashu, starting from the fact that the ring itself was underground. He tried to calm down as he followed Angela into the cave, but Quan's unexpected presence made him feel extremely uneasy. "Your opponent this time is called Sands of Time," Angela whispered to Sokka when Quan was a few ways away from them. "He's about as old as the Hallowed Rock, but he's not as traditional as he was. His stances aren't so strong, and because of that, neither are his attacks. He's not supposed to be too fast, so keep agility on your side and you might stand a chance." "Got it," said Sokka. "Why are you telling me now?" "Because I doubt I'll be able to shake Quan off, and with him around, I doubt I'll go to the standby room with you," Angela retorted, as they approached the vestibule's counter. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, I am," Sokka assured her, even though he didn't feel so confident about the fight. "So, what are the procedures in the Gladiator League?" Quan asked, as Angela reached the counter. "You're about to find out," said Angela, sighing as she began signing Sokka in for the fight of the day. Sokka whispered what his weapons would be before heading down a flight of stony stairs and reaching the standby room, which was non-existent. There was an opening in the hallway, which led to the Earth Ring, but there was no standby room in Gladiator Rumble. Sokka stood in his spot, his arms crossed as he thought about the fight at hand. After a few minutes, he heard a man speaking through a megaphone, and he figured it was his cue to enter the fighting area. He walked through an earth bridge to reach the square fighting zone. There were no obstacles in the scene, but the bridge he had used to reach the ring was torn down immediately, leaving a deep chasm behind him. Sokka didn't have to think much to realize that being thrown off the ring meant an instant defeat. He lifted his eyes to find a gray-haired man at the opposite end of the arena, and for once, he looked a little more true to the image he had of earthbenders. He was burly and strong, and to Sokka's relief, he looked quite stupid too. The fight will last 10 minutes. May the toughest man win. Get ready, and rumble. The megaphone man screamed, making Sokka raise an eyebrow. Rumble. He muttered before releasing Space Sword from his sheath. Well, then. Let's rumble. Sands of Time began the fight by tossing a large boulder at Sokka, which he cut in two with more ease than he expected. It seemed the rocks in this ring weren't as sturdy as the ones in Oze Arena. More rocks flew at Sokka, and he managed to cut them all quickly, always wary of the ground under his feet in case his opponent tried to manipulate the floor underneath him to bring him down. Sands of Time tried to turn the solid ground into sand a couple of times, but Sokka jumped away right on time to avoid getting sucked into the traps his opponent had set up for him. He's quite pathetic, never attacking his enemy, said Quan, making Azula's eyebrows twitch. She had been most reluctant to allow him into the sponsor's balcony with her, but Quan had used his status as the governor to get the arena's staff to make an exception with him. The opposite sponsor seemed a little unsettled by Quan's presence, but Azula could tell that the beads of sweat that ran down his forehead had little to do with nervousness over being around the princess and a governor. What was bothering the man? But whatever caused her fellow sponsor such anxiety was none of her concern. Azula decided to ignore both men and focus on the fight below. Sokka was still playing it safe, guarding and evading his enemy's attacks. Come on, that all you've got? Sands of Time screamed, leaping and striking his fists on the ground to cause the earth ring to tremble. Sokka's jaws crashed together painfully with every vibration. That's just what I was going to tell you. Sokka yelled, tossing his boomerang at the man and striking him on the brow. Sokka was shocked to realize he had actually hurt an earthbender for once. There was even blood oozing out of the man's wound. He allowed himself a wild smile of pride before realizing his boomerang had fallen down to the pit beneath them, and his smile turned into a grimace. He would usually bet his luck on long-distance attacks during fights against earthbenders. How was he going to win now? Sands of Time roared angrily before unleashing an array of attacks Sokka hardly knew how to parry. The man brought forth walls of stone and tried to squeeze Sokka between them. Since they weren't steady formations, Sokka kicked his way through one of the walls and got out of their reach, but a boulder struck him in the stomach before he could assess the situation. The blue wolf stumbled and took another rock to the head, making him fall on his butt. He forced himself to his feet, but when he tried to take his weapon he realized his blade had sunk into one of the quicksand spots the earthbender had created previously. Damn it! Sokka gasped before a large block of earth flew straight at him. He ducked just in time to avoid it, releasing his knife from his belt before lunging at the opposite gladiator once again. But the knife wasn't as efficient to cut rocks as Space Sword was. Boulders were flying at Sokka from all angles constantly, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to evade them. Sokka didn't grasp at his last hope until the rocks had backed him to the corner of the ring. Sands of Time lifted a huge boulder over his head, planning on using it to knock Sokka off the ring, but just before he could throw it at the blue wolf, Sokka launched his smoke bomb at his enemy and forced him to fall back and drop the rock when his eyesight was jeopardized. Sokka took his chance to get away from the rim of the arena and he ran towards where he had last seen Sands of Time, his knife in one hand and his club in the other. The earthbender heard him approach, and he dropped on the ground, using his bending to bring forth a tall, hollow cylinder of earth to surround him and serve him as a shield against his enemy. Sokka crashed against his rival's defense, and it didn't take too long for him to realize where Sands of Time was hiding. He brought his club down on the earthen walls, trying to tear them apart, but it was no use. Yet Sokka didn't despair. Even though the smoke was fading away already, Sands of Time had secluded himself in a small space which remained filled with smoke. Sooner than later, the despair for air would force him to bring down his protective walls, and if he didn't, he would probably choke in his seclusion. Sokka smirked. If everything went well, this battle would be his. He had done a good job at it this time around. But he shouldn't have let his guard down as he did. Sands of Time knew where Sokka was thanks to his previous blows at the wall, and he created an opening at the opposite side of his protective wall, allowing himself to breathe fresh air again. He dug his fingers into the ground and brought forth a spike of earth a few feet in front of where Sokka was standing. The spike struck him on the chest and the impact sent Sokka flying back. The blue wolf gasped as he jumped on his feet again, discovering his enemy was out in the open again. His plan had failed, stupidly so. Of course the man would get out of that toxic space. He had known just where Sokka was and he had escaped his protective cylinder through the opposite direction. Piandao had told him once not to believe himself to be victorious until the last blow had been delivered. He had been foolish to forget that. And his foolishness came with a price. Sands of Time was attacking more harshly with every passing moment, with the obvious intent of striking Sokka down lethally. His eyes bulged savagely, and he smiled every time his rocks hit Sokka. The blue wolf tried to fend them off with his club, but even though this weapon was more efficient than the knife, it was still not enough to get an edge on his opponent. Sands of Time surprised him by pulling out a large boulder from behind Sokka, hitting him on the back of the head with it. The blue wolf's eyesight blurred as he crashed on the soft ground, having a hard time to stand up again after that blow, but should he stand up? Maybe, just maybe. Sands of Time shattered a rock on Sokka's back, making him squirm and grow limp at the attack, his arms spread wide. The earthbender cackled loudly and Azula brought a hand to her forehead, disappointed yet again. He had done so much better this time, but he had ruined his chances once more. The megaphone man jumped in the judge's balcony and got ready to call out the finale of the battle just as Sokka's left hand slid into the unstable ground slowly. And the winner is... The megaphone man squealed, just as Sokka's hand gripped something within the quicksand next to him. The megaphone man was rendered speechless when Sokka bolted to his feet again, space sword held tight in his hand once again. He had suspected the quicksand wasn't too deep, and he was pleased to discover he had been right, or else he would have never recovered his main weapon. Sands of Time had been so busy rejoicing in his triumph, as Sokka had been when he thought victory was his, that he hadn't noticed he hadn't been proclaimed victorious yet. He had his guard down as he lifted his left fist into the air in celebration, and he dropped his hand when he realized his opponent had gotten up again. Sokka lunged at him, a snarl on his face as he grasped Space Sword with both hands and aimed straight at his opponent's left arm. Azula's eyes opened wide when Sokka cut the man's hand off in one swift movement and forced him to fall on the ground after swinging his sword horizontally and tearing off half of the man's armor. Sands of Time stared at his bleeding stump in horror, terrified by Sokka's fierceness, suddenly fearing he might be the one who would die today. The blue wolf lifted his sword again, glaring at the earthbender intensely. The time is up. The man of the megaphone exclaimed, stopping Sokka just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow. Both the blue wolf and his sponsor froze upon that exclamation. The time couldn't be up yet. Sokka had been about to win. He was about to knock out his opponent. That was revolting, said Quan, grimacing but not only in disgust. He had been quite enthusiastic when Sokka had been feigning unconsciousness, in hopes the gladiator would never wake up again. Seeing Sokka make such a comeback had shocked and angered him. Azula didn't care for what he had to say, though. She gritted her teeth, hoping the judges would take Sokka's comeback to be so impressive that they would grant him the victory, but she had a bad feeling about it. Sokka had managed to defend himself quite efficiently at first, but as the battle advanced he had been struck way too many times. Would the judges let him triumph? The judges will deliver the verdict, exclaimed the megaphone man after a few minutes, handing an old man the speaker as he finished talking. Both fighters showed great prowess, started the judge. They gave us quite a fight to behold. But there can only be one winner, and after pondering the matter, the judges have decided to award the victory to Sands of Time. Azula snarled in anger and shook her head, outraged. That comeback should have been good enough. Sokka had cut the man's hand off, for crying out loud. But the verdict was delivered, and there was nothing she could do about it as it was. She shook her head in disapproval again before turning to the sponsor next to her. Well played, she said bitterly, handing him the bag of money of her bid. The opposite sponsor gulped and nodded while accepting the money, looking at the city's governor with fear in his eyes. He would have to surrender the money he had just earned to make up for failing Quan, wouldn't he? Azula walked away before she could witness the way Quan was glaring at the sponsor of Sands of Time. She was beyond frustrated by that result. This was the way her opponents had felt whenever Sokka won by a small margin, wasn't it? She found Sokka in Gladiator Rumble's rocky vestibule. He had his head held a little low and he was slightly battered, but he was in much better shape than he had been after his fight against the hallowed rock. "Angela," he muttered, looking at the princess with regret in his eyes, fearing facing her disappointment. "You did a lot better than last time," Angela admitted, making Sokka smile a little. "You think? But that's not enough to get those damned judges to grant you the victory," said Angela, shaking her head. "Next time try not to lose the sword. It gives you an advantage against rocks." "I'll do my best not to," said Sokka, nodding. "For a moment there, you did something about as absurd as you always used to," said Angela, looking up at Sokka. "Never did I think about a fighter faking a knockout. It felt somewhat like cheating," Sokka admitted, smiling guiltily. "But it was my only chance to get him. It was. If only I had decided the fight would last 15 minutes instead of 10. Said Angela, shaking her head. "Well, no use mulling it over anymore," said Sokka, shrugging. "You didn't do anything wrong. I should have thought about that strategy sooner." "You should have," Angela agreed. "Where did that idea come from?" "Piandao once told me not to believe myself to be victorious until the fight was over," said Sokka. "Which I did when I thought I'd caught him in a smoke trap of his own making. If I was stupid enough to lower my guard by thinking I had won back then, chances were I could lull him into that same stupid sense of security I'd fallen into, and beat him thanks to that." Angela couldn't help but smile at those words. He was finally starting to fight like himself again. "And it could have worked. Try to keep all that wit in mind for your next fight," she suggested, before leading the way outside Gladiator Rumble. Sokka smiled and chased after Angela, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied by losing, but pleased to know she wasn't as upset at him this time around. Quan watched them walk away with gritted teeth, his fists balled tightly around the money he had taken from Sands of Time's sponsor. That wretched gladiator was a lot harder to kill than he thought he would be. Killing the useless slave should have served him to show Princess Angela her rightful place as a woman, but his plan had failed. How to get his revenge? Well, perhaps he couldn't claim it yet, but he was a patient man. He glared at them until they vanished from sight, and he vowed silently to himself to get back at the princess and her scum gladiator one day. Chapter 37, Rough Rhinos 7. Sokka could hardly believe he was happy to see the royal barge. He had never been fond of the vessel, seeing how it was the very ship that had taken him away from his home, but he would pick the rocking motions of the ship over the constant jolting and clatter of the train tank any day. They had left jailing after a week of putting up with Governor Quan. The man had been in a sour mood during their last days in the town, but nobody in the royal procession cared for his attitude. Leaving the estate had cheered Sokka up quite a lot, but the same couldn't be said about Angela. Even though getting rid of a nuisance such as Quan was a great relief for her, she was currently distraught over not having received any messages from the captain for over a week. According to what he had said in his last letter, they had been chasing the rough rhinos north through the desert, which filled Angela with a strange sense of foreboding. The procession's next destination was Ba Sing Se, and there was a chance that the rough rhinos might try to escape into the city to shake off their pursuers. If the captain proved unable to take care of the matter by himself, she might have the opportunity to avenge her fallen guard with her own hands. A hatch was opened at the front of the barge's keel, and the train tank was loaded onto the large ship before the ramp was lowered, allowing the procession to climb onto the main deck. Angela was brought aboard on her palanquin, her mind in overdrive as she pondered the chase of the rough rhinos, but her train of thought was interrupted when she stepped down on the deck to find quite an odd sight before her. "Ah, I missed you, ship," said Sokka, lying on the deck with his arms and legs spread widely, and with a dumb smile on his face. "I don't recall having requested for a rug on my deck," Angela muttered, glaring at him. Sokka deliberately ignored her, which irritated the princess. "Well, then, if you're so eager to be the floor on which I tread." Sokka's eyebrow twitched when he realized what she was about to do, and he squealed when he felt her right foot stomp on his back. Angela walked away from him with a cruel smirk on her face, and for once in a very long time, Sokka couldn't control the wild urge to stand up for himself. "Hey!" he yelled, but it seemed it was his turn to be ignored. He got up and walked after Angela, determined to give her a piece of his mind, but one of the ship's sailors caught up with the princess before Sokka could reach her, waving a piece of paper in his hand. The devious smile on Angela's face had disappeared by the time the man stopped in front of her. "A messenger hawk just arrived for you, princess," he exclaimed, entrusting her with the letter. Angela opened the fold of paper without another word. Sokka lurked over her shoulder, curious about the content of the letter. He frowned as he read the captain's fluttery handwriting, explaining he had been unable to send back the messenger hawk while they traveled through the desert. And according to the latest information he had acquired, the rhinos were headed to Ba Sing Se. Sokka exclaimed, startling Angela. The princess glared at him, not having noticed he was right behind her until just then. "What are your orders, princess?" asked the man who had brought the message. Angela frowned as she finished reading the content of the letter. She folded it again and grasped it tight in her hand, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Full speed ahead. We need to make it to Ba Sing Se at haste," she commanded. The man bowed down and bolted inside the ship, to convey Angela's order to the captain. Sokka stood in place for a moment before realizing the princess was heading into the ship's tower as well. He shook his head and walked right behind her, calling out for her before she left. "Angela, wait!" he exclaimed. The princess wasn't pleased to be stopped by him. She wished to reply to the captain as quickly as possible, but she halted regardless. "What do you want?" she asked, turning around to glare at him. Sokka reconsidered talking to her after she gave him such a glacial stare, but he shook his head promptly and spoke regardless. "The rhinos, they're headed to Ba Sing Se, the captain said." "Yes," muttered Angela. "And for the record, it's considered ridiculously rude to read other people's correspondence over their shoulder. I wasn't even sure you could read in the first place, given you're a savage, but even if you can." Sorry about that," he said, gulping. "I figured, well, Okay, I have no excuse." "Indeed, you always look for them, but none of them work," said Angela. "No excuses will ever stand for the stupid things you do." I guess not," said Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. "Anyway, we got sidetracked here. About the rhinos." "What of them?" said Angela, frowning. "I'm thinking, well, I don't really know, but it's weird that the rhinos would manage to enter such a large city," said Sokka. "From what I've heard, there's a big wall isolating Ba Sing Se from the rest of the world." "Which the Fire Nation breached years ago," said Angela. "And the Fire Nation would have been foolish to leave the city's entrances unguarded," Sokka replied. "There should be soldiers in place at all times, watching the people that enter and leave the city, just as it has been in the other cities we've been to. If the rhinos are headed to the city, those soldiers might be able to stop them, so maybe you should send a warning of some sort, so that they can intercept the rhinos when they get to the city." "Maybe," said Angela, raising an eyebrow as she eyed Sokka with curiosity. The warrior stared back at her, slightly nervous under her gaze. She was judging him with those amber eyes of hers, trying to figure out why he had come up with this idea and why he hadn't mentioned it sooner. "I'll consider your suggestion. Do you have anything else you need to tell me?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. And not that I can think of right now," said Sokka, smiling nervously. "Well, then, I need to send a bird now." "You can go stuff yourself in the kitchens if you want for the time being," said Angela, waving a hand carelessly as she walked away from Sokka. Sokka sighed in relief as Angela left, his anxiety vanishing along with her. His conversations with her had been too smooth as of late. He constantly feared that one of them would take a turn for the worse eventually. He stared after her until she vanished, knowing there had been another thing he had wanted to talk to Angela about, but he had forgotten what it was. He struck the palm of his right hand with his fisted left when he finally remembered what had been bugging him. "She stepped on me. She stepped on me," he said, pouting angrily before shaking his head and storming to the kitchens, knowing it would make no sense to try to confront Angela about using him as a rug. She probably didn't even remember she had stepped on him by now. The trip on the barge was somewhat livelier than traveling in the train tank. Angela was still as aloof as ever, focusing on her plans and keeping an eye out for any other messages from the captain. Sokka often visited the mongoose dragons down in the ship's basement even though he had no obligation to spend time with them anymore. The creatures were still as weird as ever, but he could have sworn they were happy to see him. Whenever he wasn't visiting the lizards or eating wildly in the kitchen, he would go up to the main deck and train, whether solo or with Taro, who had agreed to become his sparring partner during their trip. Angela had watched them fight once or twice, yet she never said a word or showed any interest in joining their practice matches. Her attention was devoted to her mission. Anything aside from it was irrelevant for her at this point. No more letters from the captain arrived as they progressed through the salty waters on the east of the Earth Kingdom. Angela grew anxious as she waited for a response, any response, but none came while they were on the ship. All her men noticed how distressed she was, but they were faced by the same helplessness that she was suffering from. There was nothing they could do to ease her worries, and there was nothing Angela herself could do to get rid of them either. Sailing towards Ba Sing Se seemed to take ages for the entire crew. The tense atmosphere on the ship was almost unbearable. Sokka would spend his leisure time with watching their surroundings, since it was the only thing he could do to entertain himself when bored. He kept pestering the guards, asking them where they were, until Taro finally handed him a map and told him to reach his own conclusions. From there on, Sokka distracted himself by deducing which lands they were passing by. He saw a mountain range from afar, and he used a spyglass to make sure he was right to guess what it was. When he caught sight of the buildings atop the mountains, he knew he had been spot on. "The Eastern Air Temple," he said, smiling a little. He hadn't expected to catch sight of any of the air temples in his life. He was impressed upon finding the structures had endured the war and the passage of time. It would seem the air nomads had been quite knowledgeable in regards of architecture. The temple was the most interesting thing Sokka spotted during their trip, yet he didn't stop looking at his surroundings with curiosity. After a week and a half of traveling at the barge's fastest speed, they found the channel of the river that would lead them to Ba Sing Se. The trip became somewhat slower then, their progress held back by the water's current. It took them 2 days to make it past the meanders of the river to finally reach the first wall of the great city. Sokka gazed at the structure in awe from afar, and his amazement only grew as they approached the tall barrier. He didn't make sense out of how the ship would make it past the wall until he caught sight of a group of earthbenders perched atop it. A Fire Nation soldier commanded them to open the wall once the barge was a few yards away from it, and thus they entered Ba Sing Se at last. Angela was sitting on her great throne on deck, gazing about with mild interest yet always wary and distrustful. The Fire Nation soldier ordered the earthbenders to bow down while Angela passed by, and the men complied most unwillingly. Angela didn't pay them much attention, for she was busy analyzing the terrains between the two walls of Ba Sing Se. Sokka stared eagerly at the next wall. It probably stood as tall as the one they had just gone through, which the earthbenders closed right after the barge had passed, yet it stood so far he couldn't see it properly. He couldn't even see the ends of the inner wall. The barge docked by the river bank, and the royal procession climbed down the ship once more. The ship and its crew would wait for them by the river until Angela's visit to Ba Sing Se was over with, and once they returned, they would take off to Garsai. The procession made its way to Ba Sing Se's inner wall under the merciless sunlight. Everyone kept their eyes on their destination while trying to ignore the dryness and the heat. Angela was somewhat anxious while they approached the wall, eager to see Ba Sing Se for herself for the very first time. She wished the palanquin wouldn't have those long drapes covering it so that she could look upon the city at once. Another group of earthbenders opened the inner wall upon their arrival, and Sokka couldn't help but feel completely insignificant when he found an incredible metropolis spreading before them. They entered the city's lower ring, and Sokka was astounded upon seeing houses and buildings covering what seemed like miles on end. It never ends, said Sokka, amazed. This place is huge. Not in vain is Ba Sing Se the largest city in the world, said Taro, next to him. Angela could hear the boisterous crowds nearby, and for once she wished she could see them properly. The other cities had been interesting in their own way, but Ba Sing Se had always held the most appeal for her, even if only through books and stories. The city had been strong enough to hold its own against the Fire Nation for years, and it was the place where her uncle had fled from battle. It also was the place where her cousin Lu Ten had been buried. She frowned at the thought and shook her head, trying to forget the matter for now, and then she realized her palanquin wasn't moving anymore. She frowned and, against her better judgment, pulled one of the curtains out of the way to ask her bearers why they had halted their progress. But she didn't get around asking any questions. As soon as she got the drape out of the way, she knew why her men had stopped. An odd woman with a large smile on her face and long, dark brown hair was standing right before them, blocking their passage deliberately while the rest of the crowd stood at the sides of the streets, some gazing at the palanquin in awe while others glared at it with distaste. Angela frowned at the woman, the ridiculous smile on her face angering her right away. "Welcome, Princess Angela, to Ba Sing Se," said the woman, beaming. "My name is Judy, and I shall be your guide." "I did not ask for any guides," said Angela, glaring at the woman. Judy still smiled, yet Angela's fierce statement made a few beads of sweat to stream down her forehead. "Oh, but it is my duty to guide you. My job is to assist all the important people that come to our wonderful city so that they can enjoy what Ba Sing Se provides to the fullest. Do you believe I came to your city for sightseeing, Judy?" Angela asked, almost mockingly. Judy's smile started to fade away at Angela's voice tone. I'm certain you wish to see what the city has to offer. And I will do that on my own time, with the people I deem worthy of showing me around once I've had some rest. I don't need you to tell me where to go or what to do. I am, after all, the princess. Therefore, Judy, you're dismissed," said Angela, before turning to her bearers. "Get moving. To the imperial palace." The bearers obeyed her immediately, walking towards the middle ring of Ba Sing Se and leaving behind the woman, who seemed quite horrified upon being shrugged off like that by the princess. "She's quite cranky lately, huh?" said Sokka, surprised. "She has every right to be," Taro replied, sighing. "We have had no word from the captain in weeks, for all we know, he might have fallen to the rhinos as well. She has no time to waste dawdling in a city like this one." "Huh. Makes sense when you put it that way," said Sokka, gulping. Could the captain have failed in his quest to capture the rough rhinos? It took them even longer to progress through Ba Sing Se than it did to walk from the ship to the inner wall, such was the size of the great city. People scrambled out of the procession's way as soon as they sighted the palanquin, some amazed to see Princess Angela was in town, others downright terrified. The Fire Lord's daughter's presence was rather daunting to the regular townsfolk. The sun was setting by the time they arrived to the imperial palace. The palanquin bearers panted in quite an undignified manner after placing Angela's vehicle on the ground. Angela climbed off the palanquin, relieved to finally have the chance to stretch her legs. A dark-haired man was approaching her from the palace's gates, with a young woman treading behind him. Angela felt somewhat at ease at the sight of General Tien. The man was one of the few military figures she truly admired, one of the few who respected her. He had been chosen to lead the second siege of Ba Sing Se, and he had succeeded where the Dragon of the West had failed. As a reward for his deeds, Fire Lord Oze had named him governor of the great city. Tien smiled when he sighted the royal procession, and he bowed down to Angela before speaking. "Welcome to Ba Sing Se, Princess Angela," he said. The woman who accompanied him bowed down as well. "It's been a while, General Tien," said Angela, as the pair raised their heads again. "Indeed, you were only a child when I last saw you," said Tien, chuckling before turning to the woman next to him. "Ah, Princess, this is my wife, Jin." Jin smiled at Angela and bowed down again. Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow, surprised to see the girl dressed in green. "How, exactly?" she asked, genuinely curious. "We met in a tea house in the lower ring," said Tien, smiling. "I've always thought that to rule over a large city as Ba Sing Se, you must know your people firsthand. I was visiting the lower ring and I entered an old tea shop just to refresh myself, and there she was. After a long conversation, I realized I couldn't live my life without her in it, and a few months later, we were married." Jin blushed at his words, but her smile widened as her husband told the story. "You make it sound as if I had been that easy to sway," she said. "Oh, we both know well enough it was anything but easy," said Tien, chuckling. Angela stared at them, impressed. An Earth Kingdom commoner and a Fire Nation official, no, not just any official. He was the man who had taken over this city, who had brought down the last defenses of the Earth Kingdom. The girl was obviously a former Earth Kingdom citizen, but, somehow, they were together. Their differences hadn't hindered their union. They seemed happily in love, judging by the way they looked at each other. How had they overcome the barriers that should have set them apart? Angela didn't know, and she doubted she would come to understand it any time soon. "How is our Fire Lord faring?" asked Tien. "Well enough," replied Angela. "The war against the Northern Water Tribe is progressing too slowly for his liking, but he hasn't lost his patience with it yet." "Which is a relief," said Tien, chuckling. "I assume you are ready to host my procession?" Angela said, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. "Indeed, I am," said Tien, glancing over Angela's shape to catch sight of the panting men behind her. "I was under the impression you were traveling with more men." "Well, no matter. Everyone will have a room in the palace, as it should be." "Good," said Angela, nodding in approval. "Shall we, then?" said Tien, smiling as he stood to the side to allow Angela entrance to the palace. The princess followed the governor into the large building. She frowned upon realizing it was larger than the Fire Nation royal palace, yet she decided not to let the matter bother her. Even if this palace was larger, it was under the control of the Fire Nation as it was. Its size and might hadn't been enough to keep the Fire Nation from taking over. Tien gave them time to refresh themselves in their rooms before serving a mid-afternoon tea for his guests in a sitting room. Angela's men took their seats in cushions as they drank the tea while the princess sat on the highest chair in the room. She was undeniably pleased, seeing how Tien and his wife, who had also joined them for tea, knew just how to respect a visitor of her standing. "Jin is quite fond of tea," said Tien, smiling. "She's an outstanding brewer." "None of that," said Jin, blushing and smiling too. "It is good tea," said Angela, mostly out of courtesy than actual enjoyment. She wasn't too knowledgeable in regards of tea. She thought it was a waste for people to spend days on end trying to brew the perfect batch of tea, much like her uncle often did. "And so, this is the famous Gladiator everyone has been talking about," said Tien, looking at Sokka with curious eyes. Sokka had been sipping his drink as silently as he could before the landlord spoke to him. He lifted his eyes towards him, blinking repeatedly. "Famous?" asked Sokka. "Am I, really?" "Well, of course," said Tien, chuckling. "You're Princess Angela's fighter. She's the very first woman to sponsor a fighter, and you've done a few deeds worth recognizing." "I have?" Sokka asked, aghast. Even Angela seemed surprised by Tien's words. "People thought the Savage Hook wouldn't get back to the ring anytime soon," said Tien. "He even had to forfeit a couple of matches after fighting with you. He got back to fighting about a month ago, give or take." "You seem knowledgeable about this," said Angela, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I frequent the Green Gates when I have some time to spare," Tien confessed. "Gladiator combats are interesting to watch. Long Feng is a well-known sponsor, and nobody expected his Gladiator to wind up unable to fight for such a long time. You must be really strong to have accomplished such a feat." "Well, I wouldn't say," said Sokka, smiling in a careless manner. "He's not that strong," Angela declared, making Sokka cringe. "Oh, that was it for his reputation. The Savage Hook took his toll on him as well. He didn't forfeit his next fights simply because I wouldn't let him. It didn't mean he was in a much better state than Long Feng's Gladiator. I think I beat the Savage Hook worse than he did me." Sokka grunted, but Angela ignored him pointedly. "He's not that strong, you say?" said Tien, surprised. He eyed Sokka again, curious. "Well, I guess he doesn't look too powerful, but he's got the eyes and vibe of a good warrior. And speaking of which, are you from a water tribe?" Yeah," said Sokka, nodding curtly. "Southern Water Tribe. From the south," Tien repeated, surprised. "Well, that's unexpected. I figured you'd be a slave from the north, if anything. Not that I've heard from many slaves from up north in the first place." "There's only one I've heard of," said Jin, "a gladiator. What was his name?" "Oh, the notorious Stingray," said Tien, nodding. "I saw him fight a couple of times. He was a fearsome thing to behold." "Huh? Who's that?" asked Sokka. "Is it really of any importance who he is, considering he's not your opponent?" Angela snapped quickly. Sokka pouted and glared at her. I guess not. He muttered grumpily. Ah, indeed, who will be your fighter's opponent? Asked Tien, looking at Azula. The Lady of Laogai, I believe was her name, said Azula. Oh, said Tien, grimacing. That's going to be a tough gamble. What? Asked Sokka, worried. Why? She's crazy strong, that one, said Tien. She used to serve with the Daily. She knows just how to handle her surroundings to her advantage, her earthbending prowess is truly remarkable. What are those surroundings like, if I can ask? Azula inquired, frowning. The Green Gates arena is a sand pit, but there are also solid rocks and stones in it, said Tien. So it's another stage favorable for earthbenders, stated Azula. Just as the ones in the Fire Nation tend to favor the firebenders, said Tien, smiling and shrugging. But for those in disadvantage due to the conditions, it makes for quite an interesting challenge. Their skills are put to the test, and if they triumph it'll show what they're truly made of. Huh, sounds interesting, said Sokka, smiling a little. Azula couldn't share his confident smirk. His skills had been put to the test these past 2 fights, and even though he had been quite impressive in the last opportunity, it didn't imply he would be able to fare well against this new opponent. The conversations continued for a while, yet Azula's mind wasn't in the talking anymore. She had gazed out of a window that opened to the south wing of the city, and she had caught sight of a hill she knew she had to visit soon. She wouldn't go right now, but she could do it tomorrow. She felt obligated to drop by that one place, both by her honor and because, deep down, she wished to go. She wouldn't be able to live with herself unless she did. Sokka was startled when he saw Azula gathering her palanquin bearers and royal guards in front of the palace gates on the next day. He had been about to look for Taro, to ask him to spar with him if he had spare time, and he was surprised to discover he wouldn't be available. Where are we going? He asked, approaching Azula warily. We. Azula repeated. She had been about to climb on the palanquin before his question caused her to stop and turn around to face him. You're not coming. Huh? Why? Sokka asked, somewhat indignant. What gave you the idea you were coming? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Well. I figured I was a part of the group or something, he said, dropping his head. Oh, so you're one of the royal procession now, aren't you? Azula asked, amused. You see me as your liege lord by now. What? Sokka gaped at her, surprised. I thought you despised me so that even though you were my slave, you would never ever acknowledge me as your master. Said Azula, dramatically. Huh, did you, now? Sokka couldn't help but grow uneasy at her words, scowling. Azula sighed before looking at him earnestly. You don't need to come along, Sokka. You're free to go sightseeing in the city if you please, I couldn't care less. And, what if I want to go with you instead? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula's hand balled into a fist before looking at Sokka coldly. You might, but I don't want you to, she declared. Sokka's eyes widened at her statement. Azula could see her words had stung him, but even though she felt somewhat troubled by the look on his face, she still wouldn't let him come along. You're free to do as you please today, except for following us, she insisted. Make sure to return to the palace before midnight. You'll be fighting tomorrow, and you'd better be rested if your opponent is as fearsome as Tien said she was. But, said Sokka, still somewhat distraught by how she kept pushing him away. What was she going to do? Why did she refuse to have him around? Yet the captain's words returned to him at full force shortly enough. The princess needed her space. He had to give it to her, even if he didn't want to. She would be safe, she would be taking her guards along, so he shouldn't have any reason to worry. Yet he longed for her to trust him enough to let him come with her, but given how her attitude towards him had improved as it had, it would be best if he didn't push his luck any further. Okay, he said, nodding. I'll do fine on my own. I'll get you a souvenir or something. Azula raised an eyebrow before climbing onto her palanquin, shutting the drapes behind her. Sokka sighed as he watched the procession walk away, still wondering why he hadn't been allowed to tag along. Yet as he looked at the city his curiosity prevailed over his frustration. He smiled weakly before making up his mind to explore Ba Sing Se, and he started down the streets of the upper ring with steady footing, his eyes wide open as he took in what the largest city of the world had to offer. It took the procession hours to reach the southern border of the city. Angela would have arrived to her destination quicker if she had decided to take the monorail, but she wouldn't so much as consider climbing aboard massive public transportation. It was simply out of the question for her. The guards and bearers were exhausted when they finally arrived to the small hill at the southern edge of the city. Angela told them to replenish their energies in a nearby inn, and she started towards the hill on her own. She had refused to bring Sokka along because she knew he would have insisted on accompanying her to see what she was going to do, and she truly wanted to be alone right now. An elm tree stood at the top of the hill. A few rocks were placed by its roots, and they revealed that the hill stood as a grave for a fallen soldier. Angela dropped on her knees before the tree, her head tilted as she wondered what to do, what to say, where to start. Does it make any sense to speak with a tree in a pile of rocks? She muttered after a few minutes of silence. I guess not. But I also guess you wouldn't have cared about how little sense it made if our roles had been reversed. She closed her eyes and her cousin's features reappeared in her mind. She sighed and raised her head a little. I didn't really want to come here. But the mere thought of Ba Sing Se drove me your way. I couldn't visit this city without coming to see you. You might be glad to know your death wasn't in vain after all. General Tien managed to take over the city a few years after your passing. I'm sure you'll be relieved to know that, you got along with Tien, didn't you? You had learned your fire-bending forms with him when you were kids, right? Your father seems fine now, in case you were worried about him. I don't believe he has had the chance to come to see you, but I'm certain he wants to, if that's any use. She couldn't help but picture him right in front of her now, smiling at her and asking her about everything that had happened in the world ever since he had left it. It was the way he had always been, cheerful and kind, even to someone like her. She couldn't remember what her cousin looked like without a smile on his face. My father became the new Fire Lord. I guess that must come as a surprise to you, she whispered. I don't really know how it happened. I knew my father wanted the throne, but I still don't understand how he seized it. I've never had the courage to ask him. As his heir, I'm not supposed to question him. If you're wondering what I mean, he sees me as his rightful successor. He banished Zuko a few years ago over a few faults of his, and even though he allowed him to return home, he refuses to see him and to acknowledge him as his son. You're not bound to be pleased to hear this, you used to get along with Zuko as well. But it's the way things have developed lately, there's nothing to be done about it anymore. Angela sighed, looking away before biting her lip and bringing herself to speak again. Her hands turned to fists on her lap and she stared at the grass beneath her, trying to find a way to talk about that one topic she knew she'd have to tell him about. My mother, she said, with an uneasy feeling on her throat. She left one day. In fact, she did right after grandfather died. I don't know why she did. I don't know if she had anything to do with his death. Maybe she did. I don't know. In any case, though, she never. I don't think she ever stopped seeing me as a monster. Angela grimaced when the tears began streaming down her face. Oh, how she hated to cry. Why couldn't she speak of her mother without breaking down? Why couldn't she face the truth without growing so emotional about it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come here to cry, said Angela, wiping her eyes. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see me like this. You were always the only one who cared enough to hold me when I cried. But I was so selfish that I never shed any tears for you, and you know why? Because being angry at you was so much easier than being sad. Angela buried her face in her hands as her shoulders shook slightly with every sob. She knew he would come by to embrace her if he ever saw her like this, of course he would. He always did. But he couldn't anymore, he couldn't. I was so mad because you didn't keep your promise. She said, trying to stop the tears from leaving her eyes. I felt betrayed. I was so angry. I thought you had never cared, that you had gotten yourself killed, you were always so strong, so who could have possibly beaten you? And nobody could defeat you, why you were so powerful, so smart, so talented, all I ever wanted was to grow up to be like you. So, how could you die? How could you let anyone kill you? And so, I was mad instead of being sad. It always has been easier for me, you know? Anger can fuel you so that your actions are more powerful, sadness only weighs on you, it brings you down and you're rendered helpless. She lifted her head again, looking at the strong tree before her, the tree that had been born from Lu Ten's ashes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I never mourned you as I should have, she cried out. I'm so sorry you were killed, why you were always the rightful heir to the Fire Nation's throne. I never knew how hard it would be to make a life of my own as the crown princess. Why you always made it look so easy, being the Fire Lord's heir, you would always smile and have enough time to spare for me when nobody else would. I miss you. I miss you so much, Lu Ten, everything was so much easier when you were here. She couldn't say another word. She shut her eyes and hugged herself tightly, finally releasing the tears she had been holding for her cousin for over 10 years. Oh, how she hated crying, it was never any use. Tears wouldn't bring Lu Ten back to her. Tears wouldn't soothe her aching soul. They would only serve to make her feel worse with every passing moment, but she had held those tears back for far too long. Holding them for any longer had proven impossible. Her hands went up to her hair as she bowed her head down, still unable to stop crying while holding on to the feeble illusion that, perchance, her cousin's spirit was sitting by her side right now, an arm draped around her shoulder as he waited for her to stop crying, just as he had done when she had been merely a child. She felt like a child again today, longing for his embrace and his soothing promises, even longing for those he hadn't kept. Her chest ached as she wished she could return home from her mission to see Lu Ten in the Fire Nation's palace grounds, greeting her with that cheerful smile of his, that smile she knew she would never see again. Sokka spent the day wandering through the upper ring of Ba Sing Se. He dropped by the monorail station just out of curiosity, wanting to see how the system worked. Afterwards he went out to eat, yet he didn't have enough money on him to afford more than a loaf of bread and a glass of water. The upper ring was a very expensive place to live in. The sun was setting when he walked by a small square where he spotted a group of women in opulent clothing putting on a performance of some sort. He made it through the crowd that was watching them eagerly, and he listened intently to one of the girls as she recited a short poem. "What's this?" he asked at the man right next to him, who was smiling and clapping as the girl took her seat with the others. "This is a haiku recital. The 575 Society performs open recitals once every month, so that the common folk like us can listen to how they make magic with words." "Huh?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow as he listened to another poem. Before he knew it, he had been completely hooked on the event. He couldn't help but laugh at the witty constructions one girl had composed, and he was almost moved to tears by another girl's poem. He had never thought he would be so allured by something like poetry. After being raised in the water tribe, he had grown up with his mindset on becoming a powerful warrior, and poetry had nothing to do with that. Yet perhaps precisely because it was something he hadn't enjoyed before, he could appreciate listening to these poems as much as he did. "The power of words," he said, odd as he smiled goofily while a new girl took the stage. It didn't take him too long to understand the structure of haikus. 5, 7, and 5 syllables would comprise every poem. He smiled after he made sense out of it, amazed by how the girls managed to join the words together in a perfect string, always abiding by that single rule. The recital ended too soon for his liking, even though it was already past dusk by the time it was over. He returned to the Imperial Palace, his mind still full of the poetry he had listened to while wondering if, perhaps, he would have the skill to write haiku in the way those girls had. Angela hadn't returned yet, so he dined alone in a small sitting room. After he was done he asked Tien's servants for some ink and paper, and once he had the items he had requested he decided to put his mind to the test. Most the poems he started ended up discarded. He would manage to construct one phrase, but the others wouldn't flow properly. He frowned as he kept working, finally finishing one piece to discover he had added an extra syllable to the haiku. Ugh! How did they do it? They made it look so much easier. I thought this wouldn't be so hard, he grunted. I underestimated poetry. He figured he needed a topic, something to inspire him. What could help? What could bring his words to make some sense? He gulped when an unexpected idea came by his mind. Oh, it seemed so wrong for her to serve as inspiration, but at the very least he could give it a try. He grimaced as he wrote the words down on paper, fearing it might not work, yet when he looked at it closely, it did. He smiled before taking another sheet and allowing himself to write something more regarding the same subject, and again, it worked. He couldn't help but shake his head at the irony of the matter. Writing haiku about his boomerang, about the water tribe or about the mongoose dragons wouldn't work, but writing it about her would. The universe was certainly laughing at him right now, wasn't it? Yet he decided to make the most of his stroke of inspiration. Anything regarding her, no matter what it was, would always come into paper in the form of a short poem comprised by the exact number of syllables he needed. He had been unable to write anything earlier, and now he couldn't bring himself to stop. Angela and her men arrived to the palace much later than she had intended. She had taken her time to wipe away her tears and regain her proper appearance, but she hadn't been completely able to conceal the breakdown she had suffered from up on Luten's Hill. To her relief, her guards hadn't asked her any questions. They knew they had no business prying into Angela's private life. That was why she had refused to bring Sokka along with her. She knew he would have followed her to the hill no matter if she had told him not to, and even if he stayed at the foot of the small mound, waiting for her, he would have asked her what was at the top of it, and he would have pestered her non-stop over why her eyes were so red. She had wanted to be alone during that moment, and she had wanted to be alone after it, too. Pushing him away as harshly as she had might have taken him aback, but it had been for the best. He had already seen her in a frail state too many times before. She couldn't allow herself to show more weaknesses in front of him. She failed to notice all her thoughts were centered around the gladiator as she entered the palace. Was he back yet? Or was he, by chance, still out there, in the city? The mere idea made her innards twist as she relived the memory of a very unpleasant night in which he had gotten entangled with a woman he had only met that very same day. Could he have done the same thing tonight? No, he couldn't be that crude. There was no way he would have gotten involved with some woman this time around. Despite her better sense warned her not to do so, Angela walked to his room and opened the door slowly, in hopes to find him inside, resting. Her eyes widened when he wasn't there. She gripped the doorknob tightly before storming off down the hall. She couldn't even let him out of her sight for a few hours, that wretched womanizer. She hated the way her chest pained her at the thought of him with another random woman. Why did she care so much? She shouldn't. He was revolting, he was the worst kind of man. Her thoughts stopped on their tracks when she passed by the open door of a small sitting room. She frowned when a few sheets of paper were blown from the room into the hall by a strong breeze. She picked one of them up, and her eyes widened as she read the words written on the paper. Molten, deep, rich gold. Unique eyes, unique princess. You set me ablaze. Angela read the paper's content many times, a look of utter disbelief on her eyes. She looked inside the room and found an unexpected sight within. Sokka was lying on the table, his mouth wide open as he drooled in his sleep. The room was covered with scattered sheets of paper, and he had fallen asleep in the middle of writing. Collapsing while writing had resulted in him drawing an unintelligible doodle on the paper, followed by a line of ink he had drawn after his body had fallen on the table. Angela picked up another of the papers to find an unfinished drabble about a dark, spooky cave. She found another completed one, and it only took her a second to realize it was about her again. Most the poems around seemed to be about her, at least, all the completed ones. But she couldn't bring herself to read more of them. She didn't want to. She dropped the papers she had been holding and looked down at Sokka's sleeping figure. She had suspected he would have been sleeping around with other women again, when all along he had been sitting in this room, writing poetry about her. Why did we start expecting only the worst out of the other? She muttered, sadly. She shook her head, deciding not to disturb his rest and determined to find some sleep as well. His fight would take place tomorrow, and she needed to be at her best shape just as much as he did. Yet she stopped before leaving, and she picked up that one poem about her eyes again. Sure, she could set him ablaze in the literal sense, but she knew that he hadn't been referring to that. She felt stupid at wanting to keep this one haiku. Why should she want anything written by him? Yet the pain borne by thinking of Lu Ten had faded away and been replaced by an unusual tingling feeling on her chest just by holding that sheet of paper. He had so many poems around him that he surely wouldn't realize this one was missing, right? She folded the paper and slid it into her pocket before walking away from the room, feeling quite foolish, but also experiencing an unusual sense of joy after allowing herself to be foolish, for once. The Lady of Laogai had kept true to Tian's description. Not only was she a fierce bender, she would also use sand to her benefit by bringing the small grains together to create shards of glass that she sent Sokka's way. Fighting glass and solid rock was easy for the Blue Wolf so long as he had his sword with him, but he found himself at a loss whenever she would use the sand itself to attack him. Even if he tried to shake it off, it would envelop him again. It was almost as useless fighting against the sand as it was to fight against a stream of water. Trying to cut his way through it was impossible. And so, even though he fought a lot better this time around and he succeeded at defending himself from the female gladiator's attacks, Sokka wasn't declared the winner for the third fight in a row. Azula had gripped her chair tightly with one hand and she rubbed her forehead with the other, enraged by the slump Sokka had fallen into. It wasn't entirely his fault. He probably should have been awarded the win against the opponent he had faced in jailing, but in the other two occasions he had been on the losing side, constantly. He hadn't been able to land a single blow on the Lady of Laogai. They returned to the palace silently, and Azula didn't utter a single word to him on their way back. Sokka sighed, having expected this treatment after losing for the third time. Everything had been too smooth between them for the past few days. Azula walked off to one of the many sitting rooms of the palace after finishing dinner. Her arms were folded firmly across her chest, her mind churned by her frustrations. Sokka saw her from afar and sighed, knowing it would be best to face this matter once and for all instead of letting it stem as he had with everything else. He walked into the room as quietly as he could, trying to stop himself from feeling so helplessly nervous. "Azula," he muttered. The princess didn't move an inch. About my fight. What of it?" She snapped back, frowning. "Did you come to excuse your pathetic performance?" I'm sorry, all right," he said, making Azula roll her eyes in irritation before turning around to face him. "How about you do things right for a change one day?" she asked. "Maybe that way you wouldn't have to apologize over every single time you prove to be a failure." Sokka was taken aback by her statement, but for the first time in quite a long time he found himself utterly unable to hold back. He wouldn't let her walk all over him anymore. "I'm sorry, then, for being sorry all the time," he said. "But you were the one who got these crazy earthbenders as my opponents. You saw how my fight against the blind bandit went, with your very eyes. I'm no good against earthbenders." "You're no good against earthbenders, that's the understatement of the month," said Azula, rolling her eyes again. "Well, then, you should have thought this through," exclaimed Sokka, frowning. "If you knew these guys would make me toast, why did you pit me against them?" "I had no choice," Azula yelled back. "You think I wanted to get you the worst fights ever to make you pay for your idiocy? Well, I didn't. I tried to contact sponsors of non-benders, but they all declined to fight us save for the Butterfly Lady's sponsor. What else was I supposed to do? How was I to know you would be as incompetent as you're proving to be lately?" Sokka grew silent for a moment, still frowning as he watched Azula pace angrily in the room. "And in case you're forgetting, you are not the reason why we came here in the first place," Azula grunted. "We're here because of my mission. You were only ever supposed to be a smokescreen. I was pretending to boast about your great power, but you've only embarrassed me. People thought you were strong. People throughout the Fire Nation colonies wanted to watch the princess's fabled gladiator in battle. And your wonderful performances have made me look like a joke. Tell me, am I supposed to sit here listening to your excuses? Do you really think I want to listen to anything you want to say?" Sokka stared at her, disheartened. Well, she was right after all, she wouldn't want to listen to anything he had to say. And the good thing was that she was being direct and honest about how she felt for once, even if her words would tear at him like knives. "At this rate, you'll end up risking dropping out of the ranking altogether," she said, angrily. "Wasn't that exactly what we were trying to avoid by coming here? Wasn't it?" said Sokka, lowering his gaze. Azula, I. Save it, she grunted, shaking her head. I don't want to hear you say that useless word ever again. It won't change anything. Sokka dropped his head altogether, in signal of rendition. He had no choice but to concede her the victory this time around. It wasn't as if he thought he could win in the first place. I'll try to avoid embarrassing you again, he muttered. Where's the point of trying when you never succeed? Azula said, glaring at him. Sokka looked up at her, aghast. Azula glared right back at him, those golden eyes daring him to defy her again. The very same golden eyes he had written about last night. Princess! Princess! Shouted a guard, running into the room and interrupting their eye contact. Sokka stood out of the way as the man in the red uniform gasped for breath before looking up at the princess. Azula wondered for a moment about what could have caused him to run to find her in such haste, until she saw the paper on his hand. The captain," said the guard, standing up straight while still panting. Azula's eyes widened, her previous spat with Sokka vanishing from her mind immediately. What? Spit it out. What happened? She asked, growing anxious. The guard handed her the paper as he answered her question, his voice shaking slightly. He says they're here, the rough rhinos. They're here, in Ba Sing Se. Chapter 38, Rough Rhinos 8. The captain couldn't hold back a sigh of relief as he gazed at the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. After what had felt like ages of traveling and withstanding hardship after hardship, the royal guards had finally arrived to the city's doorstep, empty-handed. The captain didn't want to imagine the princess's reaction upon seeing him again. Would she fire him from her royal guards without a second thought? He wouldn't be surprised if she did. He sighed again, this time with resignation instead of relief, and he climbed off the ferry, followed closely by the rest of his men. Entering the large city would never be an easy feat, not even if you were one of the princess's sworn soldiers. People were sitting on benches, as they waited as patiently as they possibly could for a train to arrive into the monorail station. His men were exhausted, and they dropped on the first available seats they could find. The captain made a quick head count, making sure everyone was there, save for Bao. He gritted his teeth at the thought of their fallen comrade, murdered by the rough rhinos in cold blood. The guards could have had the upper hand in their fight against the criminals if only they had known their surroundings better. The rhinos were well accustomed to the Si Wang Desert, and it was an advantage they knew just how to exploit. Their top-notch fire-bending techniques had been of little use even before Agade had slammed one of his ball and chains into Bao's head. Monk's skill as a firebender made it easy for him to fend off most the fire sent his way. The former Yuyan archer had gotten out of the guard's reach, yet he had proved able to shoot deadly, poisoned arrows at them. Their Komodo rhinos had been daunting as well, fierce protectors of their riders. Monk's rhino had trampled over Bao's lifeless body, distorting the man's features as it stomped on him savagely. The diverse fighting styles of the rough rhinos matched one another quite well, and they fought in perfect sync, no doubt because of all their years of working together. The captain had meant to press on despite knowing this, hoping to bring Monk down, at the very least, but the explosives master, Yalu, tossed a bomb at them just as the captain had started to become a threat to them. With that, the combat had ended far more quickly than it had begun, and all 5 rough rhinos had fled on their mounts, their flight covered by smoke and sand. They left behind a disheartened and weakened group of Fire Nation royal guards, who performed an improvised memorial for the man who had served as their companion and died while trying to accomplish their mission. The guards had vowed that his sacrifice would not be in vain. The rhinos managed to put a great distance between themselves and the guards, but the captain and his men tracked the brigands down eventually. Just as the captain had predicted, the rhinos had decided to run off to Ba Sing Se until all danger had passed. There hadn't been anything to give away the guards were Princess Azula's men, save for the fact that the captain had yelled at the rhinos that, by decree of Fire Lord Oze, they were to be captured and brought back to the Fire Nation. The captain grimaced as he recalled his pathetic mistake. He had blown their cover, on top of all his blunders. How long is this going to take? Groaned Faley, one of his fellow royal guards. Waiting for a train seems to take an eternity. Patience, replied the captain. We'll be back with the princess soon enough. Is she still in Ba Sing Se? Asked Feli. Isn't she supposed to be at Garsai by now? She ought to be, said the captain, sighing. But she sent word to me that she wouldn't leave the city until we caught the rough rhinos. In this damn huge city? Tough chance of that, they could hide in there for years and we'd never find them, said Feli, sighing. And to make things worse, we can't start looking for them yet because the damn train still hasn't arrived. Why couldn't we just bring our mongoose dragons with us? Would have spared us the hassle of waiting here. They had been forced to relinquish their steeds before climbing aboard the ferry, no matter if they were the princess's men or not, because foreign animals weren't allowed in Ba Sing Se. The women who had cleared their passports for the ferry had been strict about that, refusing to make any exceptions. The captain frowned at the thought. Foreign animals weren't allowed in Ba Sing Se, no exceptions. He stood up and made to approach the soldiers guarding the monorail station, as he began considering several possibilities that he hadn't pondered before. Where are you going? Asked Feli, confused. I'll be right back, the captain exclaimed, as he kept walking. The nearest soldier, clad in green, raised an eyebrow when he was approached by one of the city's newest visitors. What do you want? The man asked. The train's still far from here. You have to wait a few more minutes. That's not what I came to you for, said the captain. I wanted to ask you a question. Did a group of men dressed in red and black pass through the wall recently? The soldier raised an eyebrow. I don't think so. They call themselves the Rough Rhinos, the captain insisted. They should have passed here some days ago. And no. I don't think so, said the soldier, but the captain noticed a glint in his eyes this time. That name rang a bell, didn't it? Said the captain, glaring at him. The soldier grimaced at the menacing stare, and the captain raised a fire-coated hand to worsen the man's fear. Tell me everything you know, guard. Now, the captain commanded. Why should I say anything to you? Squealed the man, terrified. Because I'm one of the princess's royal guards and I demand that you speak this instant. Shouted the captain, pushing the soldier against a nearby wall. Answer me, or you'll be charged for treason against the Fire Nation. The soldier began sweating before he nodded, terrified after discovering the identity of the visitor. The surrounding people fled at the sight of the firebender's fist, and the other soldiers in green rushed towards them, meaning to restrain the captain, but the royal guards jumped to their feet right away, forcing the soldiers to fall back. Get your hands off him! Yelled one of the other soldiers, before being stopped by a royal guard. Don't come any closer! Feli shouted back. We've caused quite a ruckus, haven't we? Said the captain, sighing almost dramatically. Will you speak already and spare us from a pointless spat between our men, or would you rather face the royal guards with your comrades? I'll talk. Said the man. Stand back. I'll talk. The captain lowered his fist, yet his grip on the man's collar remained firm and steady. The Rough Rhinos, they don't take the ferry, said the man. They have other means of transportation. What kind of transportation? And who provides it for them? The captain growled. I'm not sure, said the soldier. All I know is that they have a ship, and they use it to bring the rhinos across the water, but they don't actually go into the city. They don't? Asked the captain, frowning. Why? What do they do, then? Those who help them get here, they bring them to the agrarian zone, squealed the soldier. I think they take them to Lake Laogai. Lake Laogai? The captain repeated, dumbfounded. What on earth are you talking about? And how did you find out about this? I've seen them do it. Said the soldier. I mean it. When I've guarded the wall, I've seen men riding ostrich horses, leading others in Komodo rhinos towards Lake Laogai. It can't be anyone but them, can it? Then, they're not in the city itself, but... Said the captain, thoughtful. Then Lake Laogai is where we have to go. It should be, but they're not there anymore, said the soldier, making the captain frown again. And how do you know that? Because they passed right in front of the station a few hours before you came here, headed east, said the soldier, gulping at the sight of the captain's angry eyes. I've heard there's a town beyond the Quassia River, deep in the mountains forests, brigands and criminals gather there. I think that's where the rhinos would go to. Every time I've heard them pass through Ba Sing Se they've done the same thing, they head to Lake Laogai and then east, probably because they're trying to shake off pursuers like myself, grunted the captain, releasing the soldier at last. Is this the full extent of your knowledge? Is there anything else I should be informed of? I don't think so, sir, said the man. At least, I don't know anything else about the rhinos. If that's the case, then, said the captain, glaring at him again as he made his last demand. I need a messenger hawk. Angela's stay in Ba Sing Se had been dragged out, despite her plans. Desperate to track down the rough rhinos and bring them to justice, she had sent all her available men into the city in hopes that they would find their enemies at last, although she knew it would be useless. The rhinos had been ridiculously clever to hide inside Ba Sing Se, she could spend years searching for them without success. Despite knowing this, she sent all the guards she had left on the quest to find the group of outlaws as soon as she read the captain's letter. Every effort counted in this mad chase for the rough rhinos. She was perfectly aware of how she was jeopardizing her situation in the superior Gladiator League. By delaying her stay in Ba Sing Se, her trip to Garsai seemed ages away. Sokka was supposed to fight his last match in the Fire Nation colonies in 2 weeks, and she was already certain that they wouldn't make it on time. She wasn't pleased by these developments, and neither was Sokka, but there was nothing to be done about the matter. She had stated it time after time, the rough rhinos were her main priority. Tien had inquired over her guards' whereabouts after Angela sent them away to search every corner of the city for the rough rhinos. Angela had been as evasive as possible while answering his questions, never revealing the true intent of her visit to the former Earth Kingdom. Tien had been surprised to hear she would be staying in town for a little longer, but he had smiled at her and told her his house was hers. Angela clearly didn't feel the same way, still bothered by the Earth Kingdom cuisine, as always, but she was genuinely grateful for his kindness. And so, the only members of her procession left in the palace were the palanquin bearers and Sokka. Many of her guards had protested about leaving her unprotected, but she didn't allow them to question her authority. They had no choice but to obey her and accept that she could fight for herself if need be. Sokka had watched the latest developments quietly, a subtle frown on his brow. Angela had noticed his strange demeanor, suspecting it had been born from their latest squabble, but there was something else in those blue eyes of his, something that had been missing lately, a glint that betrayed his wit. He was thinking. What was on his mind, she didn't know, and she wasn't going to ask him about it, yet she couldn't help but feel slightly curious about the thoughts that coursed through the gladiator's head. A week had passed since the captain's letter had arrived, and no further messages had arrived since. Angela would spend most her time pacing in the palace's rooms, waiting for word of any kind from her guards, be it the ones searching for the rough rhinos in Ba Sing Se or the ones who should be arriving to the city soon. Sokka had been relaxing in one of the many sitting rooms of the palace, sharpening his boomerang carefully when Angela entered the room in the middle of her new routine of walking back and forth through the palace. Sokka raised an eyebrow and watched her quietly as she headed to the window, stared off through it for a minute or so and turned around to leave, and she jumped when she caught sight of him sitting near the door. Since when have you been there? She asked, surprised. Since way before you came in case you're afraid I'm stalking you or something, said Sokka, smiling a little. Angela didn't seem to find his joke amusing. Why are you looking at me like that? She grunted. Well, how am I supposed to look at you? Said Sokka, confused. Not as if you thought I was descending into madness and you were enjoying the show, I believe, said Angela, glaring at him. That's ridiculous, said Sokka, getting back to sharpening his boomerang. All I'm doing is hoping, for your sake, that those rhinos are really here so you can find some peace of mind. Since when do you care so much about my mission, or about my peace of mind for that matter? Angela asked, before frowning and stopping on her tracks. But, wait. What do you mean you're hoping, for my sake? Do you doubt the rhinos are here? Said Sokka, gulping. Which question should I answer first? Never mind the first ones. Said Angela, shaking her head. Tell me, do you think there's a chance the rhinos aren't here? Well, why would they be? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean, why would they be? Said Azula, rolling her eyes. This city is a perfect place for them to hide. They'd be able to conceal themselves in plain sight by coming to Ba Sing Se. It'll take ages for me to find them here. Would it, really? A group of brigands in Komodo rhinos, with weird get-ups, I assume, would they be able to hide in plain sight? Common folk would be able to hide in plain sight here, but criminals who garner that much attention? I don't think so. Azula stared at Sokka intently, annoyed by his level-headedness but also curious. What else had he reasoned so far? The whole, heading into Ba Sing Se, idea is weird, Sokka continued, shrugging. If I were the leader of an evil group of criminals, I wouldn't go there unless I had a good reason to do it, and hiding in plain sight isn't one of them. Perhaps you're right about that, said Azula, frowning. Yet this isn't the first time they do this. They've taken refuge in Ba Sing Se before. And, how did they do it? Asked Sokka, frowning as well. Have you ever thought about that? Azula frowned and glared at Sokka in irritation. Of course she had. Though, actually, she hadn't. She had all the pieces of the puzzle, but she had never taken her time to figure out what they meant in the bigger picture. She began blinking rapidly, her gaze heading down to the ground as she thought about the possible options. This means. She muttered, her hands balling into fists. Doesn't this mean that? I've thought about what the captain said, about what I've heard of this mission, said Sokka. Being locked in a cabin with a bunch of lizards gives you a lot of time to think. And, why do you think the rough rhinos have become as reckless as to even kill people in their raids? They didn't used to do that, did they? No, they didn't, said Azula, frowning. They had always targeted small towns and villages, but suddenly they attacked Udeo, and from there on they've grown deadlier. Huh, I had no idea about Udeo, said Sokka, surprised. But that just confirms what I feared. And that is that the rhinos think they're ready for a higher form of rebellion, finished Sokka. The pattern of their attacks has changed, they're suddenly more dangerous than they used to be, even engaging in a fight with Fire Nation soldiers when they used to flee from them. They're sending a message, I think. But how can they be ready for a higher form of rebellion? Azula asked, confused. The captain engaged in battle with them. He said they were the same group of men we had been briefed about. He didn't mention a new member or anything we hadn't known about them. 5 strong men riding Komodo rhinos, why are they more confident now? What makes them think they can oppose the Fire Nation's authority more openly than before? I don't think they have new allies that travel with them, said Sokka. But I do believe there's someone backing them up. Who? I don't know, but I'm suspecting it might have to do with the reason why they keep running to Ba Sing Se when things get a little complicated. Of course, said Azula, frowning and rubbing the bridge of her nose. Those bastards have been a step ahead of me at all times. Monk is much smarter than I gave him credit for. I guess so, said Sokka, sighing as he watched her pace again. And, now what? She said, exasperated. Yes, I admit I read the signs wrong, but what am I supposed to do now with what you've told me? I still don't know where the bastards are. I don't know who's supporting them, I don't know if they're hiding or on the run. I know absolutely nothing. And ironically, you know more than you did before, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Azula glared at him, making him freeze and grimace. She walked towards him, as fierce as ever. Since when have you been thinking of all this? She asked. Well, quite a while now, truth to be told, said Sokka, rubbing the nape of his neck with his left hand. And you didn't say anything until now. Azula grunted, between gritted teeth. Hey, said Sokka, jumping to his feet while giving Azula a glare of his own. You haven't been exactly in the mood for listening to me lately, so I figured I'd do best to shut my mouth and let you go on about your business. That's what you told me to do anyways. Exactly, shouted Azula. I told you to focus on your fights, yet here you are, revealing theories on the rough rhinos that you were hatching while you should have been doing what I told you to. Oh, please. Putting my mind to the task would have made no difference. You know well enough I wouldn't have been able to beat those guys no matter what, stated Sokka. I'm not strong enough to fight earthbenders yet. You've never been stronger than your enemies, Sokka, Azula growled. But you've always been smarter than them. Yet you've been investing that brain of yours in what shouldn't concern you. Small wonder that you've failed to beat your rivals. Sokka shook his head and dropped his gaze, discouraged. And what am I supposed to accomplish in the arena now anyways? He muttered. We're not even going to Garsai anymore. Even if we left today, there's little chance that we'll get there on time for our fight. Azula sighed and took a few steps away from him. I'm not thrilled about the thought of forfeiting a match, but we have no choice. I've said it 1,000 times, this was only meant to be a smokescreen. My main priority is the capture of the rough rhinos, and it will remain that way until we secure them. I know, said Sokka, nodding. If we secure them, actually, said Azula, shaking her head and rubbing the bridge of her nose once more. We'll figure something out, no need to fret, said Sokka, positively, making Azula raise an eyebrow and stare at him in mild confusion. What's that supposed to mean? She muttered. What? Sokka asked, confused as well. Who's we? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Said Sokka, staring back at the princess, who seemed about to spout one of her usual responses, when their conversation was interrupted by one of the palace servants. Princess! He exclaimed as he entered the room, beaming and extending a scroll in her direction. I've been searching for you, this arrived only a few minutes ago, and it's addressed to you. Azula's eyes widened and she snatched the letter right away, startling the servant with her harshness. Leave, she ordered the man, who grew very nervous under her glare and bowed to her, scrambling off the room as fast as possible. Sokka decided not to lurk over her shoulder this time, staring at the princess with expectant eyes nonetheless as she opened the scroll and revealed its content. It's the captain, she said, gripping the paper firmly. As she read the message, her eyes gained a quality that made Sokka grimace, and against his better judgment, he figured he'd look over her shoulder after all. He was pleasantly surprised to discover she didn't care this time around. Her attention was devoted entirely to the letter, and she was growing paler as she read it. No, she said as her eyes glided over the words. No, she shouted, tossing the letter to the floor as her hands ran through her head. She had been clinging to the faint hope that Sokka's suppositions would be completely wrong, but now the captain had confirmed they weren't. He had been spot on. Sokka picked up the letter and finished reading it. He looked at Azula worriedly as she paced again, with an angry snarl on her face. All along they've been playing with us, those assholes. She shouted, startling Sokka with her use of a crude word. She only ever spoke that way when she was truly upset. They knew that coming here would serve as the perfect cover for their actual movements. And now they're hell knows where, east to the city, and I can't do anything about it. Well, I wouldn't exactly say, said Sokka, shrugging. Azula turned on her heels and glared at him furiously. If you have something to say, say it. Quit keeping important stuff to yourself. She shouted. Okay. Calm down, woman. He said, grimacing. I'm just thinking that you're not exactly as powerless as you were before. How am I not? Asked Azula. Fact is, I'm even worse off than I used to be. I have no guards to chase them with. I sent my remaining men into the city to search for people they won't be able to find because they're not there. The captain said he would be coming to the Imperial Palace for further orders as quickly as he could, but he won't be here for hours. How exactly am I not powerless, Sokka? I think you're forgetting something important, said Sokka, making Azula's eyebrows twitch. Oh, really? And what's that? She asked, holding back the urge to yell at him to quit being so mysterious and talk for once and for all. You, said Sokka, simply. Azula frowned before she grasped what he was trying to say. The rhinos are headed east of Ba Sing Se, into a town beyond the river and in the forests, said Sokka. Your men are scattered, yes, but seeing how that's the situation, you could find them and catch those rhinos with your own hands. Azula's eyes widened at Sokka's suggestion. She took a few steps back as she assimilated his words. "That's insane," she said, shaking her head. "I'd be a fool to face 5 strong fighters on my own." "Well, then, I'll go with you and that way you won't be so foolish," said Sokka, smiling and startling Azula with his impulsive idea. "Huh. Taking you along will only make me even more foolish," shouted Azula. "What makes you think I trust you enough to bring you with me?" I guess you don't," said Sokka, grimacing at the thought. "But you don't have to trust me in anything except for helping you to beat up those guys, right? And beating people up is my job." "You haven't been any good at it lately, though," Azula growled. "If those rhinos aren't earthbenders, I'll be able to fight them properly," said Sokka, defiant. "Why do I have such a hard time believing you?" said Azula, squinting. "Look, this isn't a matter of trusting me or not," said Sokka, staring at her. "These rhinos are the reason you came here. It's only logical that you'd be the one to catch them. I know you wish you hadn't sent your guards to chase after them, I know you wish you hadn't made up this smoke screen, I know you wish you had been the one to face them head first in battle. You want to put an end to this, don't you? And who's better suited than you to do it? You'd be able to catch those jerks, avenge your fallen guard and make your father prouder than he's ever been." Azula looked straight into his eyes. Oh, how she hated him, and how she hated the fact that every word he had uttered was true. "Well, then," she muttered after staring at him for a while. "What are we waiting for?" Sokka beamed and nodded joyfully at her positive response. "That's the spirit," he exclaimed. "I'll have to leave a note here for the guards in case they return before we get back," said Azula, sighing in resignation. "And I should also tell the captain what I'm going to do. But before I get started with that, tell me, how exactly do you propose we get to where the rough rhinos are?" Half an hour later, Azula wished she hadn't asked that question. She stared at the building in front of them, horror reflected in her eyes at the thought of what Sokka was trying to drag her into. "Why, you honestly don't expect me to use public transportation, do you?" she asked, looking at him almost pleadingly. "How else do you plan on getting to the eastern end of the city?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "The monorail is the only thing that will get us there fast enough." But, this is ridiculous," she squealed. "You can't make me ride that thing." "You won't. Amongst so many commoners and filth of all sorts, there must be another way." "There has to be." "What, you'd rather take the palanquin?" asked Sokka, raising his eyebrows. "I'm pretty sure a group of palanquin bearers will be of great use chasing down criminals." "I can't ride that thing." "I won't," shouted Azula. "Then we're going on foot?" asked Sokka, skeptical. "You want to walk all the way there? Your feet might end up getting blisters, unless you plan on having me carry you on my back all the way to our destination." Azula's eyebrows twitched at the thought of such close physical contact between them. "In my worst nightmares," she grunted. "Well, then," said Sokka, gesturing towards the station. Azula grimaced before shaking her head in utter disgust. "I hate you," she muttered. "I'll try to live with that," said Sokka, smiling and leading the way into the station. The main station of the upper ring wasn't too crowded, to Azula's relief. Yet walking amongst these people made her grimace in disgust. She didn't mind walking in the Fire Nation capital, her hometown, but this place was completely foreign for her, and she was walking amongst Earth Kingdom commoners. Yes, perhaps these weren't actually commoners, maybe they were noblemen, but she could scarcely tell the difference. But even though she was horrified, she did her best to keep herself together. She walked right behind Sokka with her head held high proudly, glaring at anyone who came too close to her. A few people realized she was the Fire Nation princess and they stopped on their tracks to gaze at her, awestruck. Sokka made way for them through the crowd, some people colliding with him as they rushed to leave the platform, but since he was walking in front of Azula he managed to protect her from getting crashed into by thoughtless passers-by. But even though Sokka was watching out for her, the princess's stress levels were climbing to unsuspected levels over being so close to common folk. Sokka led her towards the train that would take off to the eastern side of the city, and he ushered her to walk to the end of the platform, which wasn't as crowded as the center. Angela seemed at the edge of a nervous breakdown by the time they stopped to wait for the monorail. "I can't believe you talked me into this," she gasped, her golden eyes glinting with anger as she glared at a nearby kid. The child was reduced to tears by her harsh stare, and he ran off calling for his mother. Angela was satisfied by his flight. Now it was only her and Sokka. She could trust Sokka. No, wait, she couldn't. Well, at the very least, she knew him. And for now, it was just the two of them in this end of the platform. Of the filthy platform that would lodge and send off so many people with every day that went by. "Are you all right?" asked Sokka. "Your eyes keep moving in all directions." "What were you expecting?" Angela asked, hysterical. "Why, you brought me to the monorail station." "The monorail station? What's the matter with you? Try to calm down, will you?" said Sokka, surprised. "It's not like you're going to die here." "For all I know, I might," shouted Angela. "This is downright horrid. I can't." "Think about why you're doing it, and calm down," Sokka told her. "I promise you we won't take the train when we return, all right?" That is, if we survive the crowd," said Angela, shaking her head. "Interesting, so you like crowds when you're above them, but you hate being amongst them," said Sokka, thoughtful. "Is that what sets noblemen and royalty apart from us regular people?" "I've lived my entire life in the Fire Nation capital," Angela growled. "I know it perfectly well. It's my home. But this is madness. I don't know anyone, and I don't want to know them either. This place is filthy, it's low and disgusting, and I would rather to be anywhere but here." "Is it because you're on the same league as everyone else?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "You don't get it," said Angela, shaking her head. "If my problem were to be on the same league as other people, I wouldn't be able to live anywhere. I don't care about walking in the Fire Nation because it's my rightful place, but this is completely foreign, and I want nothing to do with it." Sokka raised an eyebrow and stared at her in confusion. You lost me. Isn't this part of the Fire Nation now?" he asked, folding his arms across his chest. Angela cringed and glared at him. "Don't get me started on this crap. It's been bad enough a day for you to make it worse," she growled. Sokka shrugged and sighed. Fine," he muttered, just as the train finally arrived into the station. The doors of the train were opened by the people who would get off on this station. Angela glared at the grey vehicle with disgust, disapproving of how filthy it was both on the outside and the inside. "You're not really going to make me do this, are you?" she asked Sokka one last time, her eyes pleading instead of angry this time around. Sokka's response was to bow his head down and lean forward, his right arm extended towards the train's gates. "After you," he said. Angela did her best to hold back the urge to punch him. She huffed in irritation before stepping into the train, startling some of the people who were sitting within the wagon. Sokka was right behind her, smiling now as he walked towards the vacant seats by the door. Angela folded her arms across her chest, her feet firmly planted in the ground as she glowered at everything in sight. The people nearby shrunk under the weight of her glares, terrified and in mild disbelief. That hairpiece revealed her as the Fire Nation princess, but there was no chance that they would run into the princess in a monorail. Why would she need to take public transportation in the first place? It made no sense. Aren't you going to sit down?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Angela's eyes widened as she stared at him skeptically. "Me? Sit here? Where all these commoners and peasants have placed their bottoms and hell knows what else. You really expect me to sit on those filthy, pathetic seats?" Sokka's eyebrow lowered again and he shrugged, dropping on the filthy, pathetic seats Angela had been complaining about. "All right, then," he said, moving over on his bench as if he were waiting for someone to sit next to him. "What are you doing?" asked Angela, frowning and glaring at him in distrust. You'll see," said Sokka, leaning back on his seat and staring at Angela nonchalantly. Once again, Angela felt a nigh unbearable urge to punch him. What was he waiting for? Why was he leaving room by his side, as if he thought she would grow tired of standing in the train for too long? Oh, If only to antagonize him, she would stand on her 2 feet through the entire journey. He would learn soon enough not to underestimate her. A few more people hopped on board before the train began moving again. The last passenger to join them closed the door behind him. Angela's scowl remained as powerful as it had been, until the train started moving with a jolt. The princess was thrown off balance by the unexpected motion of the floor beneath her. The train had moved so brusquely that her momentum forced her to spread out a hand into the air, yet that wouldn't be enough for her to keep her footing. She was coming closer to that disgusting floor in which all the peasants from Ba Sing Se had treaded time over and time again. Her horror froze on her face when a strong arm caught her, surrounding her waist powerfully before lifting her and placing her in the spare room Sokka had left on the bench next to himself. Sokka released her from his grip quickly, knowing she would be anything but pleased about him touching her as he had, no matter if he had saved her from falling face first on the floor. He folded his arms across his chest, not looking at her to try and spare her the awkwardness. Yet once she unfroze and registered what had happened, she snapped at him, as ever. Why did you? Who told you to? Nobody, said Sokka, simply. After falling on my face many times while we were riding the train tank, I figured what would happen if you didn't sit down. No need to thank me, not at all. Why would I thank you? She shouted. You've made me. Place your bottom where so many other bottoms have been before. Asked Sokka. Well, sorry. I didn't have a handkerchief of any sort to keep you from getting your clothes dirty, but I figured you'd rather place your butt where the butts go than place your face where the feet go, am I right? Angela's impulse to hit the man next to her only seemed to grow by the minute. Her spite at him increased even further when she realized he was right. She fumed and crossed her arms over her chest. So? I'm not going to get a thank you? Sokka asked, inquisitively. Keep pushing your luck and you'll see what you're going to get, she growled back, making Sokka pout. You know, that's really unfair. All I'm doing is helping you out to achieve your... Shut up. Angela commanded between gritted teeth, making Sokka jump. He had forgotten completely about the people around them, who were regarding them with grimaces and confused stares. Oh. Sorry, he said, gulping and deciding to keep his mouth shut for now. The train sped up, and the houses of the upper ring began scrolling past them in a blur. Angela couldn't deny it anymore. Traveling on this monorail would get them to the east wing of the city in a fragment of the time it would have taken them either on foot or on the palanquin. As much as she hated the thought of traveling on public transportation, it came in handy in a desperate situation like hers. Yet there was a question that kept bugging her. And, what's next? She asked, after the train had stopped 2 or 3 times in stations of the middle ring. What do you mean, what's next? Asked Sokka, puzzled. We've come all this way on the monorail, yes, but we're not going to reach the town where the rhinos are hiding on a train, in case you didn't notice, Angela stated, glaring at him. Well, I didn't think that far. Sokka admitted, rubbing his growing stubble with his thumb. So you brought me all the way here without thinking things through? Angela asked, growing desperate. Who was the one who dragged me through the Earth Kingdom without thinking things through either? Sokka squealed, his voice cracking in a silly manner as he defended himself by attacking Angela. The princess huffed again and shook her head, sinking in her seat as she furrowed her brow and gripped her arms tightly with her hands, her legs crossed. Unknowingly, Sokka mimicked most her movements, albeit his legs remained uncrossed. They both stared pointedly at another side of the train, determined not to speak to each other for however long it took them to reach the edge of the city. Their wagon grew more crowded as they reached the most populated areas of the city. People came and went, some staring at the unusual pair by the door, others too lost in their own affairs to take notice of their presence. Sokka had remained grumpy for a while, but as the train made its way through the city, he grew to forget why he had been met at Angela in the first place. Evidently, her short-term memory wasn't cleared as quickly as his. Sokka glanced at her worriedly occasionally, noticing she had kept her uptight position through the entire time they had been on the train. He rather doubted there would be something he could do to make amends for what he was putting her through, but he knew that, once they caught the rough rhinos, she would likely grow to appreciate him dragging her into the train. She wouldn't thank him for it, most certainly, but he didn't need her to. By the time they arrived to the eastern end of the city, all the way to the outer wall, the wagon they were traveling in was empty but for the two of them. "This is our stop," said Sokka, standing up. To his surprise, Angela seemed calmer after fuming for around an hour. He opened the train's doors for her, and Angela walked into the platform while gazing at everything coldly. Sokka led the way through the station again, guiding the princess down flights of stairs that would lead them to the city gates. There was a metallic door wide open at the bottom of the wall, allowing people in and out of the city. Sokka and Angela were about to pass through them when a soldier clad in red stopped them. "Hold it! Where are your permits to leave the city?" he asked, without even bothering looking at them. Sokka noticed a vein in Angela's temple pulsating dangerously. Sokka stared at the guy in disbelief and muttered, "Hey, are you serious? Don't you know who this is?" "Don't I know who?" said the man, rolling his eyes and finally getting a good look at Angela. He froze in place before bowing his entire torso down in quite a ridiculous fashion. "Princess. Be by all means. Go ahead, go ahead." "That's more like it," grunted Angela, storming out of the city with Sokka following her dutifully. To Sokka's surprise and relief, there was a small market on the outskirts of Ba Sing Se. People were selling articles and objects that would come in handy to travelers that were about to leave the city. They also sold food and water for those who were only just arriving. Sokka gazed around eagerly until he found what he was looking for, and he ushered Angela to follow him as he ran towards a stall, the largest one nearby. An old man sat on a short stool before a set of corrals that held several kinds of animals, all of them beasts of burden. He lifted his head when he caught sight of the two travelers, and he had to rub his eyes, dumbfounded, when he realized one of them was none other than the Fire Lord's daughter. "Hey there," said Sokka, lifting a hand in greeting. "We need mounts, if you may." Why of course," said the man, squealing and jumping off his seat immediately. Angela cringed when she saw the filthy rags the man was dressed in. He probably hadn't shaved in months, maybe even years, and some of his teeth were missing. She didn't feel like borrowing her mount from a man like that. "I have the finest ostrich horses you'll find in over 20 miles. He declared, proudly, gesturing at the animals while beaming at them with his toothless grin. "And no, thank you," said Angela, revolted at the sight. "Do you have mongoose dragons?" "Oh. Naturally," said the man, walking past the ostrich horses and a few other creatures before finding the enclosure that held a group of green reptiles. "I grew these babies myself. They're fine creatures, yes they are. Not many travelers pick the mongoose dragons, but I'm sure you know what you're doing." "Clearly enough," grunted Angela, her eyebrows twitching. "Can you give us 2 of them?" asked Sokka, as the man released one of the lizards. "Ah? Well, of course," said the man, allowing a second mongoose dragon out of the enclosure that held the animals. "I was certain you would be riding Her Majesty to her destination, never mind an old man's assumptions. Thank you for choosing us." Angela found it unusual for the man to speak in plurals, yet she decided to ignore the matter. Soon enough, the beasts had been saddled and they were ready to take off. "It would seem he takes better care of the creatures than of himself," said Angela, caressing the lizard's neck before climbing onto its saddle. "We should be grateful for that," said Sokka, chuckling as he imitated her and jumped on top of his steed. Sokka waved the man goodbye after they paid him for his services, and they were finally ready to leave. "See? I just improvised and it worked wonders," said Sokka, smiling proudly as they sat next to each other on their mounts. "We'll find the rhinos in no time." Angela rolled her eyes. It was slightly annoying that things kept going so well for him. "Do you know how to ride?" she asked, deciding to change the subject. "Oh, please," said Sokka, rolling his eyes and chuckling. "I spent weeks on end living with lizards just like this one, in case you've forgotten. I've gotten to know these creatures so well." Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Oh, really?" "Of course," said Sokka, confident. He pulled at the beast's reins, to usher it forward. And the mongoose dragon stood on its hind legs unexpectedly, causing Sokka to drop on the ground with a thud. Angela couldn't hold back a small smirk as Sokka stared blankly at the sky, completely confused about what had happened. "I'm going to assume you actually wanted to get the mongoose dragon to do that," said Angela, smiling at him as she shook her reins slightly and her mount began walking slowly. Sokka groaned before standing up and climbing on his beast again, feeling quite foolish. He shook the reins just as Angela had done with hers, and effectively, the lizard started walking. Okay, it's not as simple as I thought it would be," he said, when he finally caught up with Angela. "I learned how to ride these creatures when I was 10, Angela told him. "You shouldn't need much practice to learn how to do it, unless I'm overestimating your brain capacities, that is." Sokka groaned but said nothing. His submissiveness this time wasn't of the latest kind, though. Their strange relationship seemed to be returning to its rocky ways now. He wasn't allowing her to get away with everything she said in hopes to atone for his mistakes anymore, which was all Angela needed to know that he had no idea how to reply to her this time. She allowed herself a small smirk as the animals progressed east through the landscape. Angela gave Sokka a few tips on how to ride the mongoose dragon in a sprint, driven by her eagerness to find the rough rhinos as quickly as possible. In normal instances, she would have rather watched him struggle and fall off his mount as many times as possible, but time was of the essence. They needed to be as quick about their business as they could be. After Sokka understood how to ride a galloping mongoose dragon, they began advancing much quicker. After an hour of riding they crossed a bridge over the river, and not far from the running water stood an impressive mountain range covered by a blanket of trees. Angela led her dragon towards the road into the mountains, this time in a walk instead of a sprint, experiencing a strange sense of foreboding just by staring at the mountains ahead of her. Why did she have a bad feeling about it? She didn't understand, but it wouldn't stop her regardless. She had a mission to accomplish, and to do so she had to find the town the captain had mentioned. There was no point in questioning it, she had to get the job done and uncomfortable feelings wouldn't stop her from achieving her goals. Sokka followed her, growing wary as the road twisted and turned, leading them deep into the heart of the mountain range. Often there would be a deep and deadly slope at either side of the road, and Sokka couldn't help but grimace at the thought of what would happen to them if their steeds gave the smallest misstep. He gulped and tried to keep his imagination under control as he followed Angela, hoping to find a trace of the rough rhinos eventually. They had been traveling through the mountain for about another hour when they found an unexpected fork in their path. The road split in two ways, one to the right that led higher and higher through the mountain, and another to the left, which seemed to move towards a small valley instead. Angela stopped her mongoose dragon and stared at both roads, frowning. "Which way are we going to take?" asked Sokka, catching up with her and making his mount halt as well. "Why do you think I've stopped?" Angela growled. "It's because I have no idea. The captain didn't mention anything about this. I don't know how he would have known about it in the first place," said Sokka, frowning and stepping down from his lizard. "What are you doing?" Angela asked, confused. "I'm going to get a look at the road," said Sokka, kneeling on the ground and staring at the ground beneath him. "I'll try to track down the rhinos by their mounts' footprints." Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow, surprised by Sokka's initiative. "Seems like your savagery will be of some use for once," she muttered, making him cringe. Sokka didn't reply, busy as he was trying to discern the tracks on the ground. He didn't spot the prints of the rhinos, despite staring intently around him, but he knew it didn't mean the rough rhinos hadn't passed by these pathways. He couldn't find their prints because other creatures had stepped down the same road, and their footprints had overlapped to the point that it became downright impossible to recognize the tracks of any animal. It's no good," said Sokka, studying both roads. "They could have been here, but other people have passed by as well. I can't tell which prints would belong to them." "And so, your savagery was no use, as ever," said Angela, sighing. "I shouldn't have expected otherwise." "Yet, most footprints lead to the route to the left," said Sokka, scowling. "I'm figuring that's where the town is." "But you don't know for certain," grunted Angela. "Do you?" "It's hard to tell," said Sokka, sighing. "But I've got the feeling that the town must be this way. It's my savage's instinct speaking, if you will." "And I'm supposed to believe in your instincts, am I?" asked Angela, skeptical. "Well, it's better to go down one of these roads than to stay here debating forever about which way to go," exclaimed Sokka. "Come on. If we find nothing down this way, you win. If we find the rough rhinos, you still win. So how about we get going?" Azula sighed in exasperation, feeling like she wouldn't win at all if Sokka happened to be wrong. Yet she steered her mongoose dragon to the left, making Sokka run to climb on his mount as quickly as possible, attempting to keep up with her. The road was long and twisted, and it descended amongst trees and wild vegetation. It grew extremely narrow until it suddenly grew wider, revealing a group of houses huddled in a small valley below. Azula raised an eyebrow as she eyed the town with distrust. "Seems like you guessed correctly," she said, and Sokka smirked proudly behind her. "I told you to trust my instincts, didn't I? They'd better be here for real," muttered the princess, steering her mongoose dragon through the road until they finally reached the town's entrance. The town was comprised by a set of old, wooden houses that looked like they were about to collapse. Both Sokka and Azula stared around in disgust when they saw men splayed on the ground, some seemingly asleep, others clearly dead, given the pool of dry blood that surrounded them and the number of flies hovering nearby. Empty bottles of alcohol were lying around in the same manner as the men, and grass grew wildly around the houses. A couple of men sitting outside their houses leered at them as they entered the village, and Sokka glared back at them warily, the weight of his weapons reassuring him that, if worst came to worst, he would be able to defend both the princess and himself from them. "Do you see anything?" Azula asked under her breath, leaning slightly towards Sokka. "No. There's no sign of them," said Sokka, frowning. "Where are the rest of the people?" she asked, looking around herself in irritation. "Is it they're all drunk, dead, or asleep?" "No, look," said Sokka, pointing at a tavern ahead of them. Noise was coming from the small shack, and he could see through its windows that the establishment was somewhat crowded. "Looks like most of them are in there. Maybe the rhinos are in there too." Azula's eyes narrowed at the thought. She ushered her mount forward, her chest burning with determination, until Sokka put his lizard in her way, stopping her drastically. "What are you doing?" she asked, staring at him in confusion. "I'll go," he said, staring at her earnestly. "You stay here." You'll go? You expect me to let you go in there to look for the rough rhinos on your own?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "Chances are, they're not even here," said Sokka, sighing. "Else the Komodo rhinos would be around." "I thought the same thing," whispered Azula, feeling slightly distraught. "But if there's the slim chance that they're in here somewhere, I have to go see for myself." "No, you don't," said Sokka, shaking his head. "What's with you?" asked Azula, shocked. "Are you trying to stop me from finding them, by any chance?" "No, look around you," said Sokka, sighing. "See those guys lying around, see the horrid state of this town. This used to be an actual village, people lived here. But these guys, these criminals took over the place. And that tavern is full of them. We're in their territory, and if you walk in there, you think they could get away with anything they'd try to do to me?" "Really?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "No, I don't think they would get away with it," said Sokka, rubbing his forehead. "But I'd rather they don't even try to do anything to you in the first place." "Are you protecting me?" Azula asked, grimacing. "Well, at least I'm trying to," said Sokka, sighing and feeling quite foolish. "It's safer for you to stay outside, Azula. I'll deal with these guys. My time in Huayi taught me how to handle men like these. For your sake, let me do it." Azula frowned and rolled her eyes in resignation. "Fine, then. Find them, and if they're not in there, find out where they went. Got it?" "Yeah. I'll be back with you in a heartbeat," he said, steering his mount towards the tavern. Azula followed him, and she climbed off her mongoose dragon right after Sokka had entered the rugged establishment. Azula patted the creature's neck before looking around, distrustful of her surroundings. The village seemed mostly deserted except for the noise coming from the inside of the tavern and those two men who had glared at them. Azula looked at the building once more, somewhat worried about Sokka. Could the rhinos be inside? She rather doubted they were. If they had been here at some point, they were most likely long gone by now. An unexpected scream cut across the town, startling the princess. She turned to where she heard the yell, cautious of whatever might be going on. Was it her imagination, or were those the low groans of a creature or some sort? Could it be a Komodo rhino? The sound was coming from behind a building. Whoever was responsible for it was blocked from sight. Angela's common sense told her to wait near the inn. Sokka would come back any second now and she would be free to leave the wretched town, never mind the noises. Yet she heard more whimpers from where the shout had originated, and more sounds that no human could utter. Angela frowned and walked away from her mongoose dragon, her gaze fixed on the building behind which she was starting to suspect she might find the rough rhinos, or, if she wasn't so lucky, at least one member of the group. She would be grateful for anything at this point. The eagerness was making her nervous, but she also felt a twinge of fear over what might hide at the other side of the building. She was holding her breath when she finally caught sight of what there was behind the building. Yet, to her disappointment, it wasn't the rough rhinos or anything related to them. Instead, she found a large creature with brown fur and no eyes, snarling at an ugly man who was lying on the ground, whimpering and squirming. It seemed the man was paralyzed and unable to move. The creature was unlike anything Angela had seen before. Its nose was star-shaped, the claws at the end of each of the four legs were sharp and deadly. There was a saddle on its back, and a woman was just climbing off it, approaching the man on the ground menacingly. "Hope you realize this is no game now," she said, her hand wrapping around the fabric on the man's shirt and pulling him up with such ease Angela was impressed. She wouldn't have guessed the woman would be strong enough to lift a grown man with only one arm, given her delicate complexion. Her jet black hair scrolled down her back, although part of it was tied in a high knot. Her clothes were of black leather, and she had a snake tattooed on her shoulder. Her lips and eyelashes were highlighted against her extremely pale skin through the makeup that darkened them. "I'm not even going to ask you to come quietly, it's not like you have a choice." The man whimpered a little more before the woman threw him over her shoulder. She was hardly fazed by carrying all his weight. She was turning to place the man on her steed when she took notice of someone's presence through the corner of her eye. She raised an eyebrow as she regarded her unexpected eyewitness, whose red clothes and high-born demeanor were completely out of place in a town overtaken by criminals. "Enjoying the show?" the woman asked, raising an eyebrow. Angela blinked rapidly when the stranger spoke to her. Intent as she had been to discover who was behind the building, she hadn't noticed she was standing in plain sight right now. "What's that thing?" she whispered, frowning. "Who, her?" asked the woman, surprised by the question. She walked towards her companion and slung the man she had defeated over the saddle, having him dangle with his head and legs in the air. "Nilla is my Shirshu. She could smell your pretty royal scent all the way to the center of the earth if need be. But you see." The woman finished tying her hostage down on her beast's saddle before turning around to face Angela directly. "We're not the ones who should be getting questioned here," she said. "What business could bring a big shot like the Fire Lord's daughter to these territories? Are we trying to catch a few criminals to impress Daddy?" The woman's condescendence made Angela cringe. It bothered Angela that her identity would be given away so easily, but there was no use denying who she was. "My business is of no concern of the likes of you," the princess stated. "Who are you, anyway?" "Who, well, that ought to be my business and mine alone, just as your business is yours and yours alone," said the woman, smirking. Angela didn't need to hear another word from her to be certain she disliked the woman. Yet she seemed to fit in this place, whereas Angela didn't. Perhaps she had been here long enough to see the rough rhinos, she might know where they were hiding. "I could change my mind about that, then," said Angela, with a small frown. "Oh, really?" asked the woman, raising an eyebrow. "And you think that will make me change mine?" "Truth to be told, I don't need to know who you are," said Angela. "I don't even care for whatever it is you're up to, though given your attitude, what you just did and the creature you have with you, I'd say you're a bounty hunter of some sort." "Wow, seems like Daddy's girl knows how to put that mind to work," said the woman. "He must be beaming with pride. I wish I could say the same for your father, but I rather doubt he'd feel the same way about you," said Angela, sick already of the woman's attitude. "Indeed, princess," said the woman. My father wouldn't be proud of me because he would die of envy all over again if he knew that, with the shersha he handed down to me, I've managed to catch 5 times the men he handed over to the authorities in his entire lifespan. Why, congratulations for your grand achievements, said Angela, rolling her eyes. I didn't come all this way to hear you brag about your meaningless accomplishments. Given you didn't even know I existed until just a few minutes ago, I figured not. But why exactly should I care for what you came here for? Didn't you ask about it just a moment ago? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. People have slip ups from time to time due to curiosity, said the woman, climbing aboard her mount. But now that I've mulled it over a little more, I realize what brought you here has nothing to do with me. Well, now it does, Angela grunted. As the heir to the Fire Lord, I command you to answer my questions. Oh, this is how you are going to play it? Asked the woman, amused. I'll break it to you, then, seeing how you haven't got a clue of how the world works outside your palace's golden walls. I don't care for who your father is, or who you're supposed to be, because I have no allegiances to your nation or to any other nations for that matter. The only thing I owe anything to is money. Everything else is meaningless. So, unless you've got a sack of gold with you, which seems quite unlikely, I don't see any reason why I should give you the answers you seek. So you're not going to help? Your collaboration comes at a price. Angela asked. You catch on quick, said the woman, smirking approvingly. Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head. All I need to know is if the rough rhinos passed by this town, and if they did, then I want you to point out which way they went. That's all there is to it. And? Asked the bounty hunter, waiting for her cash eagerly. Where's the money? No money, no information. It's that simple. I don't have any money on me, Angela growled, becoming painfully aware that she was wearing a very expensive hairpiece, but she wouldn't give it to the bounty hunter, not even to put an end to her goose chase. Well, that's too bad, said the bounty hunter. I've got a big fish to deliver to Ba Singh Se, and this conversation won't get me there any faster. Good luck in your future duty as a ruler, you'll need it if this is the extent of your skills as a negotiator. Angela snarled as the woman took the reins of her beast in her hands and pulled them, making the animal lift its head and turn around to leave. Wait, said Angela, her fists clenched. The bounty hunter stopped on her tracks and gazed at her curiously. Angela began lifting a trembling hand towards the hairpiece that crowned her head, knowing she would come to regret this decision thoroughly. Damn, she was regretting it already. Angela! Sokka called out suddenly, startling the princess as she was about to take the hairpiece out of place. There you are. Angela stared at him in surprise as Sokka approached, sprinting towards her. The men at the pub weren't exactly helpful, he admitted, staring at Angela without paying any heed to their surroundings. But I confirmed the rhinos were here not long ago. So maybe if we find someone a little easier to persuade we might. Angela. Sokka blinked a few times as Angela dropped her hand, only realizing now that she looked quite distraught. He stared at her in confusion, wondering what she was doing behind this building as he gazed about in curiosity. His eyes widened when they found June's. The bounty hunter had been staring at him in utter surprise from the moment he had showed up, having expected anything but to find him here. She frowned as she eyed him warily, and then she looked at the princess that stood right next to him. Realizations began striking her with the force of an earthquake, and suddenly everything she knew about Sokka started to take a different meaning. Of course, said June, chuckling slightly. Of course. The princess, it all adds up. June, said Sokka, growing paler as he stared at her. Angela came out of her daze when she realized Sokka had called the strange woman by a name, her name. She looked at Sokka in confusion, wondering what that expression on his face could mean. It's been a while, said the bounty hunter, her smirk growing more prominent with every passing moment. I'd ask if everything's faring all right, but I suppose things worked out just fine for you, huh? Well, I wouldn't say that. Sokka gulped, growing more nervous with every passing moment. No? Then I hope you learned that alcohol doesn't help to clear a man's mind, at the very least, said June, smiling. What? Said Angela, making Sokka freeze as she spoke. The worst nightmare he could have ever had was coming true. What's going on here? Oh, you mean she doesn't know? Asked June, growing even more amused. Why, that's not a very solid foundation for a relationship, Sokka. You shouldn't be so secretive. What is she? What are you talking about? Azula said, staring from one to the other with uncertainty. Do you know each other? Oh, we know each other just as well as any man and woman could get to know one another, if you catch my drift, said June, winking at Sokka suggestively. The meaning behind June's words struck Azula worse than a jolt of lightning. Her eyes grew wide as she looked at Sokka, her stare locking with his just for a moment, but it was long enough. Sokka looked back at her, aghast, before she lowered her unfocused gaze, because staring at him was growing too painful to bear. Azula's unfocused eyes were set on the ground below her, her two fists clenched so hard that her nails were digging into her skin. No, this couldn't be right. It had to be a lie. It couldn't be true. Sokka kept looking at her worriedly, knowing she had understood what June had implied. This was no good. This was definitely no good. But how to soothe her? How to talk to her? What was he supposed to say? Well, for starters he had to get rid of the woman who had ruined all the progress of their relationship with a single sentence. June, he said, almost begging her with his eyes to leave. I was just about to take off anyways, said the bounty hunter. But I suppose I can give you what you guys want, for old time's sake, huh, Sokka? Azula began shivering in anger at the woman's words, her chest heaving as she found it harder to breathe. Old time's sake, she'd had sex with Sokka. They had slept together. And recently, most likely, because she came to a realization about Azula upon seeing Sokka again. She had spoken about the solid foundations of their relationship. Oh, no doubt she was mocking them. June already knew there was absolutely nothing going on between the princess and Sokka. But she had also mentioned alcohol. To Azula's awareness, Sokka only had alcohol in one particular night ever since they had struck their deal. The day in which she had kissed him. The very same day in which he had dated Kyoshi's heir and gotten in the sack with her, the very same day in which he had gotten involved with the woman before them right now. Tears began burning in her eyes before she knew it. She wanted to hurt him. She wanted to slay him, to make him feel as miserable as she did right now. How had he dared? Why? Why had it come to this? The rough rhinos were here all right, said June. They returned through the way they came, and they ran uphill. They liked terrorizing the towns by the high road, and they were boasting about taking off to do it while they were in the pub. If you're quick, you might catch them before they strike the first town. Sokka nodded slowly, grateful for the information but too concerned about Azula's reaction to say another word to June. Well, then, I guess that's it for today. I take my leave now, Gladiator, Princess, finished June, striking her Shersha with a whip and making her bolt down between the huddled houses, vanishing from sight quickly, but for Sokka she hadn't been quick enough. Sokka stared at Azula worriedly, afraid of saying anything. The way she was shivering, the way her eyes were wider than he had ever seen them before, the way her fists shook as she tightened them even more. Azula, he said, stretching a hand towards her without a clue of what to do. Azula jumped out of reach as quickly as she could, her eyes gleaming as she glared accusingly at him. He could see it, the betrayal in her eyes, the pain that seemed to be strong enough to split her entire being. You scum! She snarled, blinking rapidly to dissolve the tears on her eyes. You lowly, pathetic, disgusting. Azula, let me explain. He started, but he was forced to shut up with a jet of blue fire flew straight at his face. Sokka ducked and nearly fell over himself to avoid the blow, and he stared at Azula in horror as she prepared to strike another blow, punching the air in front of her and producing another fistful of flames, which sparkled most unusually before striking him on the chest. Sokka rolled on the ground instinctively, trying to stiffen the flames, yet Azula wouldn't stop. She unleashed a series of fire fists on him, pushing him further and further away from her, and setting other of his clothing items on fire as she did. She spoke no more words, since there was nothing she could say to express the indignation coursing through her body right now. Before she knew what she was doing, she ran towards the mongoose dragons and jumped on the nearest one, not even caring if it was the one that had brought her here in the first place. She shook the reins too harshly, almost causing the lizard to lose balance, yet she forced it to move straight to the road that had brought her here in the first place. Sokka was left behind, still fighting against the fire she had set on his clothes, and Azula half-heartedly wished she had stayed to watch him squirm in agony, but she knew that wouldn't have made her feel any better. She forced the lizard into an all-out sprint as it ran through the pathways of the mountain, and she made it take the right turn when she arrived at the fork again. Even though she had been too shocked to speak, she had heard every word June had uttered. She would catch those rough rhinos even if it was the last thing she did. She didn't care for what Sokka had done, or for what he would do in the future. He was as good as dead to her now. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. Tears dropped from her eyes, and she snarled as she wiped them away. Why did it hurt so much? Why? She already knew he was a worthless asshole. Why would this new revelation make things any different? She didn't know, and knowing probably wouldn't have made her feel any better either way. She pushed the lizard further, not caring for how dangerous it was to run at such speed when there was a deadly cliff opening at the left side of the road. But she didn't care. She wished that by running like this she would manage to leave her grief behind. She wanted to forget. She wanted to have nothing to regret. She wanted to erase her story with the Gladiator and start anew, this time without being as gullible, this time knowing what the jerk was capable of. The road had been winding for a moment, but it suddenly grew straight for a few meters, and to Azula's surprise, she spotted a group of men in front of her. A group of men, dressed in red and black clothes, riding Komodo rhinos. "I told you to get your water done in the town," yelled Monk, glaring at one of his teammates. Agade was crouched by the slope, trying to pee and apparently failing at it. "It's hard to get anything done when your boss is nagging you," Agade shouted back, and Vachir shook his head disapprovingly at the man's response, when he caught sight of an unfamiliar figure at the end of the road, glaring at them with enraged eyes. "Boss," said Vachir, frowning. Monk was surprised by Vachir's call, and even more so when he saw what Vachir was looking at. His lips formed a smile as he caught sight of the Fire Nation princess riding an exhausted mongoose lizard. Princess Azula looked like she was in quite a disarray, her hair out of its proper hairdo, her chest heaving and her eyes unfocused and red. Well, look what we have here," said Monk, ushering his mount to bring him towards the center of the road again. Agade zipped his pants up quickly before jumping back on his rhino, turning to look at whoever their new visitor was. "Did Oze send you? Were you the one who set those lousy soldiers on us?" "It's none of your business," growled Azula, allowing her rage to fuel her fighting spirit. Oh, at last she was before them. Finally, she would set things right. She would do what she had to do. She would catch the criminals, bring them to justice and make her father proud, and after that, she would forget about Sokka. She could forget about him. It wasn't so hard to accomplish. "I'm just thinking he's downright nice, sending us his little girl so that we can get our own share of fun, in more than one sense, if you know what I mean," said Monk, smirking. "He should have sent his son, we wouldn't have wanted to do anything but butcher him up good. But it would be a shame to hurt such a pretty flower, don't you think, boys?" "Oh, damn right," said Agade, smiling. "Indeed, it would be a shame," said Azula. "There's nothing to fear, though. I'll be more than capable of destroying you without breaking a sweat and without getting hurt by any of you in the process." "Such confidence, got it from your father, no doubt," said Monk. "You really think you can take on all of us? You sure you won't end up like that guard we trampled to death?" Azula's eyes blazed with even more fury upon those words. She released the reins of her lizard and jumped off her steed, unleashing an incredibly potent array of fire at her enemy with a spin kick. Monk struggled to bend his way around Azula's attack and counter her with a few fireballs, yet Azula struck all his attacks down with larger ones of her own. But Monk wasn't the only thing she had to worry about. Vachir lifted his bow and aimed at her, releasing an arrow straight towards Azula. The princess noticed the projectile before it reached her, and she shot a powerful fire fist to destroy it, but the flint tip made it through Azula's inferno, and to her horror and pain, the tip lodged itself between the knuckles of her middle and index fingers. She stopped attacking shortly to remove the stone from her skin, unable to muffle a shriek as she did. Agade threw his chained ball at her, and Angela jumped out of the way just as she finally pulled out the projectile, her blood smearing the ground beneath her. Her right hand hurt horribly now, and she still had 5 grown men and their steeds to worry about. If only she could bring forth lightning, but she couldn't. Her mind was in such a state of chaos right now that she couldn't consider attacking through such means. She jumped again and twirled around in midair, unleashing a powerful bolt of fire straight at Agade, to avoid having him toss his weapon at her again. The man wasn't injured by her attack, but his rhino's saddle was set alight with flames. Agade jumped off him and the rhino seemed to lose its composure as he felt the flames licking at its skin. Angela continued attacking, with her left arm and her legs, but Monk was stopping her every attack. The trees nearby were set on fire as they exchanged blows, but Angela didn't spare the vegetation much thought as she defended herself from her enemies. "Restrain it!" shouted Kachi, referring to the rhino on fire, which was starting to grow wilder and wilder as it attempted to relieve itself from the burning pain. Monk and Vachir continued attacking Angela as the other 3 members of the rough rhinos tried to appease the animal to no avail. Angela jumped out of the arrow's way, but by doing so she found herself in a most perilous position near the slope. One slip up and she was a goner. She was about to come up with a plan to get back to safety when she realized the rhino on fire had suddenly started a desperate dash, trying to flee from the fire he couldn't be relieved from. And the rhino happened to be headed straight towards Angela. Without knowing why, the princess froze as she stared at the 3 horns that would pierce her body sooner than later. Her mind kept yelling at her to move. Her common sense told her to jump out of the way one way or another, but her body would not respond. She was unable to do anything as the Komodo rhino threatened to kill her right then and there. The rough rhinos were also staring at Agade's rhino, watching it as it was about to ram into Angela, which was why they failed to notice the newest arrival to their strange reunion in the mountain road. Sokka pressed his mongoose dragon to run as quickly as possible as soon as he saw Angela struggling on the edge of the cliff, and he thought he would reach her on time to save her, but once he saw the rhino, his common sense told him it would be impossible. She was about to get killed by the animal, and afterwards she would spiral down into the slope, getting lost forever in the wilderness. He couldn't let it happen. It didn't matter that she had set him on fire, it didn't matter that his logic told him he wouldn't be able to save her from the rough rhinos or from the burning Komodo rhino that was running straight at her. He had to do something. He couldn't let it end like this. He wouldn't let it end like this. He pressed on the mongoose dragon, and hardly knowing what he was doing, he jumped off the mongoose dragon's saddle once he was as near to her as he could get. For the second time on the same day, he draped one of his arms around her waist and pulled her away from the deadly peril. Yet even though he had saved her from being rammed into by the rhino, the momentum of their fall forced them right down the mountainside. Angela had no idea of what had just happened, her mind seemed completely unable to process what was going on. She didn't even realize it was Sokka who had saved her, that it was him who was surrounding her body with his own to keep her safe from any possible injuries as they rolled downhill, crashing against trees and rocks alike. Sokka gritted his teeth, determined to protect Angela even though the pain caused by every injury he had received so far was becoming increasingly unbearable, to the point that his body didn't even know how to react to the blows anymore. The slope turned completely vertical and gravity reclaimed them, with a promise of nothing but blackness once they crashed into the ground. Chapter 39, Rough Rhinos 9. Her head throbbed when she came to. For some reason she didn't want to open her eyes just yet. It was as if she were afraid of what she would find once she dared look at her surroundings. She could tell she was lying on top of something soft, yet she had no idea what it was. It took her a second to realize that whatever lay underneath her was breathing weakly, yet she didn't assimilate what it meant. Her entire body ached, but her right hand hurt most of all. What had happened to her? And why did she feel like she would be better off without knowing the answer to that question? The sounds around her were most unusual. She could hear a mild breeze blowing through the nearby trees, and the scent filling her nostrils was that of soil. Her left hand stretched out towards the ground, beyond her breathing cushion, and she touched earth and grass. She couldn't keep shying away from reality anymore. It didn't matter if it was easier to keep her eyes closed, she had to open them and assess the situation. Lifting her eyelids was harder than she expected it to be, and her unfocused eyes struggled to discern the shapes of the trees around her. Why did it look like she was in the middle of a jungle? What on earth had happened to her? Where was she? She tried to push herself up, but jolts of pain ran through her right arm when she made the slightest effort. She cringed before looking at what lay underneath her. Her eyes opened wide, even if they were still unfocused, when she realized the breathing cushion had been none other than Sokka. His face was emblazoned with cuts and most his hair had fallen off his wolf tail. Angela looked down at his torso, and she saw several rips on his churned clothing. Burns, bruises and scrapes covered his skin. He was unconscious, just as she had been just a moment ago, and his arms were surrounding her body, embracing her tightly even when he was knocked out. Angela stared at him in horror, panic taking over her. She had to remind herself that he was breathing, that he wasn't dead, but even that wasn't enough to reassure her. They were stranded in a forest, she had no idea how they had gotten there, and she definitely couldn't carry Sokka's limp body when she was feeling as badly as she did. There was only one thing she could do as it was. She shook his shoulder with her unharmed hand, softly at first, more brusquely later. Sokka! Sokka, she called him, her voice unusually raspy. Wake up, Sokka! 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 Sokka's brow contracted as he started to return to consciousness. Angela continued calling out his name, not knowing what else to do. The gladiator cringed, her weight on his wounds increasing the pain his body had to bear. He opened his eyes slowly, having a hard time to comprehend that what spread above them were the tops of trees, in perfect contrast against the blue sky. He was sprawled on top of something that was prodding at his back, and there was someone lying atop him as well. He gazed down at her, her golden eyes the first thing he saw. The concern spread over her beautiful face was mesmerizing until the gears of his mind began working anew and he realized why she seemed so worried. He looked around him, noticing they were in the midst of wild vegetation. How had they ended up here, and where was here, for starters? He groaned and let go of Angela, only realizing that he had been holding her after releasing her from his grip. Sokka? She asked when he started moving. Hey. He muttered, using his arms to hoist them both to a sitting position. You alright? Anything hurts. Everything. Muttered Angela, starting to feel relieved to see he was able to speak and move on his own accord. That makes two of us, said Sokka, smiling slightly. What happened? It's what I'd like to know, Angela replied, looking around her worriedly. Where the hell are we? Sokka frowned and imitated her, gazing around himself to figure things out. Upon looking at the ground he found that what had been poking his back had been broken branches. He stared at the top of the trees above them, only noticing now that they seemed to have been shattered by something that had collapsed through the trees, and that something had been, without a doubt, him and Angela. We fell, said Sokka. We fell from above. Down from the mountainside. Angela frowned at his words, slightly confused for a moment, until her mind started to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The mountainside, the slope, the rough rhinos. She had almost gotten rammed by one of the Komodo rhinos, she had fallen down the slope, avoiding getting pierced by those fearsome horns, but how did Sokka get here anyways? She froze in place as more of the latest happenings returned to her mind. She had decided to chase the rhinos with him, accepted his help. But when they arrived to the brigands' town, Angela pushed away from him, disengaging their bodies brusquely and glaring at him fiercely. It took Sokka a moment to realize why she suddenly seemed so upset. The cuts and bruises on his body were no fault of hers, but the burns on his chest and abdomen. Angela had been the one to place them there. And given the way she was glaring at him, she didn't regret it one bit. Angela, he said, stretching a hand towards her. Get away from me, she said, her golden eyes blazing. Stay the hell away from me, Sokka. Angela, don't, please, listen. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. It's not going to make a damn difference. She shouted, bolting up to her feet and attempting to storm away, but where to? No matter how badly she wished to put endless distance between them, she had no idea where to go while in this forest. Angela, said Sokka, struggling to get up. Please, there's no point in starting with this right now. Oh, of course there's not, she replied, rolling her eyes. You're the worst lowlife I've ever seen. You're disgusting. Yeah. I am, said Sokka, using a tree to support his weight. But we have to get out of here somehow, and fighting about the past isn't going to help us do it. We do have to get out of here somehow, grunted Azula. But unlike you, scum, I can get myself out of this damned forest just fine. Oh, really? Asked Sokka, growing irritated. How? Flying, Azula replied, making him raise an eyebrow. Flying? So you're an airbender now. I don't need to be one to fly, Azula growled, approaching a nearby vertical, natural wall, the mountainside they had fallen down from. She looked at it intently, realizing it was too steep to climb, and they were both too weak to climb it anyways, but she didn't need to climb anything. She could boost herself into the air with fire, and rid herself of Sokka forevermore. So, you're just going to leave me here? Sokka asked, staring at her in disbelief. I doubt you could give me a good reason why I shouldn't, Azula growled back. She had found the rough rhinos, she was certain to find them again sooner than later if she flew up to the road once more. There was absolutely no reason why she had to stay in this hellhole with him. Sokka stared at her, frowning. Azula took a few steps back and balled her hands into fists, or at least, she tried to do it. The injury on her right hand sent a rays of pain up and down her arm, forcing her to interrupt her motions. Azula winced and gasped, stretching her hand again immediately in an attempt to ease the pain. She couldn't bend like this, she couldn't use her fire to boost herself out of the forest if she only had one hand to do it. She was completely lost, in the middle of a forest, inside a mountain range, with Sokka, of all people. Are you all right? Sokka asked, approaching the princess with difficulty. Get away from me, I said. Azula shouted, using her left hand to throw a handful of fire at him. Sokka evaded the blow and took a step back for safety. He frowned at the sight of her right hand, which was smeared with blood. You're hurt, he said. How did that happen? Vachir, Azula growled. He shot an arrow at me. I thought I could burn it, but the tip made it through my fire. Let me look at it, said Sokka. I don't know much about healing, but I had to take care of myself when I was in Huai, so. You think I'm going to let you look at anything? Azula grunted. Forget it. Get away from me, I said. Azula, stop it, Sokka said, losing his patience. Don't you realize how dangerous our situation is? You think I don't? Azula replied, growing even angrier. It sure doesn't seem like it, said Sokka, glaring at her. We're lost in the middle of a forest. Nobody is bound to find for us here, because I doubt they'd even guess where we ended up at, and we're miles from the only road we knew. Villages and towns are out there someplace and we might be able to find them, but to do that, we need to survive, first of all. And you're saying that to survive we have to stick together? Azula snarled. No, but I'm saying that we have a better chance to survive by working together, Sokka muttered. Well, I want nothing to do with you, so I suppose we'll have to put up with the ominous odds. Have fun getting out of this forest. Azula, do you even know how to survive on your own in this situation? Sokka asked. Do you have a clue of how to do it? I can improvise. Azula snapped. Well, you don't have to, said Sokka, cringing as his burns pained him again as if his skin was still on fire. I know you don't want anything to do with me, that much is clear. And I don't blame you for it. I've already said so enough times. But I've been in dire circumstances before, and my savagery, as you'd call it, would come in handy to survive here. I know my word is worth nothing to you, but I swear I'll get you out of here even if it's the last thing I do. Why? Asked Azula, enraged. Why do you want to get me out of here? Why do you think you're obligated to act the protector when you've never given a damn about me before? When I've never? Said Sokka, appalled. Azula, don't. There's no point to this. We simply have to survive, forget the rest of it. Why should I trust you to be able to get us out of this forest? Azula grunted. Do you really have a choice but to trust me? Sokka asked. Is there a better alternative out there somewhere for you? Azula gritted her teeth and looked away from him. Of course there wasn't, but her survival didn't seem to matter all that much when she weighed it against the extent of his betrayal. Why, though? Why was it a betrayal, when they had been nothing? Why did it hurt so much that he had gotten involved with 2 other women? Well, she didn't even have to ask, in June's case. Sokka would have been too honorable or too foolish to refuse her, and it seemed he was neither. It hurt so much to know he had been with a woman like June. Her beauty had a dark, mysterious quality that Azula doubted existed in her. It made her chest burn, because Sokka had no problem betting that woman in one night, but when it had come to the princess he had done nothing but goof around, toss her back and forth until she was completely smitten with him, and then he had ran off with other women who could provide him with what she couldn't. It hurt more than her wounded hand, more than the bruises and scrapes she had gotten after falling down the slope. I mean it, Azula. I'll get us out of here somehow, he said. You can kill me after I've gotten you out of the forest if you want, burn me to cinders if that'll make you happy. I don't care. But you need me to survive this madness. At least, let me help you this time. Take advantage of my help, then do as you see fit. So, you're saying you don't care if I kill you, Azula said, her body shivering as she spoke those words. I don't know, Sokka muttered, lowering his head. The memory of his fight against the blind bandit came back to him. He had discarded his life, but Toph had said he wasn't even worth killing. Would Azula think the same way? He rather doubted it. Azula shook her head and folded her arms over her chest, her expression indecipherable. Well, then. She grunted. What's your brilliant plan? Sokka couldn't help but feel relieved when she gave in at last. He had thought they would spend hours on end arguing, but it seemed she would be rational about this mess for now. Would she remain so reasonable for the rest of the day? Sokka doubted it. He unsheathed his knife from his belt and turned towards the slope they had fallen off from. He stared at it, studying it for quite a while and looking around him for reasons beyond Azula's understanding. What are you doing? She grunted. I'm trying to figure out which way to go, he said. We fell off from overhead, right? Then, Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Then, this way, said Sokka, heading to his right and hacking at the vegetation to open a path for them. Azula frowned, completely confused by what he was doing. Did he expect to find a way up to the road again? It seemed completely unlikely. The natural wall by their side spread up too high for them to climb, and she didn't recall having seen any alternate roads while she led her mongoose dragon through the mountain. The place they had fallen into had such thick vegetation that Azula thought no other humans had passed by the same territory in centuries, that is, if any humans had ever walked through these terrains. Sokka cringed as he cut through vines and tree branches, the pain from his every wound making him wish he could simply lie down and rest, but he couldn't do it. Their survival depended on him, and he had promised the captain that he would keep Azula safe. He had to protect her, nobody else could do it anymore. Her well-being depended on him, and even though he had been disappointing her constantly lately, he was determined to get her out of this mess one way or another. They progressed further along the base of the mountain, Azula treading behind him and looking around herself in horror. Critters she had never seen in her life scrambled away as they passed by, some of them small, some of them large, and all of them making her unease grow. She glared at any insects she saw, wondering if they were poisonous, glared at plants, wondering if they were poisonous, glared at Sokka, knowing he was poisonous. Azula nearly crashed against his back when Sokka halted unexpectedly. Why did you? Azula started, until she looked past Sokka and her eyes widened in horror. That is what we were coming this way for, said Sokka, grinding his teeth together as he stared at what lay before them. The corpse of the Komodo rhino was sprawled over rocks that used to be of a grayish color, now they were crimson. The animal had fallen down the slope all the same as they had, but he hadn't had the same luck as the princess and her gladiator. His destiny had been to collapse on a sharp, rocky ledge, and his sturdy body had been pierced by the stone in enough places to cause him a slow death by bleeding. His head had been torn open by one of the rocks, allowing Sokka and Azula a very grim sight of what was left of his brain. Angela wasn't one to flinch at gruesome sights, but this was downright shocking. It might be caused by the stress of the entire situation, but just by looking at the creature's mutilated body she felt the urge to retch. And as she stared at it, she became aware of why she felt that way. That, she muttered. That could have been us. Yeah, said Sokka, grimacing. Good thing I pushed you out of the way, huh? You pushed me? Angela asked. How do you think we ended up rolling down the slope? Sokka asked, looking at her. I saw the rhino was going to get you. There were only two choices, to let him pierce you and kill you, or to get you out of the way, and risk getting us both killed anyway. The odds for survival were higher if I got you out of the rhino's way, so that's what I did. Why? Angela muttered, staring at him in disbelief. Sokka sighed and turned back towards the rhino. He didn't think explaining himself would help anyone. It would simply make Angela angrier, he knew as much. She could keep those questions for later, when their survival was guaranteed, or almost guaranteed. He couldn't say for certain they would be safe until they were out of the forest. I know this is going to sound bad, really bad, said Sokka, approaching the beast. But, this is going to be our dinner. Angela's eyes widened and she grew pale as she grimaced in disgust. Why you have to be joking, why you, no way. No way. Where do you think Komodo sausages come from, princess? Sokka asked, staring at Angela with a raised eyebrow. Oh, so you're going to use the rhino to make a sausage? Really? Do you even know what part of the rhino is used for that purpose? Angela asked, skeptical. Well, when you put it that way, said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. How do you know what's edible in that thing and what isn't? Angela asked, shaking her head. Well, the skin is most likely not edible, said Sokka, eyeing the dead animal. The horns are definitely not edible, but I think we can make do with the rest. Depending on how much meat I can get out of him, we'll be set for a few days. Why you want me to spend days eating the remnants of a Komodo rhino? Angela asked, her eyes growing wider with every word she uttered. Angela, said Sokka, sighing. If there was any other way, I'd take it no problem. But this is the best food source we have nearby, and most likely the best we'll find to survive this forest. It's easier than for me to try hunting or fishing or anything of the sort, and even if we chanced upon fruits, they could turn out to be deadly. This rhino is the easiest and safest food supply we have, so we should stick to it. We're not going to find anything better. But, said Angela, grimacing. Suddenly she started to appreciate the Fire Nation imitation cuisine she had been eating during the past months. Sokka knew her complaints were only going to be hollow from here on, since she knew well enough that they had no better alternatives. He studied the Komodo rhino a little further, thinking about what had to be done, before turning towards Angela and handing her his knife. The princess's eyes widened and she stared at him in horror. Why you're not serious, you want me to do it? You want me to do it? She shouted, horrified. No, of course not, said Sokka, shaking his head. Calm down. I want you to use the knife to make a path through the woods. Try to find a river or a lake, a water source of any kind. Why? Angela asked, frowning. We need water and food, first of all, said Sokka. Once we have that, we'll make sure we can survive for a few days. Hopefully we won't need to survive for much longer. And meanwhile, you're going to tear the thing apart? She asked. Yeah, said Sokka, nodding. Open the path, and I'll follow you as soon as I'm done with this. Angela glared at him, as defiant as ever. So, you're leaving me to fend for myself, with no concern over what's out there? Angela, he muttered. I wouldn't ask this of you if I could get it all done myself. But it's either chopping up the rhino or making way through the wilderness, what would you rather do? Her glare only grew more intense at his words. Maybe I should cut open several fake paths, then, to get you lost in this hell of a forest, Angela grunted, snatching the knife from him with a harsh movement. Do as you will, said Sokka, sighing. But I'll go down every single path you open until I find you. Angela glared icily at him before turning around and cutting down the plants nearby, walking away from the mountainside. Sokka watched her leave, wondering if maybe he should tag along, but he sighed as he concluded it would be best to leave her alone. The latest revelations had been a lot to handle, and if he pestered her any further she'd have the perfect excuse to light him on fire again. His clothes had ended up blackened after her previous attacks, and he didn't even want to give much thought to the many injuries he had sustained. If those injuries said anything, it was that Azula could fend for herself while he was dealing with the Komodo rhino. He turned around to face the dead carcass, and he released his sword from its sheath. He sighed and stared at the black blade, trying to ready himself for the task. He had sent Azula with his knife because he knew that gutting the creature would be far easier with his sword, but the more thought he gave what lay ahead, the more he regretted the entire situation. I shouldn't have told her to go look for the rough rhinos like this, right? He said, sighing. I'm so sorry, Space Sword. You weren't built for this sort of thing. But it's either this or dying. So, sorry again. He gritted his teeth before starting on his task, knowing Piandao would skin him instead if he knew what he was doing with one of his masterpieces. Azula was surprised to find that chopping up plants was a handy way to release her frustrations. Spending time alone was allowing her rampant thoughts to further her anger and disappointment at everything that had happened recently. It wasn't only that Sokka had proved once more how much of an asshole he was, but the fact that she'd had the rough rhinos right in front of her, and she had failed to capture them. She also had no idea for how long had they remained unconscious at the bottom of that slope. Even if she could have propelled herself back onto the road, there would have been nothing for her to pursue anymore by the time she made it to the top of the mountain. Who knew where the rough rhinos might be by now? Her anger helped her cut through the woods with more ease. Even though she had threatened to make several paths to throw Sokka off her trail, she decided not to. She just had to keep going until she found a dim river, right? Yet she felt like she had walked for ages and she still couldn't find anything but plants. She stopped and listened intently, trying not to make a sound. The breeze moved the trees around her, to her irritation, and she couldn't quite hear what lay ahead, but she thought she could hear the rumor of water somewhere nearby. Azula gripped the knife tightly and began cutting again, tearing through vines and tree branches, stepping over dead leaves and moist grounds, trying to keep herself level-headed now as she sought out the brook she was certain she had heard. She grew frustrated when she couldn't find it. Was she delirious already? Had she just imagined it because it was what she had wanted to hear? She tore down another set of vines angrily and her eyes widened at the sight ahead. A river awaited her past the nearby trees, with pristine water was streaming down the riverbed. Azula sighed with relief upon finding it, her left arm already weary after tearing at all those plants. Maybe she should have picked gutting the animal instead. Azula made it past the trees quickly and dropped on her knees on the riverbank, sliding her hands into the water hastily. She flinched at how cold the water was, but she cleansed her hands and her face afterwards, hoping to get rid of as much dirt and filth as possible. She dipped her right hand into the water again, flinching as her wound pained her more during her attempt to clean it. She had little idea of how to deal with injuries, but she knew she had to clean it first and foremost. She didn't know if Vachir's arrow had been poisoned, but she rather doubted it. Had it been, she probably would be suffering the effects of the venom by now. She withdrew her hand when the cold water's effect became too unpleasant. She cupped some of the water with both hands and drank it down, only noticing now how thirsty she had been. From what she could recall, she'd only had breakfast today, and the sun was close to setting by now. Her stomach growled even though she didn't want to eat anything, because she knew the menu would be comprised of Komodo rhino and nothing more. She sighed and sat by the river, staring at the running water while more thoughts scrolled through her mind. Sokka arrived to the river not too long after Azula had found it. He had taken off his burnt shirt, and he was using it to carry the first slabs of meat he had managed to cut off the Komodo rhino. Azula heard him arrive and looked at him, growing disgusted at the sight of his hands and torso covered in blood. He seemed bothered by the matter, but he kept his jaw clenched and his eyes cold and steady. Azula stared at him, knowing by the way he was behaving, that it wasn't the first time he had been coated in blood, only this time it was the blood of an animal. Before it had been the blood of another human, of another fellow gladiator. "I'm going to drop this here," said Sokka, stopping a few ways away from where Azula was and dropping the meat on the ground. "I'll clean the meat up later, and I'll be back in a bit." I think more of that thing can be put to good use. Angela didn't answer, which Sokka took as a bad omen. He thought giving her time to think would be a good thing, but judging by her posture as she stared into the river again, she was back to her former cold and unyielding self. Oh, joy. He sighed and shook his head, taking his shirt again and starting down the path Angela had torn open. Sokka made 3 more trips back and forth through the woods, trying to take all of what seemed edible from the Komodo rhino. He also brought the animal's horns, in case they might be of some use later on. And through the entire time he walked back and forth from the dead rhino to their momentary campsite, Angela didn't move an inch. Sokka didn't want to pay her much attention, focused on ensuring their survival as he was, but he couldn't ignore her forever even though it seemed that was what Angela wanted. After returning from his last trip, he went to the river as well and cleansed himself from the blood. Red stains colored the river as he washed his entire torso and his face, flinching at the pain when the water grazed his wounds. The stinging of his burns died down slightly after he bathed them with the cold water, but it wasn't enough for the pain to subside completely. The bandages he wore on his forearms were dyed a deep crimson, all the same as his gloves, and he took all of them off to clean them properly. He scrubbed at them intently, doing his best to restore their former colors. He spent several minutes with the bandages and gloves before dedicating himself to clean his shirt, which was soaked in blood to the point that the burn stains were hardly noticeable anymore. Sokka continued cleaning his clothes, under the impression that Angela would be watching his every move, but when he snuck a look at his left, he found that she was still staring deep into the river, holding her right hand in her left with a grimace on her face. "Your injury?" Sokka asked, putting aside his shirt. "Did you clean it?" "You should have enough to worry about with yours, never mind mine," Angela grunted. "Well, I did my best to clean mine already," he said. "I was just checking if you'd done the same." Angela remained quiet, unwilling to speak another word at him. Sokka sighed and leaned towards her. "Let me see it," he muttered, softly. "No," she replied, tightening her left hand around her right even more. "Please, Angela," said Sokka, sighing. "I can use my bandages to cover your wound so it doesn't get infected." "Keep your damn bandages," she grunted. "I want nothing to do with you." "Angela, could you please be reasonable for 1 second?" Sokka asked, losing his patience. "I'm trying to help you here. And I couldn't care less for your help," Angela shouted, standing up and taking a few steps away from him. "Stay away from me, Angela," he said, as he rose to his feet. "Stay away from me, I said," she bellowed. "Well, fine. I'll stay where I am. But can we at least talk?" he asked, almost begging at this point. "Talk? Talk? About what, exactly?" Angela asked, turning around to look at him. "Do you think I could care less for any of your bullshit explanations? Maybe you would, if you'd just listen to me." "To hear you say what, exactly?" "To hear you talk about how much fun you had with those 2 whores," Angela asked. "Now, there's just one thing I'm actually wondering, did you have them both at the same time? Because given how much of a spineless imbecile you've proved to be, I wouldn't even be surprised to know that was the case." "What are you?" Sokka said, staring at Angela in total disbelief and utter confusion. "What on earth are you talking about, Angela?" "Oh, so we're playing dumb now, are we?" Angela asked. She would have liked to fake amusement, but she was too indignant to do anything but glare and snarl at him. "I'm not playing anything. I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about," Sokka said. "I have no idea." "You have the nerve to act as if you didn't know, you really have the nerve to act as if you had no idea what I'm talking about. Seriously, did the alcohol wipe away all your memories? Because if that's the case, I'd really like to have some of that crap. Maybe it'd help me stop feeling as miserable as I do because of a scumbag like you." "Angela," said Sokka, his chest heaving. "Angela, please, stop. I can explain." "I don't want to hear it, Sokka," Angela growled. "I don't give a damn about what you have to say." "If you didn't give a damn, then why are you so upset?" Sokka asked. "You're miserable because of all the wrong I did to you, you just said so." So I'm trying to help you stop feeling so bad, but you're not letting me. I have no reason to let you do anything. I want absolutely nothing to do with you anymore. Angela shouted. I hate you, and I hate the fact that I can't stop feeling the way I do. I hate that I was stupid enough to go to you to rid me of that accursed marriage. I hate that I went to that damn pole. I hate that I ever met you. I should have never gotten involved with you. I should have never bothered feeling anything because it would only ruin me. Because I knew this wouldn't end well, yet I was stupid enough to let myself fall into this nonsense. Angela, I've said I'm sorry. Sokka said. You have no idea how I regret everything I did. I wish I had done things differently. Every morning I wake up thinking that if I had a chance, I'd do everything right this time around. And you think that apologizing fixes everything? Angela asked, staring at him in disbelief. You honestly think that I would simply open my arms and throw myself at you once more just because you say you're sorry? Because you wish you'd done things differently? Well, it's too late now. That's the problem about regrets. That you can't do anything but feel remorse and wish things had been different, but they weren't. What happened can't be changed anymore. And I know that well enough. That's why I'm trying to make amends for it now. I've been trying to make up for it for all this time, but you just close off and you won't let me help you in any way. I just don't trust you. Indeed, I don't, and having trusted you in the first place was a foolish mistake I'm not going to make again. Trust is for fools. Angela, please. Sokka muttered. I have already said I was sorry, and I took full responsibility for everything I did. I know I was the one who screwed everything up and I'm willing to face retribution as it may come, but you need to understand what happened that night first of all, because I don't think you grasp what really. Oh, so you're going to tell me every detail about how you fucked her? Is that what I need to hear? She asked. You know what? I'm done with your apologies, and I'm done with hearing you own up for everything, because you know what? Everything wasn't your fault. What? Sokka asked, staring at her in shock. What do you mean? What else could I possibly mean? Angela asked. It wasn't just your fault. It never was. It's why I couldn't stand your stupid apologies. You keep saying it was all on you, but it never was. Wait, so you're saying, you're to blame for what? Sokka asked, completely confused. What are you blaming yourself for, Angela? That's none of your business. Angela grunted. I'm done with this. I've had enough. No, Angela, no. Sokka shouted, approaching. Stand back. Angela demanded. This stupid conversation isn't going to get us anywhere, so just forget it already. No, I'm not forgetting about it because I know you won't forget it either. Sokka shouted. I know you're going to keep feeling pain and anguish over what happened, and I'm not going to turn my back on you just because you order me to. You can go ahead and burn me again, but if my dying breath expires while I'm trying to reach out for you, then so be it. Why? Angela asked, scandalized. Why? Why don't you give a damn about what I might be able to do to you? Why are you willing to put up with everything I do? Are you insane? Why? Sokka repeated. Because I care about you, Angela. Angela's eyes grew wide at his words before she shook her head, in utter disbelief. You're lying. I'm not lying, Angela. Sokka replied. Do you think I'd still be here if I didn't? Why do you think I promised to get you out of this somehow, even if you'd kill me afterwards to get rid of me for once and for all? Sure, said Angela, still skeptical. So now, after all you did? Yes, Angela, Sokka grunted. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, because it's the truth. Well, then, if it doesn't matter that I don't believe you, quit trying to make me buy your nonsense, because it's not going to happen, she grunted. Why? Sokka asked, shaking his head. Why won't you listen to anything I say? Why do you refuse to accept that I'm trying to right my wrongs? Because I find it ridiculous. Because it makes no sense for you to claim you care about me after all the things you did. Actions speak much louder than words, you know. Do you think I could have kissed you as I did if I felt nothing towards you? Sokka asked. Don't even start with that. Do you? I don't know. And for all I know, you probably could have. Azula shrieked. You had no problem running off to find other women when you knew I couldn't give you what you wanted. I didn't. Yes, you did. Azula shouted. Even if you don't want to face it, that's what you did. Azula, it's not that simple. Well, I couldn't care less about how complicated you want to make it seem. Azula shouted. What's done is done, and it doesn't matter if you claim you care about me, because it's nothing but a lie. If you just listened you'd know it's not. Sokka insisted. Azula, I mean it. I mean it. Just as you meant it that night. Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Just as you meant everything you said to me. Azula, I was drunk and angry and stupid. Indeed, you were, Azula grunted. Which is the perfect recipe to make a guy as honest as he can be. No, it's not. I was being idiotic because I kept thinking you were playing around with me. Oh, so I was the one playing with you? Azula asked. Well, isn't this wonderful? No, it's not wonderful, Sokka grunted. I know how wrong I was now. I do, Azula, I swear to you I do. And as I said, you think your word is worth anything to me? Azula. Sokka muttered, losing his will to keep fighting. Please, I was wrong to hurt you. I should have never. I didn't think things through, I'm sorry, but I do care about you. Azula shook her head, her left fist clenched as she stared down at the ground for a moment before raising her head again, gazing at him with eyes that revealed the deep feeling of betrayal that she wished she didn't have to endure. If you care about me, if you really cared. She muttered, as tears dropped from her eyes, to Sokka's dismay. Then why, Sokka? Why did you choose them, over me? Sokka had no idea what took over him in that moment. Was it the way her eyes gleamed as her tears fell? Was it because of how helpless, how desperate she seemed right now? Or was it because of how eager he was to prove to her that his words were true? For whatever reason it may, he couldn't control himself as she finished that sentence, which showed the true nature of her pain. It wasn't just that he had done dreadful things, it was that she couldn't understand why he had picked other women over her. It was that she had thought she was special to him, that she thought he saw her as more than just his sponsor. She had truly wished something more could have been born from their twisted relationship, and he had killed it all. She had wanted him, she had truly wanted him, but the only things left for her now were pain and sorrow. She could do nothing but regret how foolish she had been to allow him to sway her. She hated the fact that she had felt anything for him, but it was only because he had hurt her. If their story had been different in just one small detail, maybe something wonderful could have been born. But it was too late now. Nothing could be born between them anymore. But if only to provide the smallest comfort, if only to show her that her feelings hadn't been as wrong as she thought they had been. His hand reached out towards her arm, and he pulled her towards him. His arms surrounded her as he leaned down, closing his eyes as he placed his lips on hers. Azula was shocked by his sudden motion, but she didn't find the strength in her to fight him off. One of his hands went to her hair while the other slid towards her back, and he held her closely as he kissed her softly, but desperately. Azula's urge to cry only was instigated by his movement, yet she wasn't the only one crying anymore. Sokka's own tears were slipping down his cheeks, and as he kissed her their tears were mixed to the extent that it was impossible to tell whose they were anymore. Sokka interrupted the contact and embraced her tightly. Azula was still confused, yet she didn't push him away. The touch between his bare shoulder and her face was remarkably comforting. Sokka whispered in her ear. I would never choose anyone over you, Azula. Azula's eyes widened at that statement. Her hands, which had been on his chest, gripped him tightly now. Be but for a guy like me, he muttered, still fighting his tears. You were never supposed to be a choice. Azula tightened her jaws again, pressing her forehead against his shoulder as she was overtaken by silent sobs. Of course, of course. The worst part about this, was that he was right. She had never been a choice for him. She was the Fire Lord's daughter, he was a slave. She was Fire Nation. He was water tribe. They weren't meant to be together. They couldn't be. It had always been out of the question. But remembering the forbidden edge to their relationship only made Angela feel worse about the situation. Why hadn't she thought about it? Why had she been so eager to close down the distance between them? Why didn't she think of the consequences they would face if something had ever been born between them? And why, just why did she feel like she longed even more for him just by thinking about all those things? It was the most dreadful mess she could have ever gotten entangled with. It was shameful, embarrassing and even pathetic that she would cry over a failed romance with a slave, but it wasn't just any slave. It was Sokka. And he had never been just any man to her. From the moment they'd met, she had thought he was different. And by thinking that way she had brought forth their downfall. Sokka stirred the tinder with a makeshift cane he had found within the trees, trying to strengthen the fire he had built a while ago. He had built a small system with sticks on top of the fire, with which he was cooking some of the meat scraps he had obtained from the Komodo rhino. While he waited for the meat to cook, he had busied himself with making a basket out of leaves, planning to use it to carry their food supplies once they moved out the next day. Meanwhile, Angela was lying down a few feet away from the fire, her back turned towards him, hugging herself tightly. She hadn't said a word since their argument just a while ago. Sokka stared at her and sighed silently, knowing he had to do something, anything. But he didn't know what, and he was almost certain that nothing he tried would be enough to soothe her pain. Her posture and her silence spoke so loudly he was forced to accept what they meant. He carried on knitting his basket, cursing under his breath whenever he broke a leaf accidentally. The moon was rising on the night sky by the time Sokka finished his basket. He figured the basket could use a lid to cover it, but he was too weary of working with leaves to keep going. His stomach kept screaming for food, and the scent from the rhino's meat had been making his mouth water. He looked at the meat scraps, glimpsing how the fat dropped on the fire, before deciding they had waited long enough for the food to get cooked. He cleaned his hands by the river before picking up 2 improvised plates he had procured from a stone. He placed the meat on them in equal shares before turning towards the princess, hoping this small exchange wouldn't result in anything troublesome, though the odds were that it wouldn't. It seemed the strenuous tension that had been disturbing their relationship had been unleashed upon their previous argument, yet he feared Angela would refuse to talk to him forevermore for the same reason. He hadn't even asked her to light the fire, he had produced the flames through rudimentary techniques to spare her from doing anything when she obviously just wanted to be left alone. Angela. He muttered softly. Food's done. Angela didn't move an inch at first, but after a few moments she pushed herself up from the ground, turning around towards him. Sokka couldn't help but feel amazed, yet shaken, by the expression on her face. The sadness in her eyes was beyond anything he had ever seen before, but why, oh, why did it make her so beautiful? She pulled herself towards the fireplace, the familiar warmth of fire soothing her if only for a moment. She gazed at the dancing flames as if in a daze, mesmerized by the blazes. Sokka handed her one of the plates, holding his breath without his awareness as he waited for her to reject his offering, but she didn't. She took the stone in her hands before staring at it in confusion. How did you? She spoke, her voice cracking. Her own sounds made her cringe. Sokka decided to ignore it, hoping to help her feel a little better by doing so. The plate? Sokka asked. I used Space Sword to cut up a rock. Don't worry, I made sure to clean the stones as thoroughly as possible before using them. Space Sword? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, yeah. Said Sokka, dropping his head. Piandao would kill me if he knew what I've been doing with it lately. He'd stop calling me a swordsman altogether, I bet, but under these circumstances, I really don't have a choice but to use it like this, do I? I guess not, muttered Angela, dropping her gaze towards her plate and taking up one of the meat scraps in her hand. What exactly is this? I'm not sure, Sokka admitted. I don't know much about Komodo rhino anatomy, but I think one of the things in the basket is the liver. Angela grimaced in disgust. All right. I'm better off not knowing what this is, she muttered, biting the meat chunk and getting relieved to discover it didn't taste as bad as it looked. What's that of a basket? I built one, sort of, said Sokka, smiling sideways and pointing at the basket. I figured we'd have to use something other than my shirt to carry our provisions. Carry them? Angela asked. We're not going to stay here forever, said Sokka. I've thought about it, and I think we have to follow the river. We might find a village somewhere, and then a road. How do you know following the river will take us anywhere? Angela asked, frowning. I don't, Sokka admitted, sighing. But it's the safest bet we have. I suppose it is, Angela muttered, biting her meat scrap again. They ate silently from then on. Sokka wished he could break the silence somehow, and ideas for topics kept coming to his mind, but when he saw the vacant expression on Angela's face he decided to shut up. He kept stealing sideways glances at her, but she never looked at him. Her eyes were fixed on the fire before her, on nothing more. Upon finishing her meal, she placed her plate by the fire and dropped on her same spot on the ground, once more with her back towards Sokka and her arms folded over her chest. The gladiator gazed at her with concern, but he shook his head and decided to get down to work and leave the princess alone for now. She had enough on her mind, and he had stuff to do before trying to talk with her again. Yet after he cleaned up their stone plates and rekindled the fire, he was left with little next to nothing to do. He still didn't feel like finishing his basket, and his entire body was telling him to take a break. The wounds he had sustained were stinging him constantly, but he had done his best to ignore them until now. Luckily for him, he had stifled the fire Angela had thrown at him quickly enough so that his skin wouldn't be damaged as badly as when she had injured him in their first encounter. But the bruises and scrapes stung badly, and he couldn't ignore the pain forever. He dropped by a tree near Angela, and he stared at her sleeping figure, wondering what was on her mind right now. Was she overthinking things, just as he often did? Was she allowing her thoughts to deepen her grief and to convince her that shutting him off was the best thing she could do? Perhaps she was, yet, before she could pull away from him, there was something he had to do. Angela, are you asleep? He asked. You think I can sleep that easily on the ground? She muttered, her bite returning to her at least for now. Sokka cringed but nodded, relieved to see she wasn't depressed to the extreme of holding back her snappy remarks. It's been a long day, we both could use some rest, he said. No point trying to sleep in the middle of the wild, Angela grunted. Something will come attack us, for all we know. Maybe, Sokka muttered, sighing. Angela. What? I think we need to talk, he spoke those words at last, feeling as if he had been waiting for far too long to say them. Angela frowned and her grip around herself tightened. She didn't really want to talk with him, she feared that, no matter what he said, she wouldn't stop feeling as miserable as she did. For all she knew, it would just make her feel worse. Look. Sokka whispered, noticing she had gone back to her unresponsive mode. It bugged him a lot, but it could be helpful that she remained in silence as he spoke. Well, I don't even know where to begin. I've gone through this conversation like 1,000 times in my mind, but now I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything, Angela muttered. You think your words can change something at this point? No. Replied Sokka. But you deserve to know the truth of what happened back then. I mean, if I'd sat down to explain everything properly to you, you wouldn't have been shaken by what June said. And I ask again, will knowing what happened between that woman and you make this any better? Angela grunted. It might, because that night won't hold any more secrets from you, Sokka said. You'll know everything, and you won't get surprised by anything else. Really? She spoke skeptically, to Sokka's mild dismay, but his determination wasn't deterred. Really? So, first of all, I want you to know that I slept with June. But nothing happened between me and S-. Kyoshi's heir. Nothing? Angela asked, frowning. You might be happy to know that our date was a total fiasco, Sokka said. She realized you were a moron and dumped you. Angela asked, somewhat amused by the thought. You could say so, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. The whole date thing made as little sense to her as it did to me by the time we were on it. She thought this wasn't the life of a gladiator, going on dates when we're but slaves, and she realized I had my head someplace else, that I wasn't paying her any attention. So, yeah, I walked her home and she kissed my cheek, but that was it. Nothing else happened between her and me, and I haven't seen her ever since. The idea of Kyoshi's heir kissing Saka, be it his cheek or anything else, sent an unpleasant burning feeling through Angela's body. Yet she felt somewhat relieved to know that, at the very least, he hadn't bedded her. So to answer your previous question, no, I didn't have two women on me at the same time, he muttered. I didn't even want to have one, but she forced herself on you? Angela asked. Well, after seeing her, I wouldn't be too surprised if that were the truth. And not exactly, said Saka, gulping. But I guess I'll have to go back a few days to explain the whole situation. It's pretty complicated. I thought men were always as simple as they could be. We like for things to remain simple, generally speaking, Saka admitted. But we can't exactly stop things around us from becoming complicated, at least, I can't. I'll salute the man who can. Anyways, let's just go back a few weeks, even months, the main issue started there. I know it will come as a shock to hear this, but, one day, without my awareness, I started thinking about you in a way I shouldn't have. Angela frowned and her eyes twitched towards where he was sitting. She didn't shift, but she was listening far more intently than before. I wasn't just thinking of you as the princess, as my sponsor. I was becoming, well, smitten, with you. Angela's eyes widened. So, she hadn't been imagining things. She really hadn't been misinterpreting the signs. Whenever you were around, everything was far more fun and interesting. When you weren't, I'd just wait eagerly for the moment when you'd be near me again. Everything in my life was revolving around you, and I liked it. At times I'd stop to think about what madness was overtaking me, but as soon as I saw you again, I wouldn't question things anymore. I could have carried on just like that forever, I guess, but then I saw something in your eyes that told me I wasn't the only one getting too invested in this relationship. Angela dropped her gaze again, grinding her teeth at his words. As much as I was aware of the way I felt towards you, as much as I kept making excuses to be around you even more often, it was one thing for me to have a dumb crush on you. But, for it to be mutual? I knew that letting myself go with it might lead to something wonderful, but the consequences were, and still are, horrid. You are the princess, the sponsor. I'm a slave, your gladiator. We're not supposed to become anything other than that. Angela sighed in silent agreement. Of course they weren't. But that would only make things worse, Saka admitted. For this to be as forbidden as it is, it's too enticing, too alluring, so I thought that I had to do something, anything, to stop this before we went too far to take back whatever we did. And that's when I fucked everything up. I thought I had to find another girl. By doing that, I'd push you away effectively and we could go back to what we had always been meant to be. Maybe you'd find a nobleman to marry eventually, because that's what you're supposed to have. I'm just a slave from the water tribe. You and I, whatever came from us was meant to be crushed. I'm not too keen about the nobleman idea. Angela muttered. Heh, after meeting Quan I'm not surprised to hear that, said Saka. In any case, I thought that was the best thing I could do. I figured it would be hard, that you'd probably come to loathe me for it, but I thought I would be able to take it. I figured you'd understand why I'd done it. I thought you'd know it would be for the best, that cutting off any possibilities for us in the future was a better idea than actually going with it. Saka sighed and shook his head, leaning his back on the tree as he remembered that turbulent day, and he recalled perfectly the best thing that had happened on it. But then you kissed me, he muttered. Angela shivered at his words, grinding her teeth harder as she was overtaken by the memories of that amazing moment as well. And all my resolutions crumbled to pieces before I knew it. I honestly had thought that, by being with another woman, no matter whom it was, I'd do fine and I'd be able to get over you. And that's why you went for Kyoshi's heir. Angela muttered. Did you actually like her? She was an interesting girl, Saka admitted. But whatever I could have felt towards her, it wasn't even a fragment of the attraction I felt towards you. She was quite a nice girl and a strong fighter, she'd be a catch for any guy. But even though I kept telling myself this, and I kept hoping she'd help get you out of my mind, it was no use. Not only didn't she deserve to be used as a distraction, as a consolation prize because I knew I couldn't get you, but when you kissed me, I knew no other woman would ever hold such power over me. I was driven by my infatuation to make the most of the moment, to make you mine even just for a few minutes. I had never felt that way before, and I'm damn sure I'll never feel the same way about anyone else in the future. This latest confession was actually a relief for Angela. Her eyes widened as she heard him speak, as she heard him admit that which she had thought had been just a lie, she was special for him. She really was. If there's one thing I don't regret, Sokka admitted, smiling a little, it's got to be that kiss. I mean, the entire situation was twisted and insane, but even if I had the chance to erase everything that happened and start anew, I wouldn't erase that moment. Angela let out a small huff that could have been a laugh, but Sokka couldn't see the look on her face to make sure if she was smiling or frowning. To the princess's own surprise, it was the former. There was a weak grin on her face, because as much as she hated what everything had come to, she couldn't help but agree with Sokka. If there was one thing she wouldn't change, it would be that kiss. But after we parted, you said what you said, and I started overthinking everything, Sokka admitted. I thought you were just playing around with me, that you had known about my feelings and you were trying to use them to your own amusement. I was stupid and angry and I thought you didn't give a damn about me. It's a fear I always held. Because, why should you waste your time with a guy like me? Ever since you made me your gladiator, I was sure you were just trying to use me for your own ends, and well, back then, you were. By the time we kissed, I thought things had changed between us, but when you said those words, my fears came back at full force. I thought you were enjoying it, watching me suffer and squirm as I tried to make some sense out of the world, so I told myself I wouldn't play your game. I thought I'd seen right through you, and I refused to let you get your way. So I went to the date, still in hopes she'd help me get over you, but it was useless. The whole time I was there, all I could think of was you. After leaving Kyoshi's heir in her home, I went to a tavern in hopes the alcohol would help me forget everything, and that's where I met June. Angela frowned, listening to his words intently. He really had gotten it all wrong, hadn't he? But then again, she couldn't blame him for having thought that way. The Angela from a year before would have had quite a fun time shattering a guy's heart if she thought she would come out of the whole ordeal unscathed. June sat by me and asked me about what bugged me. I didn't want to talk at first, but she convinced me to do it. I didn't explain exactly who we were. She had no clue I was talking about the Fire Lord's daughter until she saw us in the town today. She was keen to hear the whole story, and drunk as I was, I told her everything, but then she told me that I hadn't proved that no other woman would be able to get you out of my mind. I was sure of that, completely certain of it by then, but she insisted, and, well, I'm not proud at all of what happened. I have nothing to say for myself. Angela cringed and she shut her eyes tightly, images running through her mind about what Sokka might have done with that bounty hunter. And, long story short, said Sokka, gulping, it was no use. Angela's eyes opened up again at those words, completely shocked. The thought of him being with June vanished from her mind as she turned around at last, pushing herself up and staring at him in utter bewilderment. What do you mean? I mean, it didn't stop me from thinking about you as I did, and, well, sleeping with June was completely meaningless next to kissing you. Angela's eyes widened at his confession. His earnest blue eyes told her everything she needed to know. He wasn't lying to make her feel better, he meant every word. Sokka was still the biggest fool she knew, but if there was one thing she could give him credit for was his brutal honesty. And that just freaked me out, Sokka muttered. I couldn't believe how badly I'd fallen for you, so I resolved to tell myself that I wasn't into you at all. I needed to stop feeling that way about you, because I was convinced I meant nothing to you, that you were just playing with me. So that's when I finished screwing up everything. Angela dropped her gaze again, staring at the river as she recalled the words he had spoken that dreadful night. You're not going to tell me you didn't mean all those things, are you? She muttered. I know better than that. I'm sorry to say I meant them, Sokka admitted, dropping his head. Back then, I did. I was sure you were just trying to make a mess out of me, even when you were obviously hurt by the things I was saying. The alcohol seemed to work as a shield that ensured I'd be able to ignore everything in plain sight. I was stubborn and stupid, and I really said all those things because back then, I thought them true. Angela nodded, relieved to know he wasn't lying to her. It hurt to know the truth, but it would hurt even more to get into another argument if he tried to soften all of what had happened so that she wouldn't suffer about it anymore. Now she was completely certain that he spoke the truth about everything he had said. But, after my fight with the savage hook, I finally understood the truth, he muttered. I realized that I'd been a fool, a jerk, and that I'd ruined everything. That I understood nothing about you, and I wanted to understand, but I couldn't anymore. Every single time I said I was sorry. I was truly apologizing for having misunderstood everything, for having dared decide on my own if whatever could be born between us was wrong or right. It would have been wrong, no matter what, Angela muttered. That will never change. Yet. I really was sorry for it all. It's why I kept apologizing and owning up for what I did, because I knew that if I'd just given you a chance, we wouldn't be where we are right now. I was so conceited, so selfish, to think I said that you were the selfish one. I'm so sorry, Angela. I don't think I'll ever stop regretting all the harm I did to you that day. I meant it when I said I'd put up with any punishment you'd see fit, because I deserved it. And that's why you've been so submissive lately, isn't it? She asked. Yeah. I thought it was the best way to make amends for what I did, Sokka muttered. I didn't know what else to do. That you had allowed me to stay by your side was already more than I had hoped for. It was more than I expected from myself as well, Angela muttered. But, you weren't entirely wrong about saying I was selfish anyway. What? Sokka asked, staring at her in shock. But that's. I've always been, I'm well aware of it, said Angela, shrugging. Trying to keep you to myself was an act of selfishness. I don't think so, muttered Sokka. It's the truth. All the same as you wanted me. We both were selfish. We can leave it as that, said Angela. If you say so. Said Sokka, although he didn't feel like she was right about that statement. In any case. I wanted you to know all of this. I don't know if it has helped you in any way, it probably hasn't, but nevertheless, you deserved to know the truth about it all. Right. Said Angela, staring at him sideways. You've said you don't want me to keep apologizing. I won't, said Sokka, nodding. It must really annoy you, so I'm going to cut it out. My regret isn't going anywhere, I'm bound to live the rest of my life repenting about all of this, but I'll spare you my apologies. Still, there's one thing you said just a while ago that has been bugging me. I really want to know why you don't think this was just my fault. Angela was surprised by his question. He stared at her, his eyes displaying his confusion, but the way he was looking at her revealed how much he wanted to hear her answer. She didn't think there was anyone else out there who was that eager to listen to anything she had to say. It wasn't, she muttered. I shouldn't have been interested in you in any way in the first place. All of which you said, about me trying to ruin your life. I wish that were the real story. It damn well should be. But, we both know it's not, muttered Sokka. It's why I don't blame you for it, she sighed. What should it be to me if you want to flirt with a face-painted slave or sleep with a bounty hunter? It shouldn't matter. I shouldn't care about whatever you want to do with yourself. You're supposed to be my gladiator, nothing more. I should have control on your life, but there's no point in controlling even who you trample around with. It would be the case, if we were only what we're supposed to be, said Sokka, flicking a stone in the ground. It hovered for a moment before it bounced on the ground and settled a few feet away from him. I shouldn't have felt anything, Angela insisted. Feelings, they help nobody. They're only a hindrance. Angela. Sokka muttered. It's true, isn't it? If you hadn't felt anything towards me, we would have never gotten into this situation, she whispered. I guess, but... Sokka frowned, thoughtful. If there's one thing I learned from all of this, it's that feeling is unavoidable. Emotions can get the best of anyone, and fighting against them is only going to make it all worse. Perhaps, said Angela, dropping her gaze. Sokka eyed her with concern, wondering if she had taken his last sentences seriously. Given the expression on her face, she probably hadn't. He dropped his head against the tree again, staring into the dark sky above them. They remained silent for a moment before he suddenly found it in him to speak again. We belong in different worlds, we always have, he said. It's as if I were a turtle, while you were a hawk. I had only ever lived on the ground and the water, never able to reach out towards the sky above me, the sky in which you flew. I watched you fly, and I envied you for being able to soar like that. You were beautiful, powerful, free, when I was the entire opposite of that. I was stuck inside a huge shell, forced to walk one step at a time with that huge weight in my back that kept reminding me that you're superior, that you're supposed to be above me, always, and that I'm supposed to remain on the ground until the end of time. It didn't matter how much I wished I could fly and reach out to you, it could never happen. Angela eyed him with interest, listening intently. It was not metaphor, but she found she wanted to hear it to the end. At first I hated you, Sokka muttered, smiling a little. But just because you could do what I wasn't able to. I was horribly jealous of you, I wished I could be where you were, but as time went by, as I admired you up in the skies, I grew to enjoy watching you. I accepted I was only ever meant to be on the ground, but I still could look up at you and watch you fly. I thought that if I were in your place, I'd likely be a sloppy flyer, so I was best off where I was. Watching you was enough for me. But, one day you came down to the ground. You knew I couldn't reach you in the skies no matter how hard I tried, so you came down to the ground for me. And then, you asked me if I wanted to fly along with you. Angela stared at the river now, hugging her knees with her arms. I had only ever wanted to fly, to be a part of your world. It was what I dreamt about day and night, the one thing I had ever wished for. And here you were, extending one of your talons towards me and offering to lift me up to the sky with you. The proposal was so tempting, and I only ever could have wanted to accept it, but fear took over me. What if you had to hunt for your meals, and I became a hindrance to you? What if another hawk came your way, perhaps asking to court you? The answer was simple enough, you'd have to drop me. And falling down would kill me even before I reached the ground, because I would have been granted that which I had dreamt about for so long. Because I would have been able to fly with you, with the most beautiful bird I had ever seen, but that wonderful illusion would break as soon as I plummeted down to earth, because I was never meant to share your world with you. So, even though I wanted nothing but to fly with you, I bit you. I bit you hard enough so that you'd be offended by my refusal and so that the pain would convince you to never waste your time with me again. You flew away, disappointed, sad, betrayed, and I lingered behind. Sokka sighed again as he stared up towards the stars. But as I watched you fly away I realized that I didn't care for being dropped anymore. The fall, the pain, if they were what I had to face for flying with you for a moment, then I would take it. I needed nothing more. I just wanted you to bring me along. But I only realized this as you began flying away. I tried to reach out to you, but I was too slow, my shell was weighing on me, as ever. I wanted to call out to you, to tell you I was sorry for hurting you, that I could face the fear of falling now, but it was too late. You were gone, and I was left with nothing but regrets and disappointment, wishing I had done things differently just to have a taste of your life for one day, if that was all I could have. Angela sighed and stared at him. And, you want me to turn back and bring you to the sky now? After what happened, you think I ought to do that? No, not at all, said Sokka, shaking his head. I was never worthy, Angela. And after what I did, I'm even more unworthy of flying with you. I am sorry, but turtles are turtles. We may swim or walk, but we can't fly. You belong in the sky, that's where you should be. And, fear was what held you back? Angela asked. Yeah. I was afraid. I was too scared of what would happen. I was afraid you'd find someone better down the road and drop me, or that you'd wake up one day to realize how worthless I really was. I was afraid. You were afraid, but not of me, Angela asked. Of you. Sokka repeated, surprised. No, not of you. I was afraid. I was afraid I wouldn't be good enough for you. Because it's downright obvious I'm not. Azula sighed and stared at him, feeling at a loss. She could see it hurt him as well, to think that he wasn't good enough for her, that he had given up all hope of being the right man for her. She tightened her arms around her legs before gazing at him sideways. That's good to know, in a way, she muttered. But, there's one thing I have to say. Why yeah? Sokka asked, taken by surprise. He stared at her golden eyes, amazed to discover she was looking at him with just as much honesty as he had looked at her before. I would have never dropped you. Sokka's eyes widened at her words. The way she spoke, the way she was looking at him right now, it only made him repent even more. Those words alone all he needed to realize the true nature of what she had felt for him. He sighed and nodded, feeling even worse about himself. Of course you wouldn't have, but I realized it too late, he muttered. Azula looked away from him now, unwilling to witness how miserable he was right now. Both of them were hurt, she knew that now. For a very long time she had refused to acknowledge that what had happened between them had damaged them both. She had only focused on her pain, because not taking his apologies seriously was so much easier than to believe him, but as much as she had believed his pain was well deserved, watching him suffer was only hurting her as well. Sokka gazed at her, wondering if there was anything left for him to say, anything to make her feel better, even if only a stupid joke, but nothing came to his mind. He stared at her intently until his eyes fell upon her right hand, clasped over her left elbow as she held herself tightly. How is your wound? He asked, crawling towards her. His movement startled Azula. It's fine, nothing to worry about, she muttered. You should be more concerned about yours. When we fell down the slope, did you? Did you protect me? I tried to, at least, said Sokka, smiling a little at her. You've been hurt enough as it is. Azula stared at him in amazement as he sat by her side, staring at her injury. You know. I really think we should bandage it, he said. I already told you, deal with your own wounds first, she grunted. Who's the important one here? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. The Fire Lord's daughter, or the Southern Savage? You really don't mean to make me answer something so obvious. Azula said between gritted teeth, staring at him with derision. Then your wounds go first, said Sokka, and he stood up and headed towards the tree on which he had hung his drying clothes. Azula sighed as he came back towards her, one of his bandages in hand. It's all dry now, he said, smiling reassuringly. Now. I'm not exactly an expert here, but I think I can do it. Well then, give it your best, said Azula, extending her right hand towards him with resignation. Sokka sat beside her again, taking her hand on his while he maneuvered with the bandage, trying not to tighten it too much to avoid hurting her further. Azula was impressed by his sudden delicacy. Given that he had gutted a Komodo rhino just a while ago, she hadn't expected him to be able to perform such a careful task as it was to bandage a wound. He tied the bandage down swiftly, studying it carefully. Does it hurt? He asked. No. Azula replied. It's good as it is. Sokka smiled and nodded. We'll change it again later, we probably will have to, it's better to keep it clean and closed down so that it doesn't get infected. I guess. Said Azula, staring intently at him. Their eyes met, and for the first time in ages, something seemed to stir within their cores as they looked at each other. But it wasn't the wild attraction there used to be before, it was something very different. He was eager to do anything to make up for his mistakes, and she was hurt, badly hurt, but even though she kept pushing him away, she wanted him to stay by her side. Her fingers gripped his as they gazed at one another, not even realizing they were holding hands anymore, until Sokka dropped his gaze, almost bashfully. You probably should get some sleep, he muttered. Azula was surprised when the strange magic between them faded, but she knew why Sokka had interrupted the moment. Now she knew. It didn't mean that he didn't want her, it meant that he wanted her too badly, so badly that he had to push her away before he couldn't hold back anymore. I'll try, what about you? She asked. I'll keep an eye out for the possible threats of the forest, he said, smiling at her. Don't worry about a thing. Try to sleep, I'll keep watch. Angela wanted to say she didn't feel like entrusting him with such an important mission. He was bound to fall asleep in the middle of his surveillance, and who knew what sort of animal could creep on them while he was unconscious, but truth to be told, she trusted him to keep them safe now. He had kept her from being badly harmed while they fell down the mountainside, and he had made sure she could sleep tonight with a full stomach, even if it was only full of meat. Maybe, just maybe, he could do with another chance. Fine, then, she muttered, dropping on the ground again and rolling over to the side. Sokka was surprised when she turned towards him this time. Before she had her back to him, now she was facing him. It could have meant nothing, but right now, it meant everything to him. He smiled as he watched her close her eyes, feeling that, at last, something inside their hearts had been mended. "Good night, Angela," he whispered. "Huh?" She grunted back. He smiled upon her response and he stared into the fire again. Something was mended, indeed, but not all of it. Yet, after all this time, this much progress was more than welcome. He sighed with relief and stared into the fire, his own determination blazing as he stared at the flames. He would get Angela out of this forest safely, no matter what. Chapter 40, Rough Rhinos 10. Angela was woken the next morning by the sound of snapping firewood. She opened her eyes and shuffled on the ground a little, her shoulder stiff after supporting her weight through the night. She raised her eyes towards the fireplace, finding Sokka in the middle of cooking again. The smell of the meat was slightly sickening. Being the princess she was, Angela was definitely not accustomed to starting out the day with nothing but chunks of meat for breakfast. She groaned as her shoulder pained her, alerting Sokka of her consciousness. "Oh, morning," he said, enthusiastically. Angela raised an eyebrow towards him. "You seem cheerful," she muttered. Sokka blinked a few times and smiled uncomfortably. "It seemed a good idea to try to start off the day on a positive note," he muttered, as Angela sat up, rubbing her shoulder. "Positive? Seriously?" she asked, glaring at Sokka. "We're stranded in the middle of a forest, having Komodo rhino scrapes for breakfast. What's so positive about all of this?" "Well, we're still alive," said Sokka, thoughtful. "And we have food, even if you're not a fan of it, and we have water. So we have chances to survive. We can be positive about that, right?" "I'll only be positive once we're out of this hellhole," said Angela, sighing. "You're just crabby because your stomach is empty," said Sokka, earning himself a disbelieving glare. "That's why you would be crabby, not me," Angela retorted. "Then why are you so upset and why am I fine, if my stomach is as empty as yours?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "For all I know, it isn't." "You must have nicked some meat while I was asleep," said Angela. "You really think I'd do something so low?" Sokka asked, feigning shock. "Because, yeah, I did. Seems like you know me better than I thought, huh?" Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head, and Sokka just chuckled as he took the cooked meat out of the fire. Angela gazed at him sideways, impressed by how calm and cheerful he was. He had been acting quite annoyingly the last months. She had been able to sense the turmoil within him back then, the turmoil that had driven him to behave as he had, but right now it seemed like his grief had been replaced by relief. He really had never expected their relationship to reach a better place, but even so, he had fought to his utmost to try and set things right. And Angela could commend him for that, at the very least. "I guess you're not as hard to predict as you think," Angela replied, shrugging. "So all my efforts up to date were pointless? Well, that's disappointing," he said, smiling, as he handed her one of the plates with meat. Angela raised an eyebrow before beginning to eat. Meat was definitely not her first choice for a breakfast, but her stomach was craving to be filled with anything at this point in time. She already knew she couldn't be picky. "So?" she asked, after finishing one of her slabs of meat. "What are we going to do now?" "Well," said Sokka, gulping. "I suppose we're off downriver to see if we find a village or town where we can get help." "And what makes you so certain we'll find that by the river?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm certain that this river has to lead somewhere," said Sokka. "Rivers flow into seas, so if we follow this one all the way to the sea, we're bound to find our bearings, at the very least. Not all rivers flow into seas, said Angela. Some flow into lakes. What are we going to do if there's only a lake at the bottom of this river? If that were the case, then we'd be betting our luck on finding a road of some sort at either side of the river while we walk by it, said Sokka. And what if there is no road? Why must you trample on all my hopes, princess? Sokka asked with a grimace. Because as much as you may be right on one thing or two, you might as well be wrong anyway, said Angela, frowning. Sokka sighed and looked at her sideways. Do you have any better ideas, then? He asked. I guess not, Angela admitted. Our lives are in your hands now, though, and I have every reason to question your decisions because of that. I understand, said Sokka, nodding. But I said it already and I'll say it again. I'm getting you out of this forest no matter what. It just might take longer than we wish it would. I know, muttered Angela, gritting her teeth. I know. Sokka stared at her worriedly. There was disappointment in her eyes, and he had no problem figuring out why. The rough rhinos, so far he hadn't even asked her about them, he had hardly taken her mission into account as they tried to survive. But given the frown on her brow, she likely couldn't get the matter off her mind. She had been so close to catching them, so close. He had no idea how to encourage her, how to reassure her they'd get those brigands. How could he, if she hardly seemed to believe him when he said he'd get her out of the forest? Finding the rhinos, sadly, would have to wait, and waiting when the criminals had slipped from their grasp was extremely frustrating. We'll be all right, said Sokka, after finishing his last piece of meat. I know we will. Well, at least one of us does, said Angela, rolling her eyes. How's your hand? Sokka asked, startling her. Is it feeling any better? Not really, if anything it seems to hurt more, said Angela. Might be a sign of healing, but it also could be a sign of the exact opposite. Do you want me to look at it? Sokka proposed. And what would you do about it? Asked Angela, skeptic. You already said you hardly knew anything about healing. Did you suddenly learn to cure wounds overnight, perhaps? Sokka frowned and rolled his eyes. Well, I won't deny it's a relief the bite's back at full force, but sarcasm should be my thing, princess. It would be, if you didn't say stupid things that make me the sarcastic one instead, said Angela, with a small smirk. Sokka shook his head but smiled as well. He stood up and went to the tree on which he had hung his drying clothes. It wasn't until she saw him putting his shirt on that Angela realized his chest had been bare all along. She became more attentive to his appearance upon this, noticing of the small bags under his eyes when Sokka turned around towards her again. Did you get any sleep last night? She asked, eyeing him with concern. Huh? Well, I guess I dozed off once or twice, he admitted, with a weak smile. But I tried to stay awake for as long as I could. Only once or twice. Hard to believe, said Angela, smirking. Can't let me look good not even once, can you? Said Sokka. Well, our campsite stayed safe and you managed to sleep through the night, so even if I fell asleep, I did my job as expected. Your job was to watch, said Angela. But not the inside of your eyelids. Sokka couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and dropping next to his basket again, picking up the spare plants he had left and starting to thread them together. Angela would have continued making fun of him, enjoying teasing him just as much as she used to, but she was easily distracted by what he was doing. What are you? Weren't you done with that? She asked. Not quite. I'm making a lid now, he said, biting his lower lip as he slipped a leaf under another one. Got to keep the meat as safe as possible. Angela dropped her plate by the flickering fireplace, watching Sokka with interest. He weaved the plants carefully and swiftly. She couldn't help but notice he was quite skilled with his hands, no matter how rough they were. Seems like you know what you're doing. She muttered. How did you learn to make a basket? I actually didn't, said Sokka. But women in my tribe used to make them. I watched them at times, so I figured out how it was done. It wasn't easy to remember how they did it, but so long as it works, I say we're doing fine. Women would weave baskets. Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, they did, muttered Sokka, gulping. I know, we savages relegate women to measly tasks while men do the big stuff. We're all uncivilized and disgusting. Indeed, you are, Angela agreed. I'm also thinking that, as much as women might have been able to hunt or fish or do whatever it is men did, you're just proving men could do what women did as well. Doesn't make you less manly to do a woman's task, does it? Doesn't it, now? He asked, earning himself a glare. Sokka chuckled and continued with his endeavor. I guess not. But our cultures are very different. It's only logical you won't see things eye to eye with me about it. Very different is an understatement, said Angela. You keep trashing the Fire Nation and claiming it's dreadful. Seems to me that your people aren't flawless either, are they? I never thought they were, Sokka admitted. But I hope this means you're admitting your people aren't flawless. Of course they're not. Angela growled. As much as it seems your tribe is worse off in this regard, it doesn't mean we're that much better. What, which regard? Women? Sokka asked, surprised. What's that supposed to mean? Angela glared at the river streaming beside her and clenched her teeth as her bitterness about the matter came back to her at full force. They had enough problems right now to add the sexist Fire Nation society to their discussion. Never mind, she muttered. Sokka was about to tell her she didn't have to shut him out that way anymore, but for once he was sure he wasn't the source of her unhappiness. He focused on his basket, joining the lid with the main body of the container, and he tested it to ensure it wouldn't fall off. He placed all their provisions inside the basket and smiled when the basket proved able to hold all the weight. Well, we're good with this now, he said, proudly, placing the basket on the ground and looking around himself. Say, do you think we can use the rhino's horns for something? I brought them, but I have no clue if they'll be any use. Angela looked at the horns, raising an eyebrow. It doesn't seem like it to me. We could have used them for weapons, but you still have yours and I have my fire. It won't be necessary, unless we could use them for another purpose, perhaps. Such as using them to help us climb the slope, said Angela, staring at the mountainside they had left behind a while ago. Seems unlikely, muttered Sokka, studying the option and frowning as he tucked the horns into the basket as well. They might hold our weight, but I really don't think we'll be up to climbing such a steep mountain with the wounds we have. And even if we were fit to climb, there are only 3 horns. Angela reasoned. Forget about it, then. Sokka was surprised by that last statement. One of them could climb the slope using 2 horns, but the other would be left behind with a single horn. For Angela to choose to stay with him instead of taking the horns and running off to the slope, he smiled and nodded, relieved and glad. Then down the river it is, he said, kicking the fireplace to stiffen the flames. Angela stood up and stared at the forest that extended before them. This definitely was a situation she would have never thought she'd be in. She had spent the 21 years of her existence living amongst privileges and luxury. This was the entire opposite of that. She sighed before turning towards Sokka, who had just picked up the basket, which was larger than he thought it would be. He was forced to embrace it to lift it, and he immediately began regretting not having woven straps to carry the basket on his back. But half the morning was gone by now, and they had to move out already if they were to make any progress during the day. Let's go, he said, struggling to walk as he carried the basket. Angela followed him, eyeing him with uncertainty as she watched the way he swayed from side to side while carrying the large basket. Sokka treaded down the riverbank, not focusing much on the road ahead since his attention was centered on the basket. He feared it wouldn't be strong enough to carry so much weight for an entire day. They walked silently, and Angela kept gazing around herself warily, in case something unexpected occurred. They must have already covered a mile when she noticed the vegetation was becoming thicker. Sokka tripped on a few tree roots, and he had to duck to avoid colliding with low branches of trees. He managed to keep walking despite the obstacles until the bushes and vines were obstructing their passage completely. Angela crashed against his back when he stopped abruptly, facing their blockage. "Why did you stop?" she asked, taking a few steps away and glaring at him from behind. "The plants are in the way," he muttered, struggling to balance the huge basket in one hand as he tried to reach his knife with the other, but doing both things at the same time seemed impossible for him. See, come here, knife. Angela rolled her eyes impatiently before reaching out for his waist, startling Sokka greatly when her hand came in contact with his body. She gripped the knife's hilt and released it from his belt. Angela stepped in front of him and began hacking at the branches with her left arm. Sokka stared at her with a mild blush on his face, knowing her touch had been far more innocent than what he had made it out as. "Why, you could give it to me," he said, talking about the knife. "Why? You've got the basket," said Angela. "Just as it is in your tribe, we shall leave the women to the meaningless tasks and the men to the heavy duty." With that phrase, she turned around and smirked cruelly at him. Sokka's blush grew more intense, yet he couldn't help but glare at her after her irony. Fine, I get it. Lesson learned," he said, as Angela turned around and continued cutting up the plants, her smirk only growing wider. "Men have no right bossing women around. But you're still a woman, and I'm a man. At least let me keep that, will you?" "Should I?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's a lot more fun not to." Sokka fumed behind her, shaking his head as he stared at the river, which all of a sudden wasn't looking as wide as it used to. Angela," he said. "What? You'd better know I'm joking, so don't even think about showing me you're really a man." "No, that's not. I wasn't going to do that." "Well, you haven't been the brightest person around lately, so I really wouldn't put that idea past you." Sokka glared at her and shook his head as Angela continued smirking proudly. "The stream is getting smaller," he said, surprising her. "That's what I was going to say." Angela looked to her left, frowning as she stared at the river, or what was left of the river. The stream used to be around 1 meter wide, but it had grown smaller to the extent that they could only see a trickle of water slipping down the earthy channel. Angela frowned and looked behind her. The river had been decreasing in size as they progressed through the wilderness, but they had failed to notice until now. "Is it going to disappear completely?" she asked. "What will we do if that happens?" "What are we?" "Sokka." "Calm down," said Sokka, frowning. "I'm sure it'll be fine, a river can't just fade away randomly like that." But after taking a few more steps forward, Sokka discovered otherwise. "Well," he muttered, staring at the dry ground next to them. "Maybe it can, huh? What are we going to do?" Angela started, staring at him in despair. Wait, the water couldn't have vanished just like that," said Sokka. "It has to be somewhere, we just have to." "Didn't you bet on us finding a village or something near the river?" Angela asked. "If there's no river, there's no village." "True, but still," Sokka admitted before freezing on his spot. He frowned as he listened intently at nature, turning his head away from Angela and towards where the river should have continued, if the stream hadn't vanished. Do you hear that?" Angela frowned as well when she sensed the rumor of water nearby, of far more water than they had seen in the stream in the first place. She clutched the knife tightly and hacked at the plants blocking the way, tearing them down as swiftly as possible. And suddenly they found themselves facing a sight they hadn't expected. They were standing by the top of a waterfall, but it wasn't just a regular waterfall. The water wasn't falling from the brink of the wall, instead it was leaking through the wall and it fell down to the base of the wall, creating a river about 6 meters wide. The river indeed hadn't disappeared, it had simply become groundwater for a while before turning into the large river they could see below. "Wow, that's something," said Sokka, amazed. "Well, there you have it. It didn't vanish just like that, I told you so." "Why, congratulations on your correct guesswork," said Angela, glaring at him. "How did this happen? Why? Where's the water coming from?" "I think the soil up there was somewhat loose," said Sokka. "The water filtered into it, and now it's coming out through the wall." "Odd," said Angela staring at the river with confusion. "I'd never heard of such a phenomenon. The river's a lot larger now, isn't it?" "Well, that means there's less risk of this one vanishing," said Sokka, smiling. "Shall we climb down, then?" "How?" asked Angela, looking at the tall wall they were standing on. "I don't see any easy way to get down from where we are. And it's too high to jump, we're injured enough as it is to risk a broken leg or two. True, but we have something that should help us, said Sokka, smiling and removing the horns from the basket. Yep, they'd come in handy eventually. Sokka placed the basket on the ground and tucked 2 of the horns into his sash, holding one in his hand. Azula watched him with a crooked eyebrow as he used a root to help him hold his weight as he climbed down the wall. He stabbed the horn he had been grasping into the wall, and used it to get himself a few meters down. The root he had been holding onto gave way, and he was left dangling with one hand on the horn. Azula gasped as she watched him remove another of the horns from his sash and stick it at the level of his knee. He released the last horn and dangled on the second one this time, repeating the procedure with the third horn and, fortunately, he was already close enough to the ground by then to let himself fall to the ground. His knees hurt, since they took most the impact of his fall, but he was able to keep his footing despite it all. Made it safely. He called out to Azula. Toss down the basket, I'll catch it. I was just about to ask you what we were going to do with it, said the princess, turning around towards the basket and picking it up with difficulty due to its size and the injury on her right hand. Ready. Send it down, said Sokka, spreading his arms out. Azula threw the basket as far from the wall as she could manage, doing her best to keep it from colliding with the horns. Sokka had to take one step back to catch it, and it struck him fully on the face when it reached him. He embraced it carefully, doing his best to keep the leaves from breaking and to keep the content safely inside. Azula looked at him warily as he staggered with the basket, but she stopped worrying when he placed it on the ground and showed her a silly smile. Mission accomplished. All right, it's your turn to come down, he said. Try to use the loose roots to help you if you can. Or the knife. Use the knife, it'll be better. Azula gritted her teeth and hoisted herself down the wall with a vine she had seen nearby. Sokka couldn't help but give a nod of approval at that, even though she hadn't followed with his suggestions. Azula managed to grip the first horn, but the vine ran out by the time she was trying to reach the second. Sokka's arms were far longer than hers, and the horn was far from her reach. She cursed her luck and dug the knife into the wall to support herself halfway between both horns. Azula did her best to grasp the second horn with her right hand, but it didn't go as well as she had hoped it would. As soon as she managed to make a fist around the second horn, the pain that shot up through her arm was dreadful. She opened the hand by reflex, and the knife wasn't strong enough to support all her weight. It gave way, and Azula was left gaping at the hole where the knife had been just a moment ago. Nothing anchored her to solid grounds anymore. And so, for the second time in 2 days, she was falling into nothingness. How wonderful! She didn't scream, she wasn't going to bother doing such a thing, all she could do was watch the wall become more and more distant, and she gritted her teeth as she waited for the collision against the hard ground. But 2 strong arms wrapped up around her, taking her by surprise. Sokka gripped her tightly as he struggled to balance his footing, and he placed her on the ground as soon as he was steady on his spot. You okay? He asked, gasping. Thanks, she muttered, turning around to face him in utter surprise. You're lucky I was watching you, he said, smiling, and patting her head. Well, I'm not lucky you placed those things so far apart, Azula grunted, mildly embarrassed. Sokka couldn't help but smile wider at her bashfulness. He knew well enough that, in these circumstances, her retorts were just a way to mask how flustered she was. Sorry about that, he muttered. Miscalculation on my part. Big miscalculation, Azula snapped. Sokka eyed her with concern, staring at her stretched right hand. Are you all right? Is it worse? It's worse if I tense it, Azula muttered. I can't exert force with it, so as long as I don't do that, I'll be fine. Do you think we should change the bandages now? I doubt it, said Azula. We can do that tonight, if we're still stuck in here. All right, then, said Sokka, trusting her judgment. Come on, Mr. Basket. Let's get moving, said Azula, starting down the riverbank. Mr. Basket. Sokka repeated, staring at her in disbelief. He shook his head and smiled as he followed her. The riverbank was far wider this time, so Azula didn't have to tear down any plants as they walked down the river. Nevertheless, she still gripped the knife tightly on her left hand in case it might come in handy later on. Sokka watched her from behind, eyeing curiously the way she held the weapon. "Are you a lefty?" he asked. "You seem to handle yourself well with your left hand." "I handle myself well enough with either hand," said Azula. "I taught myself how to do so." "Really, now?" said Sokka. "I've always done my best to use both hands too, but I favor my right one most." "Any capable fighter should know how to use both hands," said Azula, rolling her eyes. "And I favor my left." "It's not even surprising for us to oppose each other even on this," said Sokka, chuckling. "Indeed, it isn't," said Azula, looking back at him for a moment. It seemed like he was quite keen to make conversation, wasn't he? Did he enjoy their talks so much all of a sudden? "Say, this river is pretty huge," muttered Sokka, gazing at the riverbank. "Is there any chance you might know which river it is?" "What?" Azula was taken by surprise by the sudden change of subject. "Why should I know what river this is?" "Well, you're a well-educated girl from the Fire Nation. I figured you'd know more geography than me, and there might be a chance you knew which river this was. It would be helpful to know, that way we'd figure out where we're going to end up at." "I am well-educated, and I did study geography, but mostly of the Fire Nation. I only know the most important rivers from the Fire Nation colonies, and I don't recall having seen a river inside this mountain range on a map before. So no, I have absolutely no idea where it will lead us." "I guessed it would be a long shot," said Sokka, shrugging. "What is that supposed to mean?" Azula asked, glaring at him. "You figured I wouldn't know, but you still asked? You thought I'd disappoint you?" No. Don't take it that way," Sokka said. "But, on second glance, I figured you should know because as much as these are Fire Nation colonies, it's supposed to be Fire Nation anyway. Shouldn't you know the territory you'll rule one day?" "Ah, so you're supporting me ruling over the colonies? That's quite a surprise. I was certain you were still hung upon making the Fire Nation the bad guys." "Whatever I may think of the Fire Nation makes no difference at this point," said Sokka. "But you'll succeed your father one day, probably, so I thought you knew all you had to know about the Earth Kingdom's territories." "Well, excuse me for not researching about the former Earth Kingdom forests in which no humans live," Azula growled. "Why exactly was I supposed to know anything about this place? There's nothing here. I never thought I'd wind up here, and for that matter neither did you. So don't try to guilt-trip me about not knowing my nation. Besides, Sokka repeated, raising an eyebrow. The Earth Kingdom are colonies. It's not the same as the Fire Nation," she muttered. "That's an understatement," said Sokka. "Did it take you a trip to the Earth Kingdom to notice that?" Azula stopped on her tracks and glared at him fiercely. "Are you seriously going to lecture me about this now? Don't we have enough matters to worry about for you to give me that attitude?" "No need to get so angry, princess," said Sokka, smiling. The sight of his grin made Azula shake her head, turn around again and storm off. "Hey, I'll drop it, Azula. No more talking about the Earth Kingdom. I promise." Azula rolled her eyes and took a turn on the riverbank, since the river twisted to the right, and she stopped dead on her tracks right after passing the bend. Sokka was the one who almost ran into her this time, and he froze right behind her, his apologies freezing as well. A black boar with spikes on its body had been sniffing a bush before he heard them approach. It had frozen all the same as Sokka and Azula, and it was currently staring at them in utter shock. It was, most likely, the first time it had seen humans. Azula's eyes widened as she regarded the porcupine, aware of its gaze upon them. It would be the last straw if the creature decided to attack them now. Azula raised her left hand defensively, threatening the porcupine with her knife. Intimidating it might serve to send it off on its merry way. "What are you doing?" Sokka muttered in her ear, making her freeze. "Don't threaten it. But it's a porcupine. If that thing gets us, we're done for." "Well then, we'll have to get him first." Azula growled under her breath. "No need for that. He's damn scared of us as well. If you attack, he'll attack too, but if you don't do anything he's bound to leave. How do you know that? Angela grunted, fiercely. She glared at the animal, noticing it hadn't moved so far. If the beast killed them, she would make sure to chase after Sokka in the next life to make him pay for causing their deaths on this one. Wait. Sokka grunted, gripping her left arm with his hand. Angela continued holding the porcupine's stare, knowing it would prance at them sooner than later, killed by a porcupine. Oh, that was probably the most pathetic way to die, wasn't it? But to her surprise, the animal turned around and entered the forest without further issue. Sokka and Angela remained frozen, watching the porcupine make its way through the wilderness. They didn't dare move until they knew he was long gone. You seriously need to get out more, Angela, Sokka asked, releasing her. That's not the way to deal with a wild animal. I've dealt with you enough, I'm pretty certain I have my share of experience on that regard, Angela grunted, starting down the riverbank again. Come on, I'm serious here. You think I'm joking? Angela asked, unable to hold back a laugh of disbelief. Sokka glared at her again before sighing in irritation. He had nigh forgotten how easy it was for both of them to get to the other's bad side. Angela, you can't handle a porcupine like that. You can't handle animals like that. Even a woolly pig would have attacked you if you had tried to hurt him. Surely this porcupine was more scared of you than you were of him. He'd never seen a human before, I'm sure. All the more reason it would have wanted to attack, Angela growled. We're in the wilderness, after all. It's the wild animals' territory, and we're invading it for all they think, and they'll want us out. They'll expel us as quickly as they can, and killing us is the easiest way for them to do so. No, said Sokka, shaking his head. You're too aggressive. That may be true for humans, but not for animals, and not for porcupines. They won't attack unless they feel threatened, and the best way to avoid them attacking is by not threatening them. Was it that hard to back down and let the beast be off with his business? Yes, it was, Angela growled. What if it had attacked us? We would have been toast, because a knife wasn't going to deliver more damage to it than what those spikes would have done to us. And from behind you I couldn't have done much to save us either. If he had wanted to, he could have ravaged us to his heart's content, so all we had to do was not give him a reason to wish to kill us. See my point now? You can't be as ruthless with animals as you are with people. Says you, grunted Angela stubbornly, her head held high. Honestly, is it so hard for you to just back off a fight? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Angela muttered. I don't back off, Sokka. I never have, and I never will. I'll do whatever I can to win, and even then, there's still a chance that I might lose, but the battle is done the minute you give up. And I refuse to become a quitter and a loser just because it's easier to back off than to fight. But there are fights that aren't worth fighting, said Sokka. And the price you pay for winning or losing them can be beyond your expectations. Isn't it smarter to stand back and let things carry on as they should? A single battle won't decide the fate of a war, but it just might if you get yourself killed by picking the wrong fight. So you're saying I should turn my back on fights when I know I can't win them? Angela asked. I'm sorry, Sokka, but that's not the way things work with me. There aren't supposed to be fights I can't win. Perhaps I lost once against the rough rhinos, but I'll win again one day. I know I will. Sokka stared at her with worry, not expecting her to see the issue from that perspective. He frowned, her undeterred determination bothering him a little. So you're fine with losing so long as you win later on? Sokka asked. When you lose, you learn valuable lessons you can use to win later, she muttered. When you fight a war, you can't expect to win at all times. You need to know you can lose as well, because if you take your battle for granted you might as well have made your death wish. I don't care if I lose time over and time again, so long as I win in the long run. It's the way I've always thought, the way I'll always think. And no, I will not back down. What do you learn from running away from battles like a coward? I guess nothing, but you don't have to think of this porcupine matter like that, said Sokka. It's just a simple animal. He wasn't waging a war on you. I might not be talking just about the porcupine, for all you know, said Angela, startling him. Was she implying what it seemed she was implying? Were they fighting a war against each other? Was she stating she wouldn't back down while struggling against him, no matter what? She had already lost against Sokka a few times, he had lost against her, too. But, at this rate, who would win the war? It seemed to Sokka it was too soon to tell, unless one of them surrendered. But the mere thought of giving in to her. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, seeing things from her point of view for once. Well, if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, rest assured, I'm not backing down either, he said. If you have any pride, you won't, Azula stated. Though given that you back off fights, I'm surprised you'd say that. I choose my fights, said Sokka. It doesn't mean I back off all of them. And you believe there's a chance you'll defeat me? Azula asked. Did you pick this fight because you thought you could win? I didn't have much choice regarding this one, Sokka admitted. I had to fight it, simply put. I may win, I may lose, but I'll fight to the end. Yet fighting a porcupine is completely pointless. Even if you had killed it, we couldn't have used its dead body for anything. So yeah, don't back down on important fights. But this wasn't even a fight, so there was no point in fighting it. Fine, 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 said Azula, rolling her eyes. The beast is gone, so you can drop the porcupine matter already. Okay, then, said Sokka, sighing and staring at Azula worriedly. Are we good? We're never good, Sokka. Why do you even bother asking that question? Said Azula, staring at him matter-of-factly. Sokka sighed and shook his head, still treading behind her. As ever, they were meant to clash and argue, their views would always go against the others, but that was what made their relationship as interesting as it was, the challenge they posed to one another. Even if he set aside the feelings they held for the other, Sokka was certain he would never find anyone he would enjoy himself with as he did with Azula. They stopped after noon and built a fire quickly to roast more meat. Azula seemed somewhat unwilling to use her fire for a task as mundane as cooking, but if she was opposed to it, she didn't speak her mind. She set the wood on fire and Sokka made sure to use the thinner chunks of meat they had available so that they would be cooked thoroughly and quickly. They were engaged in a few more meaningless conversations over the span of the day, some ended with Azula glaring at him, others ended with Sokka glaring at her. They looked at either side of the river eagerly, in hopes to find any signs of human life nearby, but there were none. Azula's heart sank along with the sun once dusk arrived, frustration and disappointment threatening to overcome her as Sokka told her they should make camp. This is pointless, said Azula, collapsing by a pile of rocks and taking off her boots. Her feet had blisters after spending the whole day walking. We're never going to get anywhere. We're lost in this forsaken forest. Well, this forest doesn't extend all over the world, said Sokka, dropping his basket. We'll get out of here one day. When? Azula asked, as Sokka began gathering wood again. I can't tell you exactly. I would if I knew, said Sokka, ducking and looking for brushwood under the nearby trees. This is a waste of time. I used to think I was wasting my time back when we were traveling fruitlessly through the continent, but now I know what wasting your time truly feels like, she said, dropping her head against the rock. Azula, this isn't the way I expected this trip to end either, said Sokka, carrying several sticks back to where he would build the fire. Nevertheless, here we are. So, I say we make the most of it. Azula frowned and eyed him warily. What's that supposed to mean? Muttered the princess. What? No. No, no, no. Said Sokka, flushing as he realized his words had come across the wrong way. What I meant was that you don't end up in the wilderness every day. When was the last time you had such fresh air? When was the last time you had to fend for yourself for real? It's an interesting experience, don't you think? I might think so once it's over, said Azula, lowering her guard again after he cleared up what he had meant to say. Right now it's just a bother. I'm not surprised you enjoy it, savage as you are, but I'm not exactly eager to spend half my life lost in a forest. Maybe you're happy because your life outside this forest wasn't great, but mine was better out there than in here. Do you really blame me for wishing this would end soon? I don't, and I never did, said Sokka. I'd like it to end soon too, don't get me wrong. Even I can grow weary of eating only Komodo rhino and walking all day long. But given the way things look right now, we'll be stuck in here for a while longer. So it would be best if we tried to enjoy the nice things about the situation and forget the lame ones. Should serve to cheer us up a little. Speak for yourself, said Angela. What's so good in here anyway? Fresh air, you said? Sure, it's fresh, but the purity of air isn't something I appreciate that much. You want me to enjoy the plants, maybe? The soil? The blisters on my feet? How about you try to think of something you're actually enjoying? Asked Sokka, looking through the woods again. It might be more helpful than sarcasm. I was quite certain you enjoyed sarcasm. I'm just trying to cheer you up, not to enjoy myself. So you're saying my happiness doesn't make you happy? Angela asked, making Sokka walk back into the riverbank with only a pair of logs under his arms. Is that a trick question? He asked, raising an eyebrow. It might be, said Angela, shrugging and feigning innocence. I'm quite certain my happiness doesn't make you happy. He said, raising an eyebrow. Why, it seems you're more observant than I gave you credit for, said Angela, smirking at his indignant expression. So, there you have it. I've cheered up at your expenses. That actually does make me feel better, truth to be told. Why doesn't that surprise me? He said, shaking his head but smiling at her anyways as he headed to fetch more wood. Angela sighed and allowed her gaze to drift to the sky as her smirk faded away. Even though annoying Sokka would help improve her mood, it was very hard for her to keep her head level with everything that was going on. She hadn't been holding on too tight to the hope of finding a village nearby, but the longer they walked, the more she grew convinced that they'd find nothing no matter how far they went. She had left a letter behind for the captain, instructing him to leave Ba Sing Se if she wasn't back with the rhinos in 2 days, and she had told him to meet with her by the Quasia River. She had figured it could take her some time to catch the rhinos, but she never thought it would take this long. Well, she hadn't envisioned she'd be blinded by fury by the time she faced against them. All her plans had gone to waste because of that. Sokka gathered enough wood for the rest of the night, and he set up his customary cooking system. He searched through the basket to find that half the meat left was of the kind Angela most certainly wouldn't want to eat, starting by the liver. Sokka gulped and brought out the raw meat, placing some of the best chunks for Angela on the fire and, after a great deal of pondering about it, he decided to have the liver for himself. He'd leave the better quality meat for her. Angela set the wood on fire, but she didn't make out what Sokka had decided to cook until the food was done. Angela was already holding her plate in her hands as stared at him worriedly, recognizing the strange blubbery organ he had picked for himself. Why, you're not really going to eat that, are you? She asked, aghast. We're not in the situation in which we can get picky about food, muttered Sokka. So I'm not going to let it go to waste, even if it doesn't taste good. Sokka, you really don't have to eat it. Why, if you want it so badly I'm willing to trade. Of course not. Angela shouted, making Sokka chuckle. Then don't worry about me, I'll be fine, he said. I'm worried about myself, really, Angela lied. If that thing gives you food poisoning, how are you going to fulfill your promise of getting me out of here? Sokka raised an eyebrow towards her, surprised by her question. Well, we'll see when the time comes, he said, smiling at her. I suppose you'll have to nurse me to health if that happens. Never, Angela growled. Yeah, I figured as much, he said. Let's hope I don't end up sick, then. Come on, you were telling me a while ago to pick my fights. Well, I'm telling you now to pick your food. She exclaimed. Seriously, Sokka, don't do it. Sokka frowned with determination before diving into the liver. Angela grimaced at the sight of dark liquid spilling out of the organ. Sokka grimaced but he smiled at Angela when he finished swallowing. See, that wasn't so bad, he muttered, his voice failing him slightly. Sokka, said Angela, shaking her head. I'm fine, Angela, honestly, he said. There are worse things than this inside that basket. And that's supposed to reassure me? Angela asked, aghast. It should, because I'm going to eat all the weird stuff and I'll leave the good ones to you. See, I know how to treat a princess after all. I beg to differ. Angela grunted. Why yet, honestly, there's no need for you to eat something so disgusting. If there's anything, there's need, said Sokka, sighing. Don't worry about me, Angela. You make sure to keep your strength, and I'll do my best to keep mine. Angela sighed and shook her head, concluding that arguing with him would be useless. If there was something they weren't opposites on, it was their stubbornness. She began nibbling her meat, eyeing Sokka's struggle with the liver with disgust. Angela was long done with her plate when Sokka couldn't take it anymore. What had that rhino eaten in his life that had given his liver such an unpleasant taste? Because it sure wasn't a delicious one. Sokka knew good food when he tasted it, and this definitely wasn't it. Even when he kept telling himself he needed to fill his stomach with what he had available, his entire body seemed to reject taking another bite out of the liver. He sighed and put it aside, smiling at Angela, who was eyeing him with concern again. I'll have the rest of it on the morning. Sokka. I know, there's no need for me to eat it if it's yucky, he said, sighing. But I assure you, I'll be fine. I've had other animals' liver before, though they didn't taste this bad, truth to be told. You're insane, said Angela, shaking her head and dropping on the grass. Honestly, what am I going to do with you if you get a stomachache tomorrow? You'll smack me with my club and drag my unconscious body through the wilderness. He suggested. Well, that's a thought, would spare me from your wailing, because I'm sure you'd be complaining all the time if you got sick. You seem to know me better and better with every passing second, said Sokka, smiling. Your personality says everything that has to be said about you, she muttered simply. So I really am that predictable. Indeed, you are, said Angela, smirking, but the smile froze in place for a moment. Although, there's one thing you've taken me by surprise with recently. Oh? Is that so? Sokka asked, pleasantly surprised. Is it my manliness, perhaps? What? Said Angela, eyeing him in utter confusion. Now, you saw me shirtless just a few hours ago, said Sokka. Last time you saw me shirtless you were a mess, remember? That was a very long time ago. And that's not what I'm talking about anyway, grunted Angela. You sure it's not? Then what is it? Sokka asked, amused. Angela's smile returned to her face as she folded her arms over her chest, deep in thought. How was it, exactly? I think it went, molten, deep, rich gold. Unique eyes, unique princess, you set me ablaze. Sokka's cheeks began reddening only by hearing the first line of the poem he had written. He slammed his forehead with the palm of his hand and buried his head between his knees as Angela laughed unusually loudly at his reaction. Yes, that's exactly how it went, isn't it? She said, smirking proudly. Sokka would have stopped to admire the sound of her genuine laughter, but his embarrassment was such that he could do nothing but eye her apologetically. How did you? Oh, spirits, where did you get that? Why did you even read it? He said, shaking his head. You were unconscious on the table and I happened to pass by where you were, said Angela, still smiling. That very poem invited me inside so that I could take a look at all his siblings. You did what? Sokka exclaimed, shocked. Why you read more of them? Well, not all of them. Said Angela. Why are you so surprised? Was one of them about my blue fire, by any chance? That. Sokka said, frowning as he realized she was referring to the innuendo that had come up several years ago. If you're talking about what happened when we first met, then no, none of that. I'm sure you had meant to write one about that, but you just happened to fall asleep, said Angela, sighing dramatically. Well, then, I'll wait for the next haiku batch, you can rest assured on that. I don't want you to. They're real lame, there's hardly anything artistic about them. If I were a poet I'd starve to death. Sokka exclaimed, shaking his head. Good thing you're a gladiator then. A gladiator sensitive to art, that's a new one, said Angela, chuckling. Sokka groaned, shaking his head. Out of all the embarrassing things Angela could have found out about him, why did she have to find out about his haiku? In any case, it wasn't such a bad poem, If you ask me, said Angela, shrugging. It had the truth of it. The truth of what? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Of me setting you ablaze, said Angela, smirking. Seems like you have some fortune-telling powers, given that I put you on fire yesterday. Nevertheless, it happened, so you should be proud of your seer skills. I didn't mean. Sokka started, but he decided not to clarify the subject. If he explained to Angela what he had actually meant, the unusually cheerful atmosphere would be ruined. If they had come to a conclusion after these 2 days of being stuck in that forest together, it was that they both had feelings for each other, but that they couldn't act upon them. He wasn't going to break that nonverbal rule just to explain to her what his lousy poem meant. I don't have fortune-telling skills. There would have been many things I would have avoided if I'd had the skill to see the future. Is that so? Said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Well, yeah, said Sokka, grimacing. Why are you looking at me like that? No reason. She said, still smiling, albeit not with the same cruel edge anymore. So, since when are you a poet? Was it Piandeo's doing, perhaps? And no, it wasn't. Muttered Sokka. You told me I could go into town and do as I wished in Ba Sing Se, so I did, and I ended up in a poetry recital. They recited some really nice haiku, so I wanted to give it a try and see if I could write one. Though I think I failed on most my attempts, every time I finished a piece I felt like there was so much more to say, so I wrote more and more poems to try and say everything I wanted to say. And, all you had to talk about was me? Angela asked, slightly nervous at asking said question. Well, you're quite an unusual person, Angela, said Sokka, blushing again. No 3 sentences will be enough to describe you. Angela felt her cheeks redden as well. She definitely hadn't planned for the conversation to wind up as it had, but she had been the one to bring the subject up after all. Hearing Sokka compliment her as he just had was exhilarating, but also painful. What he said didn't make a difference, couldn't make a difference, they both were perfectly aware of it. But it was impossible for her to remain emotionless if someone spoke of her as he had. Because it wasn't any random someone, it was him. And she knew already that he wasn't one to lie. So, muttered Sokka, trying to relieve them from their current tension somehow. Now you know what I was up to that day. But what about you? Given the way you were so eager to shake me off, I was almost sure you were up to something illegal. Why, of course I was. The Fire Nation princess thrives in doing illegal activities, that's common knowledge, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Was that really your best guess? You're a woman of many secrets, Angela, said Sokka, smiling. And every time I try to figure one of them out, I find out there's an even bigger mystery to unravel. So no matter what I guessed, I figured any of my assumptions would be wrong. Well, I assure you that one was wrong, said Angela, sighing. She frowned and eyed him with mild doubt, making Sokka feel slightly nervous and coy. Why, you know, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. He muttered, her stare a bitter reminder of how little she trusted him. Angela stopped looking at him, her gaze getting lost in the darkening sky above them. Sokka sighed silently. He had hoped that their conversation during the previous night would have eased her a little, that their constant arguing and bickering today had been enough to convince her that they could go back to what they used to be. Clearly, he had been deluded. He had been about to go look for more wood to replenish their supplies for the night when Angela's voice surprised him. My uncle led the first siege of Ba Sing Se, she muttered. By the orders of my grandfather, Fire Lord Agelan, General Iroh took the best troops of the Fire Nation with him to vanquish the strongest city of the Earth Kingdom. Along with Iroh went his son, my cousin Lu Ten. I didn't know you had a cousin, said Sokka, surprised. All his previous intentions to gather more firewood were forgotten as soon as Angela started speaking. I did, Angela sighed. As I said, he left with my uncle to fight in the war. Together they were supposed to take over Ba Sing Se and prove the might of the Fire Nation to the world, and to show the power of the members of the royal family. They were my grandfather's immediate successors on the throne after all, but my cousin perished on the battlefield. I never knew how, or why, he had always seemed so strong, I couldn't even picture anyone defeating him in battle, well, other than my father, that is. I never understood how it happened, all I knew was that, upon the arrival of a letter, my cousin was gone from the world. His grave stands on a hill in Ba Sing Se, and that's where I was while you were listening to poetry. Sokka nodded, unsure of what to say. Did Azula get along with her cousin? Had she visited his grave because she felt it was her responsibility to do so? Or did she do it because she genuinely loved him? So many questions he wished to ask, but he didn't dare do it. He could tell by the look in her eyes how much this subject bothered her. Did you guys lose the siege because of that? Sokka asked. If he was that valuable a warrior. In a way, we did, muttered Azula. But the Fire Nation's failure wasn't Lu Ten's fault. Well, who can blame anyone for dying? Said Sokka, grimacing. That's not what I meant, Azula replied. Lu Ten fought bravely, and he gave his life for his nation, just as so many other soldiers under my uncle's command did. Yet upon my cousin's demise, my uncle lost his wits and he brought down the entire siege. The operation collapsed on its own weight and the Fire Nation held the worst defeat it ever faced during the 100-Year War. The soldiers had even managed to bring down the outer wall by then, and my uncle allowed all that progress to go to waste. He didn't care about it anymore. He never even apologized for bailing on his nation when he was needed the most. I guess the death of your own child can be quite a shock. Muttered Sokka. It doesn't excuse the way he acted, Azula responded. A true military leader would have known the costs of war from the beginning. As soon as you take command of a unit, you know you're risking your men's lives. And if they sacrifice their lives for the cause, then all the more reason you have to keep fighting. It's the honorable thing to do, it's what my father taught me I should do when I was still a toddler. So how come a grown man like Iroh gives up battle and disappears into nowhere under the excuse that his son died in battle and he was overcome by grief? The same man who had commanded countless armies and triumphed in so many battles before, the very man who slayed the last dragon, too. The last dragon? Asked Sokka, surprised. He killed it? Really? He claimed as much, at least, muttered Azula. I don't think he brought back the horns, as he should have, but my grandfather was most eager to celebrate his grand accomplishment. But, why? Sokka asked, frowning. Why did firebenders want to kill dragons? Is it you guys were trying to be the sole firebending race or something along those lines? It's not that simple, said Azula, sighing. Firebenders and dragons had bonded since the first man learned how to bend fire. Not everyone had the chance to bond with a dragon, they weren't a numerous race, and the cost of raising and feeding a dragon could be quite steep for most common folk. Only the high-born firebenders would seek to bond with dragons, but said bond wasn't as simple as jumping on the back of the beast and claiming it yours. For a firebender to bond with a dragon, he had to give him an offering of his own fire. The dragon would choose whether to accept or decline said offering. If he accepted, they would take the human as their rider, and they would be bonded forevermore. If he declined, though, the firebender would have to seek another dragon if he really wanted to become a rider, and as I already said, they were not easy to find nor were there plenty of them. Sounds like a hassle, said Sokka. It was a privilege, though, said Azula. Nothing spoke better of a firebender than having a dragon as his partner. Hence, dragons had accompanied the royal family's members since immemorial times. Fire Lord Sozin had quite a powerful dragon as his ally, the same goes for his son, Fire Lord Hizuo. My grandfather, Ajalon, was just a young prince when his father presented him with the dragon he had procured for him. My grandfather performed the fire offering, but the dragon declined it. Enraged, Fire Lord Hizuo declared all dragons to be enemies of the Fire Nation, and he created the pointless dragon hunt that decimated the already small dragon population. Upon becoming Fire Lord, my grandfather added titles and nobility to the task of slaughtering dragons, and he genuinely basked in joy with every dragon carcass presented to him. Whoever killed a dragon would be granted the title of dragon, and they would be presented with honors of the sort that not even war heroes would obtain. Fire Lord Ajalon's resentment towards dragons knew no ends. Eager to please his father, my uncle killed the last remaining dragon and earned himself the title of Dragon of the West. Wow, that's twisted, said Sokka. You said it, muttered Azula. If there's one thing I never understood, it was Agelin's ridiculous notion of revenge. Why murder all the dragons just because one rejected him? His vengeance only served to damage the Fire Nation, to make our situation much worse. Just imagine how easy it would have been for us to conquer Ba Sing Se on the back of dragons, flying over those damn huge walls, burning the entire city down. But of course, my prodigious grandfather didn't bother trying to find another dragon that would accept his fire. It was as if he thought the dragon had offended his honor so terribly that his wrongdoing outweighed the war in his list of priorities, and said offense had to be punished no matter what. So, if your grandfather had had a better grasp of reality, he could have burned the entire world to ashes, Sokka muttered. Well, can't say I'm not glad that the man was nuts, then. I suppose there's little chance that we would be here if that had been the case, said Agela, shrugging. Nevertheless, my uncle killed the last dragon and he didn't even mourn about what he had done. He got thousands of Fire Nation soldiers killed, and he murdered Earth Kingdom men with his own hands as well. Yet upon my cousin's death, he threw everything away in a fit of depression and disgraced his nation with his desertion of the battlefield. The fight was in the Fire Nation's hands all along, and he gave it up as he did. You would have rather had him carry on fighting? Sokka asked. It would have been the honorable thing to do. The right thing to do, Agela grunted. My cousin gave up his life for a cause he believed in, and instead of honoring his sacrifice, my uncle disgraced him. It was almost as if he didn't realize that soldiers can die in wars until my cousin did. He never realized he was killing someone else's son, cousin, or sibling, or that the Fire Nation soldiers perishing under his command were also someone else's family members. But nobody stopped the war for their sake. To my uncle, that was merely collateral damage. He murdered so many, and got so many others killed, without understanding the true cost of a life. What sort of a military leader is that? I'm not eager to excuse him, mind you, said Sokka, smiling a little. But maybe there's a chance that he decided to stop the pointless violence. If that's so, why did he join the gladiator fights? Agela asked, raising an eyebrow. Why, if he's so opposed to violence, didn't he tell my father to stop the war altogether? Why is he just standing on the sidelines, laughing stupidly, drinking tea and sending his niece on a goose chase while he plays Paisho and pampers Zuko? If his desertion of the front lines hadn't meant a direct affront against Fire Lord Agelin's very authority and against the Fire Nation itself, if his suddenly newfound goodwill was more than just a pretense, why is it that he's doing absolutely nothing to change the world for the better? What is he trying to accomplish, really? What did my cousin's death teach him, if he actually learned anything at all? Sokka sighed and shrugged, his idea of the man growing murkier by the minute. He's older than your father, though, isn't he? He asked. Why isn't he the current Fire Lord? My father took over the position when my grandfather passed away, said Agela. My uncle was away from the palace for over a year, and upon his return he didn't protest my father's rule. But even so, I always had the feeling that behind that calm charade he was hiding bitterness and jealousy upon knowing that Fire Lord Agelin had decided to give my father the crown instead of him. So he was supposed to be the heir, then, muttered Sokka. It would only make sense for him to be bitter about it, if that's the case. I don't even want to imagine what the Fire Nation would be like if he had ended up as its ruler, said Agela. A coward and a deserter who hasn't got the guts to stand up for his people, what sort of Fire Lord could he have made? My cousin could have been a fantastic Fire Lord, but not my uncle. Did your grandfather change his mind about Iroh as his heir because of his desertion in the battlefield? Sokka asked. Do you think he realized Iroh couldn't rule, just as you believe? No, I really don't know any specifics about what led Agelin to make my father his heir, said Agela. The last I knew, he had refused blatantly to allow my father to succeed him. But, then your father became his heir? How? Sokka asked, puzzled. As I said, I have no idea, muttered Agela. All I know is that my grandfather passed away the very night he denied my father the throne. Then, Sokka clenched his teeth before delivering his newest question. Do you think he killed him? I don't know, said Agela. I guess it's possible. But that's also the night when. When what? Sokka asked after Azula fell silent for a little longer than he had expected. When my mother vanished, Azula replied, her tone of voice shifting slightly as she spoke. Sokka didn't know what the change was exactly, but he could tell that there was something different about the way she spoke of her mother. I don't know if my father killed my grandfather and my mother, or if she killed my grandfather and fled. I don't know anything, honestly. Would your mother have killed a man? Asked Sokka, surprised. I wouldn't be too surprised if she had, replied Azula. For Zuko's sake, she would have done anything. Wait, what does Zuko have to do with this? Sokka asked, confused. Azula couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. It's enough information for one night. If I keep talking, your stomach will end up in a worse jumble than it already is because of that disgusting liver you ate. Oh, come on, said Sokka, pouting. You can't just give me half the pieces of the puzzle and hope I solve it on my own. I don't have all the pieces, mind you, said Azula. So you're not getting all the answers you want anyways. I'm not going to get them either anytime soon. But life goes on, Sokka. We can't lose our minds just because we don't know the truth about what happened that night. But talking about such things is a nice distraction for our current situation, though, said Sokka. Will you tell me more later? I might not, said Azula, shrugging as she rolled over to the side, hugging herself tightly. It depends on how much you anger me tomorrow. Oh, boy. I guess I'm not hearing anything else about this anytime soon, am I? Said Sokka, smiling. Surely not, said Azula, smiling back at him as she closed her eyes. Well, just as I said, said Sokka, stirring the fire with a stick. Every secret you hide is just a small portion of a larger mystery. You just reaffirmed my beliefs. I'm glad I did, said Azula, smirking still. Where's the point in giving you the chance to figure everything out so quickly? You seem to enjoy puzzles, so I'll let you have your fun with this one for as long as you like. I do enjoy puzzles, but I have to say I'm not exactly a patient man, admitted Sokka. If the pieces don't fit, I'll just smash them into place. You brute. Sokka couldn't help but chuckle lowly at her response. Azula's eyes were closed, but he was certain she had rolled them behind her eyelids. He looked at her, deep in thought, pondering all she had just talked to him about, and as he did he managed to attach two of the puzzle pieces he hadn't noticed matched before. So, all this about your uncle, that's the reason why you don't give up, isn't it? He asked. It's why you don't back down from fights, it's why you win or lose, but you don't run away. Because that's what he did. I'll never be like him, Azula muttered. I'll never back down for my own benefit. If I lose once, I'll win twice. But I'm never going to give up, no matter on what regard. It's what my cousin deserved, and what he didn't obtain because his father was weak and cowardly. I'll never let anyone down in the way my uncle disappointed his son. I'm sure you won't, said Sokka, nodding. You're much better than that. Well, of course I am, she muttered, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Her previous sternness vanished instantly upon his words. Sokka smiled again at the sight of her, deciding to leave Azula to her rest now. It had been quite a long and odd day. They had argued, they had talked, they had laughed, they had frowned, but even though they were lost in the middle of a forest, Sokka admitted to himself that there was nowhere he would rather be that night but here, next to the most interesting person he had ever met. He watched her as she shifted slightly until she found a comfortable position, and when she lay still for a while he muttered, "Good night, princess." The smile on his face only grew larger when she replied, "Good night, Sokka. Check the description for the links to the author."